Chapter 511. In the depths of the dark forest, ancient trees towered into the sky. The fragrance of flowers and grass filled the air, and streams flowed through the hills. It was a beautiful scene, full of vitality. At a glance, one could only see strange flowers and rare herbs everywhere, each of which would be priceless outside. Loud rumbling sounds came from even further in, as if the sky was collapsing, giving people a strong sense of shock. As Han Shuo ventured deeper, he suddenly discovered that there were many more complex and profound magical boundaries. These magical boundaries were not very destructive and were purely to prevent outsiders from entering. Lines of magical lines that resembled spiderwebs formed a huge, abstract magical pattern that filled a large area. This magical pattern covered a large part of the sky, forming a wave-like force that pushed out anyone who entered. It was obvious that this enormous magical pattern was man-made. The person who set up this enormous magical pattern probably did not have any malicious intentions. The waves of force that pushed people out were not particularly violent and wild, but rather gentle and slow. Han Shuo was in the center, and he only felt waves of great force surging towards him, as if he was being pushed by hundreds of barbaric men. The power was beyond Han Shuo's imagination. It was a good thing that Han Shuo's strength was astonishing, and his body that had been tempered by demonic arts for many years was proof of his valiant strength. No matter how great the force assaulted his body, Han Shuo still made his way in bit by bit. In such a place, the range of Han Shuo's consciousness was strangely limited, and he could only faintly sense the movements within a few miles. The more it was like this, the more curious Han Shuo became about the depths of the dark forest. He steeled his heart and decided to explore the depths. The power formed by the enormous spiderweb-like magical formation was unable to stop Han Shuo. Relying on the strength of his body and the strangeness of his demonic arts, Han Shuo walked deeper step by step. Suddenly, the powerful force that surged towards him disappeared completely. Han Shuo immediately understood that he had passed through the magical formation, and he gazed into the distance. A rippling emerald lake suddenly entered Han Shuo's eyes. The emerald lake was like a large piece of smooth jade, clear, clean, and beautiful. Looking at the emerald lake in front of him, Han Shuo was stunned. He didn't think that there would be such a clean emerald lake in the depths of the dark forest. What puzzled Han Shuo was that there were no fishes or prawns in the emerald lake, not even seaweed. This was very strange. Han Shuo took a step forward and was shocked. He had just walked out of the spiderweb-like magical formation, and he suddenly felt the gravity around him increase by dozens of times. In such an area where gravity had increased, if two people were to fight, the one with the stronger body would have the upper hand. If a magus wanted to use the levitation spell to fly in this area, they would need to expend dozens of times more mental strength than usual. Even a sacred magus might not be able to stay in the air for long periods of time. Such a strange area made Han Shuo very curious as to who set it up. Although the gravity here had increased by dozens of times, it wasn't a problem for Han Shuo. He used the art of the demonic ninth heavens to slowly soar into the air, moving at a much slower speed towards the emerald lake. Although the gravity was strong, Han Shuo could still withstand it. He just had to expend a lot more energy than usual. However, just when Han Shuo arrived above the emerald lake, a gust of wind suddenly came from afar. Before Han Shuo could react, an enormous silver dragon suddenly appeared above the emerald lake. This enormous silver dragon didn't seem to be affected by the gravity of this place, or perhaps the gravity here was set up by him. He stood proudly in front of Han Shuo and coldly sized up Han Shuo. The enormous silver dragon sized up Han Shuo for a while and suddenly said, "Get back. This isn't a place you should enter." This enormous silver dragon's body was over 20 meters long. His body shone with a hard luster like that of iron and stone. Coupled with his unswerving eyes, he looked rather valiant and powerful. "What's inside?" "Hee hee, I'm very curious." Han Shuo also sized up the enormous silver dragon. He didn't mind the dragon's cold obstruction and only asked curiously, "This isn't something you should know. Human, leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will regret it." The enormous silver dragon seemed to be a bit impatient. His enormous body continuously twisted above the Emerald Lake. His cold voice was filled with the arrogance of a high-ranking race. The dragon race had always been very arrogant. They believed that they were the noblest race. Other than that, humans, elves, orcs, and other races were all treated as inferior races. This arrogance had existed since ancient times. Just like how the forest troll liked to be greedy and the dark elves liked to be lascivious, it was deeply ingrained in their subconscious. However, Han Shuo clearly wasn't afraid of him. At this level, Han Shuo's strength far surpassed that of most enormous dragons. Han Shuo chuckled as he looked at the arrogant, enormous silver dragon. His eyes narrowed into slits as he said with some toughness, "What if I insist on going in? Then I'll throw you out right now." The enormous silver dragon snorted coldly. The arrogance unique to the dragon race spat out from his fist-sized nostrils. His enormous body twisted a bit. In this area where the gravity was tens of times stronger, a hurricane suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, it appeared next to Han Shuo. The hurricane's power pulled at Han Shuo and forcefully flung him out. In this area where the gravity was tens of times stronger, normal people would find it difficult to walk. Seeing that Han Shuo could fly above the Emerald Lake, he naturally thought that Han Shuo was a magician using levitation. With his many years of experience guarding this place, the more a magician used levitation to fly, the harder it would be for them to resist the suction of the hurricane. The enormous silver dragon coldly sized up Han Shuo. In his eyes, Han Shuo was like a puppet that could be manipulated by the hurricane. When the hurricane formed, he seemed to have already seen the scene of Han Shuo being flung out of the Emerald Lake and falling back into the spider web magic formation. "Hee, do you really think that you can do whatever you want after laying down this gravity barrier?" Han Shuo disdainfully looked at the enormous silver dragon. When the hurricane arrived, his entire body shone with a black light, as if his body had turned into a thick cocoon. Whoosh, whoosh! The hurricane enveloped Han Shuo, and a huge pulling force suddenly attacked his body. However, contrary to the expectations of the enormous silver dragon, Han Shuo did not fall. He was not affected by the hurricane at all. "Good. You really are not an ordinary human," the enormous silver dragon praised. With a twist of his body, his long tail suddenly swept over. The hurricane was useless. The enormous silver dragon clearly saw Han Shuo as an opponent worthy of his attention. This time, he began to use the tyrannical strength of the dragon race to stop Han Shuo. "Good." Han Shuo laughed. He stood there unmoving like a mountain. Suddenly, he extended his hands and made a strange hand seal. Suddenly, a surging force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas exploded from between Han Shuo's hands. It took the form of a towering stone pillar and fiercely bombarded the enormous silver dragon's tail. The enormous silver dragon's body was also famous for its tyrannical strength. Even a 1,000-year-old tree would be cut in half by the swing of its tail. But Han Shuo only needed to make a hand seal before a huge force rushed out. Before the dragon's tail could reach Han Shuo, the enormous force from Han Shuo's palms had already landed solidly on the enormous silver dragon's tail. The enormous silver dragon felt as if his tail had lashed a towering mountain. Not only was it unable to shake the mountain, but his tail was burning with pain. Once Han Shuo made a move, he would always seize the opportunity to not give his opponent a chance to counterattack. His body, under the high-speed circulation of demonic yuan, suddenly sped up. Before the enormous silver dragon could react from the pain of his tail, he suddenly discovered that the human had unknowingly appeared on his enormous body. Boom! A punch landed directly on the enormous silver dragon's body. That terrifying force surged again, and his enormous body actually seemed to be unable to withstand it. Too powerful. Was this really a human? The enormous silver dragon was greatly shocked. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Taking advantage of the moment when Han Shua's punch was delayed, he suddenly fled deeper into the lake, no longer daring to clamor at Han Shua. Han Shua didn't stop him. He calmly followed behind the enormous silver dragon, heading deeper into the lake. He had just crossed Lake Chui when the gravitational pull suddenly disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Han Shua extended his consciousness and was suddenly overwhelmed with shock. He looked at the scene in front of him with a grave expression. A spectacle had appeared in the sky directly in front of Han Shua. Bolts of lightning were motionless in the sky. At a glance, the clear sky seemed to have been forcibly torn into pieces by these static bolts of lightning. Amidst the crackling sounds, faint clouds of smoke floated in the sky. The sky, which was supposed to be blue and flawless, looked as if it had been torn apart by the rolling smoke and the meandering lightning. Many shining door-shaped wonders were strangely formed in the sky. All kinds of colorful turbulence were creating a beautiful scene behind the door. There were a total of 7 gates. Each gate had a powerful creature residing in it. Other than the creatures that were continuously dying in one of the gates at the edge, the other 6 were all demigods. There were 2 dragons that were 40 to 50 meters long. One was silver and the other was gold. They were both rank 5 existences. 2 were 30 meters tall and incomparably huge titans that also possessed demigod strength. There were also 2 barbaric beast men with green skin and strange clothing. It seemed that one was a beastman warrior and the other was a beastman shaman. These 6 creatures of different races were currently stationed in one of the gates. They seemed to be defending against some unknown enemy with all their might. Because they were releasing their power to their heart's content, Han Shua could clearly see the power they possessed. 6 demigods, and all of them were from different races. How terrifying was this power! Below the sky was a vast canyon. There were more than a dozen mountain-like titans and more than 20 dragons. They all looked nervous and solemn as they looked up at the changes in the sky. Legend had it that the titans had the power to contend with gods. This was a race that had been passed down since ancient times, but ordinary humans had never seen them before. The hill giants that Han Shua had seen before, as well as the Cyclops, were very strong and tall, but they paled in comparison to the Titans. Legend had it that the Titans were the favorites of the earth. They had always been said to be the most powerful creatures in the world. They had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas, and had the power to directly confront gods. The legends about the Titans quickly went through Han Shua's mind. In the past, Han Shua hadn't believed in the legends about the Titans. But now, just by looking at their enormous size, he immediately understood that the legends were probably true. A single Titan of this size could probably flatten an entire city. Roar. A furious roar suddenly sounded from Tanai in the canyon. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment and hastily turned to look at the canyon. He saw a primordious dragon over 100 meters long coiling around a mountain peak. This primordious dragon was the largest Han Shua had ever seen. The energy coming from the primordious dragon made Han Shua's heart palpitate. The primordious dragon was a widely circulated legend on Profound Continent. Han Shua knew that since ancient times there were legends about the primordious dragon guarding Profound Continent. It was said that the primordious dragons silently maintained order on Profound Continent. Whenever something threatened the lives of all the races on Profound Continent, the primordious dragons would come out to maintain order and keep the continent stable. With just one look, Han Shua was certain that this 100-meter-long primordious dragon was the legendary primordious dragon. The mighty aura coming from this primordious dragon was even more powerful than that of the saintess he encountered on the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. Han Shua believed that even the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race would not be a match for this primordious dragon. Without a doubt, This primordious dragon possessed the terrifying strength of a true god. Chapter 512. The primordious dragon, coiled on top of the mountain peak, stretched his neck towards the sky and breathed out beams of blazing dragon breath. Terrifying draconic might emanated from his dragon breath, as though it had the power to tear space apart. Under the primordious dragon's breath, the 7 dazzling door-shaped wonders in the sky seemed to be firmly suppressed by this power. They constantly transformed and seemed to be slowly healing up. 6 of the 7 door-shaped wonders in the sky were guarded by demigod creatures. They seemed to be doing their utmost to resist the invasion of some ferocious creature. Han Shuo could see from their backs that they were resisting with all their might. There was only one door at the edge that didn't have a demigod of the same level guarding it. There was a rank 4 golden dragon standing guard inside. No one knew how powerful the creature he had encountered was. The body of the dragon clan, which was said to be the strongest in the dragon clan, was tossing and turning inside the door as blood spurted out. It was obvious that this rank 4 golden dragon couldn't withstand the creature inside the door at all, and was paying the price in the confrontation. Han Shuo observed for a moment and discovered that there seemed to be another strange world behind the 7 doors that had appeared in the sky. It was as though there was no way to know what was behind the door unless one entered it. One could only see long streaks of light streaking across like shooting stars. 7 doors, 7 creatures, 6 of which were demigod existences, were desperately resisting some kind of terrifying threat. A primordious dragon who had lived for God knows how many years, was using his divine energy to calm the changes happening to the 7 doors. He was attempting to slowly heal the 7 doors, so as to prevent something that could threaten the entire profound continent from entering the continent through the 7 doors. Han Shuo's expression was grave as he looked at the changes in the sky. His heart was filled with a strong sense of curiosity. He was full of interest towards the scenery behind the 7 doors. He kept guessing what kind of creature it was that insisted on barging in without a care for anything. After entering the carnal realm, Han Shuo came into contact with some of the most powerful existences on profound continent and gradually came to understand some of their secrets. From the scene before his eyes, Han Shuo was certain that the 7 doors led to another plane of existence. The primordious dragon and the 6 demigod existences were desperately resisting the creatures to prevent them from tearing the passageway apart. The Titans and the primordious dragon are indeed silently contributing to profound continent, thought Han Shuo. Human, what are you trying to do? While Han Shuo was observing his surroundings with a solemn expression, an angry dragon roar suddenly came from the mouth of the silver dragon that Han Shuo was chasing. It was obvious that this silver dragon was very angry, and it was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. After the silver dragon's furious roar sounded, the titans and dragons around Tanai in the Great Gorge no longer looked at the battlefield in the sky. Instead, they all stared at Han Shuo. Over a dozen titans and over 20 WIRMS would be enough to make a country rise in power in any country. There were so many powerful creatures that had existed since ancient times, and all of them were staring at him. An invisible pressure suddenly pressed down on him, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Compared to the 6 demigods in the sky, the titans and dragons of Tanai of the Great Gorge did not have demigod strength. But even so, the deterrence of over 40 colossal beings suddenly glaring at him was still very frightening. Human, what are you trying to do by trespassing? The giant silver dragon roared again when he saw that Han Shuo didn't respond. He seemed to be a little impatient. 2 of the titans near Han Shuo were sizing up Han Shuo with vigilance as they slowly approached Han Shuo. It seemed that if Han Shuo said anything unfavorable to them, they would immediately strike and smash Han Shuo into a meat patty. Why are you here? Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded from a distant golden dragon. This golden dragon, that was originally extremely far away from Han Shuo, quickly flew over and looked at Han Shuo in astonishment. You're Cedric? Han Shuo stared blankly at this golden dragon. He felt that this was the golden dragon Cedric that he had seen a few times in the past, so he asked tentatively, "It's me, Cedric. Don't you remember?" Sure enough, it was Cedric, and he cried out in surprise. There were over 20 dragons in Tanai of the Great Gorge. Not a single one of them had transformed into human form. Their enormous bodies were entrenched there, and half of them were golden dragons. Cedric hadn't transformed into his human form, so he didn't look special at all when he landed in the middle. It was only natural that Han Shuo didn't recognize him. When he heard that it was Cedric, Han Shuo took another look at the Great Gorge and suddenly realized that this was the legendary Dragon Valley. Seeing that he had met someone familiar, Han Shuo let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "So it's Cedric. Haha, long time no see. I came here purely for an adventure. I heard the rumbling in the sky and rushed over out of curiosity. I didn't expect to see such a spectacle. What's going on?" "Cedric, do you know this human?" The giant silver dragon, who had suffered a small loss at Han Shuo's hands, looked at Cedric, who had rushed over excitedly, and asked in puzzlement, "Yes, I've also told you that a human knight robbed me of my treasures and even injured me. It's all thanks to him. He was the one who helped me, and last time in the Forbidden Land, he was the one who destroyed the boundary that never dissipated. We're friends, and nothing will happen to us," Cedric explained to the silver dragon. When he said this, the two titans and the silver dragon no longer looked at Han Shuo with hostility. However, the silver dragon that had suffered at Han Shuo's hands still snorted coldly and said, "The battle has reached a critical juncture. No matter who it is, we cannot let him enter the space-time discontinuum." "I understand," Cedric replied. Then he turned to Han Shuo and said, "We are fighting for the safety of Profound Continent. Some evil beings from other planes of existence are attempting to enter our world through this special space-time discontinuum. Our race of dragons and titans are doing everything in our power to fend off these evil beings from other planes of existence." Having watched for so long, Han Shuo could roughly understand what was going on without Cedric's explanation. As self-proclaimed guardians of the continent, the Titans and the Primordius Dragons were obviously fighting with all their might for the safety of the continent. Han Shuo didn't even need to look closely to feel the danger of the battle. All those Titans and Dragons had grave expressions on their faces. Most of them even had solemn expressions in their eyes. This was a clear indication of the cruelty of the battle. At such a critical juncture, any external factor would be enough to change the course of the battle. It was only natural that they would seal off the surroundings to prevent those with unknown identities from entering. "Not good. Valel can't hold on much longer," a green dragon suddenly cried out in alarm. Following the gazes of the crowd, Han Shuo discovered that among the 7 gates in the sky, the only golden dragon that didn't possess demigod strength was on the verge of collapse amidst a sea of lightning bolts. Blood was spurting out of his body. He was on the verge of death. The dragons of Tanai in the Great Gorge all had mournful looks in their eyes. They silently sighed for the dying dragon warrior. Next, get ready. An aged sigh came from the mouth of the Primordius dragon coiled on top of the mountain peak. His voice was so desolate and helpless, as though he couldn't bear the sorrow of parting. "I'll go." The silver dragon that Han Shuo had chased all the way here suddenly let out a high-pitched roar. He had the vigor of one who is ready to die. "You're not strong enough. You dragons have sacrificed one. It's our turn to fill the gap." Before the silver dragon could move, a 30-meter-tall titan in the middle of the gorge shouted with a thunderous voice. This titan was currently the tallest among the titans in the middle of the gorge. He seemed to be the most powerful one as well. He had already started moving the moment his thunderous voice rang out. He stomped his giant leg, and his body shot out like a bolt of lightning as the ground trembled, like an earthquake. The golden dragon's body suddenly shattered into pieces, turning into a rain of blood that rained down on the unknown space-time turbulence. The moment the golden dragon disappeared, the Titan's body coincidentally arrived at the gate. At this moment, something strange happened. No one knew if the gate suddenly enlarged or if the Titan's body suddenly shrunk. The Titan, who shouldn't have been able to merge into the gate, seemed to have been stretched and twisted, merging into the gate in an extremely abstract manner. As soon as the Titan's body entered the gate that had been constantly expanding miraculously returned to normal. From what Han Shuo could see, the Titan seemed to be fighting with some sort of invisible creature after entering the world of light. He was punching and kicking with his hands and feet. Han Shuo focused his attention and observed carefully, but he couldn't figure out what was going on inside. All he could see was the bizarre scene of light flying everywhere. His consciousness couldn't detect any trace of the existence of any strange creatures either. This was very unusual and illogical. However, from what Cedric had said, Han Shuo knew that the place seemed to be some space-time discontinuum. There were always many unimaginable and bizarre things happening in the region of space-time discontinuum. Han Shuo gradually came to a realization. Although the Titan could enter Han Shuo's eyes, he was in the space-time discontinuum, perhaps a great distance away from the profound continent. The range of Han Shuo's consciousness was limited. It was only natural that he couldn't sense the Titan with his consciousness. The third one. I wonder how many more we have to fill in. Sigh. An elderly green dragon sighed. Han Shuo's brows were deeply knitted as he looked at the Titan who had charged into the gate without hesitation. He knew that the Titan would be throwing his life away in vain. This Titan wasn't much weaker than the golden dragon who had just died. That golden dragon didn't last long before being torn apart. It was likely that this Titan would suffer the same fate. Despite knowing that it was a dead end, the Titan still rushed in without a care for his own safety. Han Shuo couldn't help but feel some respect for them. For the safety of the millions upon millions of lives on profound continent, these Titans and dragons that had existed since ancient times had always been guarding this place, silently making great sacrifices without regard for their own lives. This kind of spirit indeed made Han Shuo feel deep veneration for them. Although the race of giant dragons were arrogant by nature and had always considered themselves to be a superior race, it could be seen from this incident that these dragons did have some redeeming qualities. Without their silent protection, who knew what profound continent would be like by now? Cedric, what's going on? Han Shuo's spontaneous respect and curiosity about what was behind the gate gave Han Shuo a few more ideas. This space-time discontinuum has existed in the depths of the dark forest since ancient times. We don't know how it came into being, but it constantly changes with time and space, often forming interplanar passages that connect to our profound continent. We, the race of giant dragons and the race of titans, have always guarded this place to prevent the arrival of evil beings from other planes of existence. Ever since I was born, over the long 2,000 years, we have experienced over 100 changes in the space-time discontinuum. Most of the interplanar passages that formed were located in the vast and harmless starry sky. Only a dozen or so of them connected to other material planes. However, those connections didn't cause too many disputes. There were 3 times when they were attacked by experts from other planes of existence, but they were all easily intercepted by us. Coincidentally, this time, the space-time discontinuum actually formed in the abyss where the demons were entrenched. When those powerful demons sensed the formation of this interplanar passage, they immediately snuck their way over. At first, there were only some weak demons that tried to barge in, but they were quickly disposed of by us. It was precisely because of this that we thought it would be the same as the previous few times and didn't really take this time's threat to heart. Who knew that from the day before yesterday, there would be continuous attacks from high-level demons? Yesterday, even more powerful demons joined the fray. Only then did we realize the severity of the situation. We immediately sent word to experts from all over the continent, hoping that they could work together to resist the invasion of the demons. However, due to our previous negligence, the message was delivered a little too late. Only two demigod existences of the orc race, who happened to be cultivating in the depths of the dark forest, joined in the resistance against the demons. It's just that this time, a total of 7 interplanar passages were formed, and those demons were extremely powerful. Only demigod existences could barely resist them. We only have 6 demigod existences on our side, so we have to take turns defending the last door. So far, 3 of us have already died. The Primordius Dragon has to use his divine energy to alter the formation of the space-time discontinuum and simply doesn't have the energy to take care of that door. Furthermore, due to the special formation of each interplanar passage, we can only send 1 creature to defend it. If this goes on, who knows how many people we will have to sacrifice to quell the invasion of the demons this time. Let's not even talk about quelling it. It's already a problem whether or not we can withstand it. Look, even the 6 demigod existences are showing signs of fatigue. If the Primordius Dragon can't change the direction of the space-time discontinuum or seal it in a short period of time, I'm afraid that this time, Profound Continent will have to face a destructive attack from the demons of the abyss. The giant silver dragon that had previously exchanged blows with Han Shua shook his enormous head and appeared very pessimistic. Rumble. A thunderous rumble came from the dimensional passageway that had just entered the Titan Giant's dimension. Inside the interplanar passage, multicolored rays of light shot out like the most gorgeous fireworks. There was a soul-stirring beauty to it. However, the Titan that had just charged into the interplanar passage seemed to have been caught unprepared. For some unknown reason, numerous wounds had opened up on its tough body, and fresh blood dripped down like a fine rain. This is bad. That interplanar passage has also been joined by high-level demons. Damn it! Could it be that Profound Continent really can't avoid this calamity? The Primordius Dragon suddenly let out a sorrowful sigh. His draconic breath sped up and blazing lights interweaved. His divine energy enveloped the space-time discontinuum. It seemed that he was ready to go all out. What do we do? What do we do? Cedric was incomparably anxious, like a headless fly. His enormous head swayed back and forth. Suddenly, Cedric cried out in surprise. His fist-sized dragon eyes fell on Han Shua. He cried out in pleasant surprise, "Great Primordius Dragon, he is also a demigod expert." Upon hearing those words, all the titans and dragons in Tanai of the Great Gorge turned their attention to Han Shua. It seems that I can still be the savior of the Profound Continent for a while, Han Shua thought to himself. He was about to seek the Primordius Dragon's opinion when he suddenly heard another rumble. When he turned his head to look, he saw that the Titan who had just entered had a body full of gashes and gashes. Blood was splattering all over the unknown space-time tunnel in trickles. Han Shua was full of curiosity about the scene inside. With the thought of retreating as soon as possible if he couldn't withstand the attack, he transformed into a leaping bolt of lightning and passed through the door in an instant, landing in that strange, unknown space. As soon as Han Shua entered, he was shocked by what he saw. Chapter 5:13. At a glance, all he saw were strange creatures that he had never seen before. These creatures filled the entire gray space, each bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws as they ferociously pounced over. These abyssal demons varied in size. The tall ones were more than 10 meters tall, and the short ones were only the size of a palm. They were of all colors, and each one was ferocious and terrifying. Their mouths were filled with fangs, and there was a foul stench flowing out of them. Some abyssal demons not only had a foul stench coming out of their mouths, but their bodies also flowed with thick pus. They were just like the aliens in the sci-fi movies that Han Shua had seen before. They were ugly, ferocious, and disgusting, causing people to instinctively loathe them, wishing they could wipe them all out. In front of Han Shua was an abyssal demon that was more than 10 meters tall. It looked like a giant sarcoma, and its ugly body was not only overflowing with pus, but it was also swelling as if there were small abyssal demons inside its body that were about to break free at any time. It only had one huge green eye that was filled with a cruel and bloodthirsty desire. These small abyssal demons were the size of beetles, but they emitted corrosive smoke. They swarmed toward Han Shuo by the hundreds. They squeaked, and their small and sharp teeth were grinding like saws. They were like a group of poisonous locusts, and just looking at them made one's scalp tingle. This was a strange space that Han Shuo couldn't imagine. It was gray and empty, and he was at a crossroads that the abyssal demons had to pass through. Meteors constantly streaked past him, bringing with them a beautiful evil light. But when he looked around, he couldn't see his specific location. Right in front of Han Shuo was a dense horde of abyssal demons. He could sense the door-shaped interplanar passageway behind him, as well as the abyssal demons that were everywhere. Apart from that, there was only a hazy, dusky scene and dazzling beams of light flashing past. Squeak, 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 squeak. The abyssals let out strange cries that Han Shuo didn't understand. As soon as they saw Han Shuo appear, they swarmed over like bees. Many abyssals that could spray venom immediately shot out a fine rain of venom. This venom was multicolored like a painter's paint, trying to paint an abstract and cruel picture of decay on Han Shuo's body. Although Han Shuo was extremely confident in his body's regenerative ability and strength, he wasn't willing to try this disgusting venom. Not only did the viscous venom reek, but it also had corrosive, numbing, and other toxins. At this moment, Han Shuo finally understood why the Golden Dragon and Titan's bodies had been torn to shreds and their blood had flowed like a river. In the face of so many abyssal demons, the Golden Dragon and Titan's massive bodies couldn't dodge at all. In such a strange space, the Golden Dragon and the Titan's massive bodies not only couldn't gain the upper hand against thousands of abyssal demons of all sizes, but instead became their fatal weakness. It was precisely because their massive bodies couldn't withstand too much damage that they were defeated so quickly and died in the mouths of the locust-like abyssal demons. Only demigods could use special methods to form a defensive boundary or magic shield around their bodies. Only then could they resist the corrosive venom of the abyssal demons. Although the Golden Dragon and the Titan's bodies were extremely tough, no matter how tough they were, they would still be corroded and torn to shreds under the spray of a few hundred venoms. Even though Han Shuo's body was stronger than the Golden Dragon and the Titan's, he didn't dare to use his body to withstand the corrosive venom. He hurriedly deployed a protective barrier, and a hazy black barrier instantly enveloped Han Shuo within. The few hundred venoms that sprayed down were all blocked by the protective barrier that was as thin as a cicada's wings. Faint wisps of smoke emerged from Han Shuo's protective barrier, making Han Shuo look hazy and otherworldly. It was a stark contrast to the ugly and disgusting abyssal demons around him. What a powerful venom! Han Shuo couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the colorful wisps of smoke rising from his protective barrier due to the spray of venom. At Han Shuo's level of magical cultivation, he would be impervious to fire and water and invulnerable to blades and spears once he deployed his protective barrier with the support of his powerful magical yuan. In principle, as long as Han Shuo had an unending supply of magical yuan to support his protective barrier, it would be able to help him block all physical and magical attacks. Of course, if the enemy's attack power exceeded the limits of the protective barrier, it would still shatter. However, the venom obviously didn't have any great power. Logically speaking, a protective barrier formed purely from magical yuan through a special secret method should have a perfect defense against this kind of venom. However, the appearance of the wisps of multicolored smoke indicated that the strange corrosive power of the venom was also effective against this special form of protective shield. Han Shuo could clearly feel that when the venom came into contact with his protective shield, the rate at which his magical yuan was being drained was noticeably faster as the faint smoke rose from the shield. Squeak, 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 squeak. The abyssal demons seemed to be somewhat astonished as well. After a concentrated spurt of venom, they suddenly collectively stopped and began to communicate with Han Shuo using a method that he couldn't understand. After finishing off the Golden Dragon and the Titan. They cruelly and greedily prepared to break through the interplanar passageway in front of them. However, they suddenly discovered another hateful obstacle. When they saw that this obstacle was small in size, they thought that they could eliminate it in an instant. They didn't expect that their venom, which had always been successful in every endeavor, would actually be blocked. The abyssal demons that had stopped, under the command of the abyssal demon in front of Han Shuo that was covered in pus like a giant sarcoma, they once again crazily swarmed towards Han Shuo. This time, not only did they continue to spray venom, they even bared their eerie fangs without hesitation. It was obvious that they were prepared to use this primitive method to bite through Han Shuo's protective barrier. A bunch of crazy and barbaric creatures. If they were allowed to come to Profound Continent, perhaps all the races on Profound Continent would become their food. Han Shuo inwardly came to a conclusion as he looked at the abyssal demons that were crazily swarming towards him. The skeletal staff suddenly fell into Han Shuo's hand. Looking at the crazily clamoring abyssal demons charging towards him with glistening eyes, Han Shuo quickly chanted an incantation. First, rows of bone spears pierced through the air. Then, the signature boundary of fear and boundary of weakness of necromancers suddenly enveloped the entire space. As long as there were living beings in the material world, they would never be able to escape the fate of death. Even the cruel and ferocious abyssal demons were no exception. As long as there was death, there would be the element of death in the material world. Therefore, necromancy magic, an attack method that evolved from the element of death, could still display the power it should have. It had to be said that the skeletal staff was truly a miraculous weapon. Using the skeletal staff to release necromancy magic, the power of an ordinary necromancy magic spell could be doubled. It was also thanks to the skeletal staff that the boundaries of fear and weakness could envelop all the abyssal demons. Under the effects of the boundaries of fear and weakness, all the abyssal demons were affected. Not only did their frenzied swarming towards Han Shuo suddenly slow down, their hearts were also filled with fear of Han Shuo. Traces of timidity appeared in their cruel and bloodthirsty eyes. The densely packed bone spears whizzed through the air, piercing through the bodies of some of the weaker abyssal demons. Green, red, grayish-white, and brown blood spurted out from their bodies. Some of the larger abyssal demons were even covered in bone spears, emitting blood-curdling screeches that made one's scalp numb. Rows of bone spears shot out horizontally, like a fine rain, forcibly intercepting hundreds and thousands of abyssal demons. Taking advantage of this gap, Han Shuo once again chanted a necromancy incantation, preparing to summon a large army of undead creatures to help him out. However, when the necromancy incantation fell, not a single one of the undead creatures that should have landed in front of Han Shuo appeared. Han Shuo was stunned. At first, he thought that he had made a mistake in chanting the incantation in a hurry, so he chanted again, the skeletal staff also swaying accurately. Still, not a single undead creature appeared. This time, Han Shuo's heart skipped a beat. He immediately used the connection he had with the little skull to try and contact the little skull. Surprisingly, he actually couldn't feel any traces of the little skull's existence and was unable to determine the location of the necromancy world. Could it be that necromancy creatures couldn't be summoned in this place? With this question in mind, Han Shuo couldn't help but carefully size up his surroundings. What entered Han Shuo's eyes were streaks of dazzling meteors streaking across the sky and a vast, dusky scene. What he was stepping on wasn't solid ground, but white mist. On Profound Continent, this white mist definitely wouldn't be able to bear any weight. However, when Han Shuo stepped on the white mist, he was able to feel it to the touch. In front of Han Shuo, a dense horde of abyssal demons blocked his line of sight. Behind him, there was an interplanar passageway leading to the Profound Continent. Apart from that, there was only an empty, dusky scene around him, as though he was situated in a vast and boundless universe. It seemed that this area was also affected by the space-time discontinuum. Time and space were in complete disarray, making it impossible to form precise, planar coordinates. Therefore, he couldn't use necromancy magic to communicate with the netherworld, and naturally couldn't summon creatures from the netherworld to this unknown space where time and space were in chaos. After sizing up his surroundings, Han Shuo immediately came to this conclusion. Looking ahead, the thousands upon thousands of abyssal demons, although somewhat timid and sluggish under the effects of the boundary of fear and weakness, after adapting for a while, they actually advanced at a much slower pace than before, unswervingly charging towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo wasn't discouraged. Even if necromancy magic couldn't be used, he still had the true barrier of demonic arts. Unlike necromancy magic, which required the element of death, all the energy of Han Shuo's demonic arts was contained within his body. No matter which plane Han Shuo went to, no matter if that plane had the aura of death or not, the demonic arts that existed within his body would never be affected in the slightest. It was also at this moment that Han Shuo rejoiced at how correct his initial decision had been. He'd always firmly treated magical yuan as the foundation of his life preservation training. Otherwise, he would have suffered greatly in this place, unable to summon enormous numbers of undead creatures. If he only relied on necromancy magic as a single method of attack, he would have suffered greatly this time. Come on, you disgusting and filthy abyssal creatures. Not caring if these abyssal demons could understand him, Han Shuo smiled wickedly and slowly took out the blood seether from his space ring. With a wave of his hand, the blood seether flew out gracefully. As soon as the blood seether appeared, a thick mist of blood was released from it. An evil and strange power was slowly released from the blood mist of the blood seether. Wherever the blood seether passed, the bodies of all the abyssal demons that were enveloped by the blood mist suddenly swelled up, and their originally sluggish speed became even slower. The blood seether was a demonic weapon of slaughter that Han Shuo had spent a great deal of effort to refine. As long as a creature had blood in their bodies, they would be within the range of the blood seether's attack. Although these abyssal demons had blood of different colors compared to ordinary creatures, they were still within the range of the blood seether's attack. Wherever the blood seether passed, the flow and speed of the blood in the abyssal demons' bodies would suddenly change drastically. At a glance, the blood actually looked like long earthworms wriggling on their bodies, making their already sinister and disgusting appearances look even more ugly. The bloodthirst banner changed the flow and speed of their blood. As they spun at high speeds, their bones emitted popping sounds. When the blood in their bodies spun at an astonishing speed, some of the abyssal demons couldn't withstand it anymore, and their bodies exploded. After the first abyssal demon exploded, more and more abyssal demons couldn't bear the effects of the blood seether's power. Their bodies swelled up and finally burst open, spraying multicolored blood everywhere. All the abyssal demons that were enveloped by the blood mist gradually exploded due to the high-speed rotation of their blood. Seeing the outstanding achievements of the blood seether, Han Shuo couldn't help but consider whether he should refine more of this special demonic weapon. It had to be said that the destructive power of this special demonic weapon was very satisfying to Han Shuo. Chapter 514. As soon as the blood seether appeared, the hundreds of abyss demons that were enveloped by the bloody mist exploded one after another. Even the abyssal demon that seemed to be the leader and looked like a tumor couldn't withstand the blood seether's influence and exploded. Pale green blood with a pungent stench sprayed over a large area like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Its blood also had a strong corrosive effect. The bodies of the abyss demons that were sprayed by the green blood in the distance slowly melted into rotten flesh amidst the curling smoke. Dozens of abyss demons of all shapes and sizes didn't manage to escape, all of them dying under the corrosion of its blood. As expected of the leader, even in death, he wanted to drag some down with him. Han Shuo thought viciously as he continued to control the blood seether, making it fly towards the more densely packed abyss demons in the distance. It was obvious that these cruel and bloodthirsty abyss demons knew fear in the face of the Blood-Seether's atrocious actions. The abyssal demons that didn't fear death actually quietly retreated in coordination as the Blood-Seether pushed them forward. With the Blood-Seether leading the way, a wide empty space suddenly appeared in front of Han Shuo. What surprised Han Shuo was that the corpses of the abyss demons that had died under the Blood-Seether didn't seem to be able to stand on the white clouds and sank as if they were drowning. He didn't know what kind of tragic scene lay beneath the strange white clouds. From the moment Han Shuo entered this strange space, he noticed that the corpses of the golden dragon and titan that had died here didn't exist above the white clouds. Han Shuo had originally thought that they had been divided and eaten by the abyss demons, but now it seemed that they had probably fallen below the clouds after shattering. This really was a strange space. Space and time were in chaos. Strange scenes appeared one after another, and some strange things that didn't make sense kept happening here, constantly challenging Han Shuo's common sense. It made Han Shuo increasingly believe that this area really didn't belong to any material plane. Behind him, the interplanar passageway door suddenly expanded, like a monster that had been inflated with air. Specks of multicolored light were projected to the center of the door from an unknown source. The light and shadows overlapped and formed a magnificent spectacle of a deep starry sky in Han Shuo's eyes. In front of him, as the Blood-Seether advanced, there were still hundreds of abyss demons retreating in fear. The dancing Blood-Seether became the most terrifying abyss black hole in the eyes of the abyss demons, as if it had the evil power to devour all life. Thump, 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 thump. A muffled sound suddenly came from behind the retreating abyssal demons. This muffled sound grew louder and louder, like the tolling of a death knell. It actually gave these abyssal demons an inexplicable courage. Suddenly, several long and slender abyssal demons with long fleshy wings shot towards the Blood-Seether that was gradually approaching them without a care for their lives. These abyss demons looked like giant falcons, but their wings were even more slender. Their wings seemed to be arranged in rows of sharp blades, and they actually shone with a cold metallic luster. Their sudden attack was somewhat unexpected to Han Shuo, and their speed also exceeded the time it took for Han Shuo to put away the Blood-Seether. Crack, 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 crack. These giant falcon-like abyss demons used their long wings that were like sharp blades to line up neatly and orderly, slashing one after another on the Blood-Seether. 1, 2, 3. A total of 15 of these abyss creatures used their sharp wings and the force of their charge to accurately slash the same spot on the Blood-Seether in the span of a breath. As its master, Han Shuo had an accurate sense of the Blood-Seether. Under the accurate and fierce attack of these 15 abyss demons, they actually tore a small hole in the Blood-Seether. This was clearly somewhat beyond Han Shuo's expectations. After the first wave of attacks, these abyss creatures flew in a circle and once again aimed at the Blood-Seether. At this time, because they had just come into contact with the blood mist that lingered around the Blood-Seether, the blood in their bodies was affected by the Blood-Seether and had already begun to boil violently. Due to the boiling blood in their bodies, the originally neat and tidy formation became somewhat crooked. However, their bodies still resolutely charged towards the blood-thirst Gonfalon. It was obvious that they had the determination to completely tear the blood-thirst Gonfalon apart, even if their bodies and bones were crushed. Any creature could release some unimaginable power once they put their lives on the line. Even a weak human could be very frightening if they went crazy without fear of death, let alone these already fierce and powerful abyss creatures. Seeing that the second wave of attacks was about to fall on the Blood-Seether, as its master, Han Shuo no longer dared to hesitate. He hurriedly used the demonic mantra on the Blood-Seether, causing the constantly advancing Blood-Seether to fly back to Han Shuo in an elegant and light manner like a nimble swallow. It wasn't easy to refine the Blood-Seether. Not only did it consume a lot of precious materials, but it also took a lot of time and energy for Han Shuo. A tear could be slowly repaired, but if it was really torn to pieces by this group of crazy abyss demons, then Han Shuo could only refine a new one. After being hit by Han Shuo's demonic mantra, the blood seether immediately became erratic. The 15 falcon-like abyss creatures had no choice but to change directions again and closely pursue the blood seether. However, under the control of Han Shuo's demonic mantra, the trajectory of the blood seether back to Han Shuo was extremely abstract, and the 15 abyss creatures could no longer successfully attack the blood seether. Clap, clap, clap! Their boiling blood finally couldn't withstand the effects of the bloodlust Gonfalon's power, and they exploded one after another in front of Han Shuo. More than half of the fleshy wings that were as sharp as knives shot towards Han Shuo. He raised his hand, and a sinister white bone shield bloomed amidst the dripping blood. All the sharp blades that shot towards Han Shuo were intercepted by the white bone shield. Before Han Shuo could think further, the abyss demons that had been retreating bit by bit under the deterrence of the blood seether all silently surged forward when Han Shuo put away the blood seether. Moreover, they charged towards Han Shuo with an even more fearless attitude than before. Thump, 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 an unknown distance behind the abyssal creatures, muffled and strange sounds rang out incessantly. This sound was like some kind of magical curse that bewitched the abyssal creatures, making them even more cruel and fierce. Could it be that there's an abyssal demon in the form of a mage behind them? Han Shuo suddenly had this absurd thought. Han Shuo, who was used to the combination of warriors and mages on Profound Continent, naturally believed that in a great battle there would be mages or priests behind the valiant warriors. Only in this way could the warriors, under the effects of various supportive spells, become violent and fearless. However, this was an unknown space-time discontinuum zone, and he was facing abyssal demons that only existed in legends. Abyssal demons only existed in some ancient legends. It seemed that no one had actually seen them. How could such an ugly and filthy otherworldly creature have a high-level existence, like a mage? Han Shuo very quickly discarded this absurd thought. While reinforcing his protective shield with demonic yuan, he continued to release rows of bone spears, using a wide range of indiscriminate attacks to inflict a devastating blow on these fearless abyssal creatures. Without an army of undead at his disposal, this battle turned into one of the most arduous battles of attrition. Han Shuo was rapidly draining his mental strength, while the abyssal creatures were paying the price by the hundreds and thousands. However, the number of abyssal creatures far exceeded Han Shuo's imagination. It was as though there was no end to them. After an indeterminate amount of time, Han Shuo gradually grew numb. He could only mechanically release one necromancy magic after another, slowly reaping the lives of the abyssal creatures. All of a sudden, Han Shuo sensed an intense spatial fluctuation coming from the interplanar portal behind him. Han Shuo was delighted. He took the time to turn his head around and saw that the interplanar passageway that had somehow formed was rapidly closing up. It's finally over. Damn it. I've become the savior of Profound Continent, Han Shuo thought to himself. At this moment, Han Shuo's mental strength had reached the point where it was completely drained. He was ready to continue using demonic arts to fend off those innumerable abyssal creatures. With the amplification effect of the skeletal staff, rows of bone spears shot out in front of Han Shuo. Han Shuo took advantage of this opportunity to turn around, preparing to pass through the constantly healing interplanar portal and return to that lovely, profound continent. When Han Shuo's body flew towards the interplanar passageway like a bolt of lightning, an irresistible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas surged towards him from the other end of the interplanar passageway. This unshakable force contained the dragon breath of the primordious dragon and instantly blocked Han Shuo's madly charging body. Not only did the unstoppable force forcibly block Han Shuo's path towards the interplanar portal, a portion of it also surged into Han Shuo's body. In an instant, Han Shuo's tyrannical body, tempered by great willpower, was severely injured by this incredible force. Han Shuo had finally witnessed the strength of a true god of the primordious dragon. No, Han Shuo roared madly in disbelief, unwilling to accept this. He could never have imagined that he, who had risked his life to defend the Titans, the dragons, and all living beings on Profound Continent, would be treated so horribly. This was an intolerable and shameful betrayal. Even Han Shuo, who was well aware of the viciousness of human hearts, could not believe that this was done by the primordious dragon. You are a necromancer of the Calamity Church. You are the fountainhead of evil. There is no place for you on Profound Continent. The evil abyssal world is your true home. I have already shown you mercy. A portion of the primordious dragon's consciousness landed on Han Shuo's side from the distant Profound Continent. Han Shuo, who was just about to reach the interplanar portal, took one last look at the portal and suddenly discovered two demigod existences of the Church of Light. Han Shuo had once met these two demigod existences on the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. On the distant Profound Continent, these two demigod existences of the Church of Light were coldly looking at the interplanar portal that was constantly healing. They were wearing faint smiles on their faces as they chatted leisurely with the primordious dragon below. It was evident that the frenzied attack by the abyssal demons on Profound Continent had truly been pacified. Gradually, the interplanar portal closed up. The final scene of Profound Continent was forever fixed in Han Shuo's mind. The two demigod existences of the Church of Light coldly looking at the interplanar portal closing up, and the 100-meter-long primordious dragon coiled on top of the enormous mountain, were forever etched in Han Shuo's mind. Han Shuo had never hated a living being as much as he did at that moment. This time, the primordious dragon had done it because of the one-sided statement of the two demigod existences of the Church of Light. Because of his identity as a necromancer, the mighty primordious dragon had disregarded Han Shuo's fearless assistance, cruelly cut off Han Shuo's path home, and left an unimaginable wound on Han Shuo's body. Drenched in blood, Han Shuo laughed maniacally in the alien material plane. He laughed at his own naivety and benevolence, at his own self-righteousness, at his foolishness and kindness. He laughed so hard that tears flowed from his eyes. Farewell to Profound Continent. Farewell to my friends. Farewell to my lover. From today onwards, I will never be able to find my way home again. I can only wander in the vast and unknown abyss forever. If I can ever return to Profound Continent, then the Church of Light, the primordious dragon, the race of Titans, and all those traitors will have to pay the price. Haha! I am a necromancer of the Calamity Church. I am the fountainhead of all evil on Profound Continent. The abyss, where evil reigns everywhere, is my true home. Haha! He has already shown mercy. He did not kill me immediately, but made it so that I can never see my lover again. How merciful the primordious dragon is. Haha! Han Shuo paid no heed to his heavily injured and bloodied body. Surrounded by hundreds and thousands of abyssal demons, he laughed maniacally. His laughter was filled with sorrow, desolation, and boundless resentment. Chapter 5:15. However, the large number of abyssal demons clearly had no intention of letting Han Shuo go. Even if they saw the interplanar passageway closing up, they still wanted to kill the culprit who had killed so many of their companions. In particular, they suddenly discovered that Han Shuo, who had been blocking their way like a mountain, was also covered in blood at some point. Although these abyssal creatures were ugly and filthy, they were not stupid. On the contrary, they who had survived cruel battles possessed chilling cunning and cruel persistence. Therefore, when they saw that Han Shuo was bleeding profusely, they quickly determined that Han Shuo had suffered serious injuries. They did not know what kind of creature had injured the culprit, but they stubbornly planned to grind Han Shuo's bones and scatter his ashes. Han Shuo, who was laughing maniacally, did not fear the numerous abyssal creatures that surrounded him. His protective shield had been shattered by the primordious dragon's attack earlier and could no longer cover his body. It was only after the abyssal creatures sprayed out all kinds of venom that Han Shuo finally came to his senses. He stopped his endless resentment and made use of the demonic yuan he still had in his body to once again deploy a dark and shiny protective shield. Once again, the venom was blocked by the protective shield that Han Shuo had deployed in time. The numerous abyssal creatures that had courageously charged over were torn into pieces by the demonic blades in Han Shuo's hands and fell into the unknown. Where there's life, there's hope. Han Shuo made use of this time to carefully examine his body. He discovered that his physical body had indeed suffered unimaginable damage from the primordial dragon's attack. However, Han Shuo rejoiced in the fact that his demonic infant was unscathed. For those who cultivated demonic arts, the consciousness was the most important, followed by the demon infant as the source of power. As long as these two areas were unhindered, no matter how much damage the physical body had suffered, it would not be fatal. Therefore, when Han Shuo discovered that the demon infant was unharmed, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Most of his internal organs were shattered, and even his meridians and bones were partially damaged. Although the injuries were serious, they were not fatal. As long as Han Shuo was given time to recuperate, he would be as good as new. As long as he was alive, there would always be opportunities for revenge in the future. With nostalgia for his loved ones on profound continent and bone-deep hatred for the primordial dragon and the Church of Light, Han Shuo resolutely attacked. He tore every abyssal demon that dared to approach him into pieces. Now that the interplanar passageway behind him had been sealed, Han Shuo had nothing to worry about. He used his demonic arts to stubbornly resist the attacks of the abyssal demons. The hatred in his heart transformed into cruel attacks. Each and every one of those abyssal demons was dismembered by Han Shuo's demonic blades. After an unknown period of time, Han Shuo gradually felt that his strength was running out. It wasn't that Han Shuo did not have enough demonic yuan, but because his physical body was too severely damaged and many of his meridians and bones were damaged, Han Shuo could not skillfully deploy his demonic arts. Even the power of the demonic blades was gradually weakening. Although the damage to his physical body wasn't fatal, it had obviously affected the performance of Han Shuo's normal strength. Many demonic arts relied on the flow of the meridians. Only when the meridians and bones were strong and sturdy could Han Shuo successfully deploy his demonic arts. Now that Han Shuo's meridians and bones were partially damaged, he couldn't deploy his demonic yuan to his heart's content. He had to think of a new strategy. In addition, staying in this area for a long time and facing the endless attacks of abyssal creatures was obviously not a solution. Han Shuo had no idea how many abyssal creatures there were. He really didn't know how long he could last alone with his damaged body. It looks like I'll have to turn this passive situation around if I have to fight my way out, Han Shuo thought to himself. As he continued to attack the abyssal creatures that dared to approach, Han Shuo sized up the situation around him. He finally fixed his gaze on the world behind the abyssal creatures. He felt that the world behind these abyssal creatures should be the exit for him to break through. Just as Han Shuo was planning to do so, he suddenly discovered that his surroundings started to change once more. Extremely violent spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared in this strange, dusky space. Bolts of lightning that resembled swimming dragons suddenly appeared out of thin air. In an instant, the space seemed to tremble, giving Han Shuo a very distinct feeling of collapse. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment, then immediately reacted. Han Shuo, who had never experienced such a situation, had heard of such a situation. Han Shuo knew that this phenomenon was really due to the space being unable to withstand the pressure of the excessively enormous chaotic energies, and was about to collapse. Not good. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the space really collapses, no one will be able to escape. Even if one is lucky enough not to be crushed to pieces by the spatial rupture, one would have to survive in an even more unknown spatial fissure. If one were to really fall into a spatial fissure, it would be impossible to return to profound continent for the rest of their lives. Han Shuo turned pale with fright. He had already made up his mind to leave this place at all costs. Before Han Shuo could react, he suddenly discovered that the abyssal creatures that had been attacking him without fear of death were all retreating in terror like the tide. They no longer cared about Han Shuo, the main culprit who had obstructed them for God knows how long. Thump, 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 a strange sound came from behind, as though a horn of retreat had been blown. It seems that the abyssal creatures are indeed intelligent, Han Shuo thought to himself as he watched the abyssal creatures retreat, like the tide. Tailing behind these abyssal creatures, Han Shuo quickly left this space that was about to collapse. For these abyssal creatures to be able to come to this area, they must know how to retreat. As long as Han Shuo followed behind them, he would definitely be able to escape the calamity of the spatial rupture. With this idea in mind, Han Shuo passed by the abyssal creatures and fled in the direction they had left. By this time, the abyssal creatures had clearly understood that the threat of the spatial rupture far outweighed that of Han Shuo. Even though Han Shuo was right beside them, they did not continue to fight with Han Shuo. They turned a blind eye to Han Shuo's existence and recklessly retreated along the path they had come from. Rumble! Terrifying noises sounded from behind Han Shuo. Han Shuo did not turn his head to look, but through his consciousness, he could sense that the center of the space behind him had begun to be unable to withstand the pressure of all kinds of chaotic energies, forming spatial rifts that could devour all living things. Chirp, 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 the strange cries of the abyssal creatures constantly came from behind. Although Han Shuo did not understand the true meaning of these sounds, he could guess from their urgent tone that they were caused by fear. It was obvious that the abyssal demons behind him were also very afraid of being pulled into the spatial rifts. Once a living being fell into one, it was almost impossible to escape from the spatial rifts formed by unknown means. According to legend, these spatial rifts had no elements, no flora or fauna, and not even air. As long as a living being fell into them, they would need to rely on these meats and air, or they would starve to death or suffocate to death. Han Shuo was an abnormal existence that did not need to rely on food or air. Although he would not die immediately after falling into a spatial rift, he would have to endure endless loneliness. Sometimes, endless loneliness without any hope was even more terrible than death. More and more strange noises came from the abyssal demons behind him. The previous urgent noises turned into shrill howls of despair. Han Shuo suddenly understood that some of the abyssal creatures must have been pulled into the spatial rifts. While his heart was palpitating, Han Shuo had no choice but to activate the art of the demonic ninth heavens at the risk of suffering yet another injury to his body. He wanted to escape from this place as quickly as possible. PFFF. Han Shuo violently spat out a mouthful of boiling blood. Another 3 meridians in his body ruptured. Risking his meridians to rupture, Han Shuo frantically charged forward. The demonic blades in his hands were like the indestructible demon's lair edge, forcibly drilling through the bodies of some large abyssal demons in front of him. At this time, Han Shuo no longer cared about the pungent stench of the abyssal demons and directly passed through their bodies. When it came to this desperate moment, Han Shuo's heart would be resolute to the point of cold-bloodedness. He could cast aside anything in order to survive, let alone the filthy and disgusting bodies of the abyssal demons. It was precisely because of Han Shuo's determination and decisiveness that he was able to pass through the bodies of the abyssal demons, blocking his way, that he was not affected by the rapidly spreading spatial ruptures, and that he was able to carve out a bloody path for himself. As the rumbling behind him grew louder and louder, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart, a brand new scene suddenly appeared in front of Han Shuo. He saw a scene of malevolent plants, mountains, and rivers. I'm out. I've finally killed my way out. Han Shuo charged out at the fastest speed he had ever dared to in his life. Finally, a terrifying chaotic energy suddenly came from behind Han Shuo. That energy was extremely terrifying. Han Shuo understood that the abyssal demons behind him had most likely been completely destroyed by the spatial rifts. Chapter 516. A completely unfamiliar world entered Han Shuo's eyes. At first glance, the plants everywhere were as sinister as demons. The branches and leaves were covered with sharp, fang-like spikes in the mouths of the abyssal creatures. The surface of each plant was like a giant cactus. Instead of giving off a vibrant green aura, they gave off a bloodthirsty aura. The surface was grayish-brown, and some foul-smelling swamps were bubbling with large and small bubbles. When the bubbles burst, wisps of green smoke were emitted, forming a faint poisonous miasma that lingered in the air. Green and light, there was an indescribable beauty to it. There were no clouds in the sky, nor was there a sun or moon hanging high in the sky. There were only cyclones of various sizes and colors. In this world, the thin air was filled with the stench of decay. In the distance, there were violent and bloodthirsty owl-like howls. Han Shuo was halfway up a mountain filled with abyssal creatures. Behind him was a dark cave that was more than 10 meters long and wide. The cave's entrance was lined with stone pillars as sharp as fangs. The entire cave looked like the ferocious mouth of a giant abyssal demon, full of a sinister and austere aura. Looking around, the entire mountain was filled with abyssal creatures of all shapes and sizes. Just like the time when Little Skull had released his divine might from the 10,000-meter peak of the Netherworld, summoning all the undead within 100 kilometers to come and worship him. These abyssal creatures were all staring at the giant cave entrance behind Han Shuo with cold and bloodthirsty eyes. A deafening roar came from the giant cave behind Han Shuo. Han Shuo turned his head to look behind him and carefully sensed for a moment. He discovered that the spatial fluctuations in this sinister cave were becoming more and more violent, and the entire mountain was trembling and swaying. Thump, 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 thump. A strange sound suddenly came from the foot of the mountain. Han Shuo's line of sight passed through the abyssal creatures that covered the mountains and plains, and finally found the source of the sound. He saw a 5 to 6 meter tall abyssal creature craning its neck and shouting. Its knees, elbows, and shoulders were covered with sharp hook-like spikes, and a colorful giant python coiled around its abdomen. There were 3 eyes on its triangular head. Han Shuo took a closer look and found that the giant python coiled around its abdomen was connected to its body. It seemed that the colorful giant python was only the tail of its buttocks. This 3-eyed humanoid abyssal creature stretched its neck and shouted as it took the initiative to retreat. It should be the true backbone of these abyssal creatures all over the mountain. As it stretched its neck and shouted, the tens of thousands of abyssal creatures left on the mountain all followed it and fled the mountain. Even at a distance of several hundred meters, Han Shuo felt a chill in his heart as he looked at this 3-eyed abyssal creature. Han Shuo understood that this chill came from this high-level abyssal creature, and he could feel its power. However, although Han Shuo knew that this abyssal creature was very strong, he didn't know how powerful it was. The only thing he was sure of was that he was currently seriously injured and shouldn't be a match for this humanoid abyssal creature. The abyssal creatures that covered the mountains and plains, under the command of this true leader, followed behind it and fled this mountain that could be destroyed by spatial collapse at any time. As he sensed the increasingly powerful explosions coming from the cave behind him, Han Shuo didn't dare to stay any longer. He also didn't have the confidence to chase after the humanoid abyssal creature. Instead, he flew away in the opposite direction. After Han Shuo flew for 500 meters, an earth-shattering sound came from behind him. Han Shuo turned his head and found that the 1,000-meter-tall mountain had collapsed and was destroyed in an instant. Many abyssal creatures that had just rushed to the foot of the mountain were all buried alive in the depths of the ground. Mountains and rivers collapsed, sand and stones flew everywhere, and huge stones fell like huge hailstones under the force of the explosion. Even those abyssal creatures that had already fled far away from the mountain were affected and hundreds and thousands of abyssal creatures were smashed to pieces. Han Shuo noticed that the abyssal creature in front of him didn't seem to be making any movements. It had naturally formed a defensive barrier around its body. No matter how powerful or how large the rocks were, they would turn into dust and scatter in the air the moment they came into contact with the defensive barrier around its body. It really is a powerhouse. It seems that there are indeed high-level abyssal creatures among the abyssal creatures. Han Shuo sighed inwardly. What was certain was that this high-level abyssal creature absolutely had the same level of intelligence as its strength. This could be seen from the fact that it didn't show up from beginning to end, and instead commanded its subordinates to frantically attack Han Shuo, ordering those falcon-like abyssal creatures to tear apart his blood-thirst banner, and how it could quickly sense the spatial collapse and promptly order its subordinates to retreat. Intelligent races that were too cunning would generally be very cautious, and this high-level abyssal creature was clearly no exception. Otherwise, if it had mixed in with the many abyssal creatures and taken the lead in attacking Han Shuo really wasn't sure that he could have lasted until now. Suddenly, the humanoid abyssal creature turned its head and looked in Han Shuo's direction. After the mountain between the two had collapsed, there wasn't much obstruction between Han Shuo and it. Separated by the surging abyssal creatures, Han Shuo actually felt that it was looking at him, and its 3 eyes overflowed with hatred and hostility. Han Shuo was once again alarmed. The sensitivity of his consciousness wouldn't be affected by the damage to his physical body. Relying on the sensitivity of his consciousness, he quickly realized that the abyssal creature was indeed looking at him with cold eyes. Moreover, it didn't conceal its hatred and hostility at all. But what surprised Han Shuo was that this high-level abyssal creature didn't take any action after looking coldly at Han Shuo. Instead, it turned around and commanded its subordinates to continue in the opposite direction from Han Shuo, leaving this area riddled with holes. Although he didn't understand why it didn't take the initiative to take revenge, Han Shuo was sure that it must have its own plans. This treacherous and cruel high-level abyssal creature was clearly much more difficult to deal with than those low-level existences that only knew how to obey orders and charge. Han Shuo heaved a sigh of relief that it didn't take the initiative to chase after him. At this moment, his physical body was severely damaged. If he were to engage in a bitter battle with such a powerful opponent, Han Shuo was certain that his demonic infant would be hard-pressed to remain unscathed. After surveying his surroundings, the cautious Han Shuo didn't linger any longer. He rapidly left in the opposite direction from the abyssal creature. This was a world that Han Shuo was completely unfamiliar with. To survive in this world full of abyssal creatures, where even the plants were malevolent and ferocious, he first had to fully recover his strength. Therefore, the most urgent thing for him at present was to find a quiet and safe place to recover from the injuries he had sustained as soon as possible. Only then would he have something to rely on to slowly understand this new world. As he flew, all that entered Han Shuo's eyes were lush and malevolent plants, swamps, and grotesquely shaped hills and mountain ranges. Compared to profound continent, the animals and plants in this world were much larger and more terrifying. Even some of the mountains, rivers, and swamps seemed to carry an indescribably terrifying aura. In addition to the vast number of abyssal creatures he had just encountered, Han Shuo saw even more grotesquely shaped creatures along the way. Those creatures had bizarre appearances, and all of them were full of aggression. It seemed as though they were constantly fighting and killing. When a malevolent plant over 10 meters tall forcibly wrapped around and swallowed an abyssal creature that looked like a giant spider with a sharp horn, Han Shuo was finally certain that those malevolent plants weren't just evil on the surface. This was a world where the law of the jungle was played out to the extreme. In this world, fighting and killing took place every second. Any living creature, even plants, could go on a rampage and eat the living creatures and plants around them. Compared to this place, Profound Continent was simply a utopian, perfect, and peaceful world. If these abyssal creatures were allowed to come to Profound Continent, Han Shuo was certain that no race would be able to withstand their unimaginable savagery. Only an existence like Han Shua, who had attained demigod strength, might be able to survive in such a cruel world. Han Shua flew for a long time, but still couldn't fly out of this area. Perhaps this world is just like this, he thought to himself. He then decided to find a place to recover from his injuries. A swamp with bubbling smoke came into Han Shua's sight. This swamp was shrouded in a faint green miasma that covered a large area. Han Shua deployed a protective shield around his body, isolating himself from the poisonous green miasma. His body slowly descended into the swamp, preparing to burrow into the swamp and open up a space to repair his body. Sigh. If only Earth Elite Zombie was here. He wouldn't even need to expend any effort to create a quiet, safe, and spacious space in the depths of this underground world. Han Shua thought to himself. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Han Shua's head. That's right. Previously in that space-time discontinuum zone, because that space was affected by the chaotic energy, he couldn't communicate with the netherworld. Now that he had left that area, logically speaking, communicating with the netherworld shouldn't be a problem. In particular, Han Shua sensed that the aura of death in this world was much denser than on Profound Continent. In such a place, not only should it not be a problem to release necromancy magic, it should be even more powerful. With this doubt in mind, Han Shua tried to communicate with the netherworld. Through the profound connection between him and Little Skull, Han Shua immediately sensed the existence of Little Skull. "Father, what's wrong?" After a while, Little Skull unexpectedly asked in a puzzled voice. All along, when Han Shua communicated with Little Skull on Profound Continent, as they were separated by many material planes, he could only roughly sense the existence of Little Skull. He couldn't directly communicate with them across two material planes. He didn't expect that after arriving in this foreign world, as soon as he sensed the existence of Little Skull, he would immediately receive a message from Little Skull. Perhaps it was because he was in this new world, or perhaps Little Skull's strength had reached a whole new realm. Han Shua couldn't figure out the reason, but his heart was filled with sincere joy. To be able to sense the existence of Little Skull, at least in this foreign world, Han Shua didn't have too much of the chilliness of walking alone. Ever since he arrived in this world, because he couldn't find anyone to communicate with and couldn't see any familiar scenery, in addition to the fact that the road between him and Profound Continent was severed, Han Shua naturally felt an endless sense of loneliness. It was only when he heard the message from Little Skull that this terrifying sense of loneliness disappeared. "Father, where are you? Something's wrong. You're not on that continent." Just as Han Shua was truly delighted, Little Skull sent another message. This time, it was a little urgent. Little Skull was obviously very concerned about Han Shua's safety. Because of a moment of carelessness, I arrived in a new material plane. However, you don't have to worry, I'm fine for the time being. When I recover from my injuries, I'll explain everything to you. Han Shua was in a good mood as he comforted Little Skull. The next moment, Han Shua suddenly sensed the monstrous wrath coming from Little Skull. This wrath came incomparably abruptly and violently, as though Little Skull was about to cross the infinite distance between material planes and arrive at Han Shua's side, as though he was going to grind the bones and scatter the ashes of the enemies who dared to harm him. "Father, who hurt you?" In the netherworld, Little Skull became irascible. He suddenly stood up from the white bone throne. An enormous aura emanated from his body. All the high-level undead creatures in the palace of the undead suddenly trembled. They didn't know what to do and kowtowed before Little Skull, not daring to move a muscle. An indescribable emotion suddenly spread through Han Shua's heart. Sensing Little Skull's monstrous wrath, Han Shua consoled him lovingly. "Don't worry, I'll go back and settle the score with them. Evolve well. I know that as long as you take another step forward, you'll be able to become a true god. At that time, we, father and son, will fight side by side." After cutting off his connection with Little Skull, Han Shua didn't even summon the Earth Elite Zombie, fearing that they would be too worried about his injuries. Han Shua slowly sunk his body into the swamp. After passing through the swamp for another 100 meters, he dug out a hiding place and used demonic arts to repair his damaged body. Chapter 517. There was no concept of time in the sunless depths of the underground. Han Shuo stayed in that area, silently repairing his damaged meridians and bones. When Han Shuo calmed his heart and put all his energy into doing one thing, it was always easy to indulge in it. After an unknown amount of time, Han Shuo gradually woke up. He opened his eyes and used his consciousness to inspect his body. He discovered that the meridians, bones, and internal organs that had been damaged in the last battle had all recovered to their original state. With a thought, the magical yuan flowed through his body like a raging river. There was no longer any sluggishness. It was so carefree that Han Shuo couldn't help but exclaim softly. Han Shuo understood that the damaged injuries on his body had all recovered and would no longer affect the use of his magical yuan. With his injuries completely healed and his connection with the netherworld established, Han Shuo didn't have to worry about his own safety anymore. Even if he ran into that three-eyed abyssal creature now, Han Shuo wouldn't have to worry about fighting it to his heart's content. When he thought of this three-eyed abyssal creature, Han Shuo suddenly had a strange guess. Could this three-eyed abyssal creature be related to the three-eyed evil god Ansidezi? Back in Asher's slave farm in Valen City, Han Shuo had coincidentally run into the Calamity Church's necromancer Claude, who was using a blood altar to summon an evil god. The three-eyed evil god Ansidezi was revealed in blood and bones at the center of the altar. It also had 3 eyes and a long tail. Although the three-eyed abyssal creature he saw in this strange world didn't have the terrifying and invulnerable evil aura of the three-eyed evil god Ansidezi, its appearance was indeed 70 to 80% similar. It only lacked a few sharp horns on its head. Could it be that the three-eyed evil god Ansidezi had evolved from this three-eyed abyssal creature? An inexplicable realization rose in Han Shuo's heart. He felt that his conjecture was highly plausible. That three-eyed humanoid abyssal creature also possessed advanced intelligence and immense power. Based on the principle that any living being could evolve and cultivate, wouldn't this three-eyed humanoid abyssal creature become an evil god when it cultivated to the pinnacle? Very likely, Han Shuo thought to himself. Then he became even more curious about this strange and cruel world. He wanted to see if there were any more amazing things in this world. His physical body had been restored to its original state, and he was able to communicate with the netherworld. Han Shuo no longer needed to hide in such an underground area. With a thought, Han Shuo's body burst out of the ground. He activated his protective shield and squeezed himself out of the swamp. Han Shuo unfolded his spirit sense and took in all kinds of cruel creatures in his surroundings. How many creatures and plants were there in each area? How powerful were these animals and plants? Han Shuo didn't miss anything. Not only did Han Shuo not feel lonely in this strange world, but he also felt a sense of lofty aspiration. During the period of restoring his physical body, Han Shuo didn't stop thinking about certain things. Previously, Han Shuo had obtained some memories from the skeletal staff. He understood that the skeletal staff seemed to contain some secrets. Once all the secrets within the skeletal staff were unraveled, not only would Han Shuo's soul be able to traverse to the netherworld, but even his physical body would be able to directly reach the netherworld. With how miraculous the skeletal staff was, perhaps there was a way to directly return to the profound continent. After all, the enormous magical transportation matrix at the center of the Cemetery of Death was very miraculous. Han Shuo really did harbor some unrealistic fantasies. In addition, the ancient Lizard King had once said that the profound continent had a planar guardian, and that he could use the transportation matrix to leave the profound continent. In that case, could there also be a so-called planar guardian in this world that could be used to return to the profound continent? When Han Shuo calmed his heart and thought about these questions, he discovered that what seemed like a dead end actually had many opportunities to turn things around. With hope came motivation to struggle. Han Shuo unfolded his consciousness and took in the creatures around him, preparing to first understand this unfamiliar environment. Without staying in this area for too long, Han Shuo flew in the direction of the three-eyed abyssal creature from last time, preparing to start with it. If he wanted to understand this world as quickly as possible, the most direct way was to find a high-level race that he could communicate with. With his consciousness at the realm that Han Shuo was at, as long as he found a high-level creature, Han Shuo believed that he would definitely be able to find a way to communicate with it. The scenery that never changed reappeared beneath Han Shuo's feet. He didn't know how long he had flown, but all he could see were malevolent plants and unceasing, cruel massacres. Han Shuo hadn't encountered any high-level beings like the three-eyed abyssal creature, nor could he find any powerful abyssal creature to communicate with. However, Han Shuo firmly believed that he would be able to find his target. Therefore, he kept flying in one direction without changing direction. In this abyss realm where there was no alternation of day and night, Han Shuo couldn't be sure of the time. He only felt that he had been flying for 3 or 4 days. It had to be said that this abyss realm was truly vast and boundless. At Han Shuo's high speed, he could have circled around a country on profound continent in 3 or 4 days. However, in this mystical abyss realm, Han Shuo seemed to have stopped at one place, and all he could see were the same scenes. According to Han Shuo's estimation, another 2 days had passed. Just as he was about to lose hope, his consciousness finally sensed 2 powerful presences. Han Shuo was delighted and hastily flew in the direction of the 2 powerful presences. Before Han Shuo could approach, a terrifying tremor that blotted out the sky and covered the earth was generated from the direction of the 2 powerful presences. Along with the violent tremor, all the living beings in the vicinity were torn to shreds and pulverized by the violent impact. Some abyssal creatures of all shapes and sizes had long escaped from the place of trouble. Even the abyssal plants that should have been stationary in Han Shuo's eyes were actually moving slowly. This made Han Shuo suspect that their roots deep in the ground were in the shape of legs. However, it was obvious that as plants, they weren't as fast as the abyssal creatures. Their speed of escape often couldn't keep up with the aftershock of the shock waves. One after another, they were pulverized and broken by the shock waves. The plant roots even sprayed out a thick, blood-like liquid. What a bizarre material plane! Han Shuo sighed in his heart. He did not stop for the scene he saw on the way, but continued rushing towards the area where the huge commotion was coming from. By this time, Han Shuo already knew that the 2 powerful creatures inside were engaged in a great battle. Based on the senses of Han Shuo's consciousness, he determined that the strength of the 2 powerful creatures inside wasn't as great as the human-shaped, 3-eyed abyssal creature he had encountered some time ago. They seemed to be a little stronger than the so-called sacred grade experts on Profound Continent, but they were no match for demigod experts. In other words, even if the 2 creatures inside joined forces, Han Shuo would be able to deal with them with ease. It was precisely because of this confidence that Han Shuo could approach without any misgivings. He planned to find a high-level abyssal creature and ask him about the situation in this world. When Han Shuo finally arrived at the area where the 2 high-level abyssal creatures were fighting, he was stunned by the scene he saw. How were these 2 enormous, malevolent, and filthy abyssal creatures? They were simply 2 dainty, beautiful young ladies. However, Han Shuo soon discovered that these 2 young ladies were by no means human. Although their skin was fair and tender, their bodies were wrapped in malevolent armor covered with spikes. Han Shuo took a closer look and immediately discovered that those malevolent armors were connected to their bodies, as though they had grown out of their bodies. In particular, the sharp spikes protruding from their smooth shoulders and elbows were very obvious, as though they had indeed grown out of their delicate flesh. The 2 young ladies who had their bodies covered with malevolent armor and spikes still had large patches of their snow-white skin exposed. Their chests, abdomens, thighs, arms, and necks were especially exposed. As the 2 fought, their flesh shimmered with the light of their flesh. From a distance, the two young ladies revealed a bit of seductiveness amidst their ferocity. One of them had dark purple eyes, the other a pale green. Their hair and eyes were of the same color, and they were both about 7 meters tall. Their thighs were slender and straight, and they had enchanting curves that could make one spurt blood. The two young ladies, who weren't human, also had very unique, close-quarters combat methods. Often, they would extend their tender little hands, and suddenly a cold and sinister bayonet would blossom in their palms. Their elbows and knees, which were covered with spikes, were their main means of attack. They seemed calm and collected, but every time they collided, they would explode with violent power. The surroundings of the two ladies were a complete mess. Dead plants and abyssal creatures that couldn't escape in time were scattered all over the ground. What surprised Han Shuo the most was the power of their attacks. The source of their power was somewhat similar to fighting aura and seemed to contain elemental energy. It was like the rare demon swordsman on the profound continent who fused magic with fighting aura. However, there were some differences, and Han Shuo couldn't tell exactly what the differences were. In short, everything was very different from Han Shuo's understanding. After arriving, Han Shuo secretly probed the two young ladies. His heart was filled with interest, and he became even more curious about this unfamiliar world. From the appearance of the two young ladies, Han Shuo was certain that there were indeed high-level creatures in this abyss realm. Perhaps these high-level creatures were extremely powerful. The more powerful they were, the more Han Shuo believed that he could find the way home from this place. All of a sudden, Han Shuo, who was silently observing the two young ladies, discovered that they were simultaneously staring at him with unfriendly gazes. In the next moment, the two young ladies suddenly stopped fighting and charged at Han Shuo at lightning speed. Their attacks also took shape, as though they wanted to behead the peeping Han Shuo on the spot. It was obvious that Han Shuo wasn't afraid of the two young ladies joining forces. Although he felt rather baffled, Han Shuo didn't hesitate. He raised his hands, and the demonic blades shot out explosively. The blades had the same effect as the blades that suddenly shot out from the palms of the two young ladies. Of the two young ladies of the higher races of the Abyss realm, one of them carried the element of lightning, while the other carried the element of fire. The elements of heaven and earth that constituted the material world were unleashed by them in a different way. Every punch and kick could be filled with elemental energy, and they could also be shot out through the sharp spikes on their knees and elbows. They weren't magi, but they had a marvelous way of utilizing the elements of heaven and earth. They didn't seem to be much inferior to the rare magi on Profound Continent. In addition, the elements were more concentrated, and every time they attacked, they would suddenly erupt with greater power. Compared to the magi on Profound Continent, their attacks didn't cover as large an area. The destructive power they could inflict on a small area was even more frightening than a forbidden magic that covered a large area. Every magus on Profound Continent paid particular attention to a concentrated area of effect when casting magic. However, they were obviously different. They seemed to place more emphasis on instantaneous explosive power, condensing it into a single point to form the most frightening power, causing terrifying destruction to an extremely small area. After fighting for just a short while, Han Shuo had become very familiar with the two young ladies' attack styles. Compared to the magi on Profound Continent who manipulated the elements, the two attacking styles of the two worlds couldn't be said to be superior. The only difference was that they focused on different aspects and utilized the elements of heaven and earth in different ways. One focused their attacks with extremely terrifying destructive power in a small area, while the other dispersed their attacks, capable of causing widespread destruction in a large area. One directly stored elemental energy within the body, like fighting aura, while the other used incantations and mental strength to manipulate the elemental energy. There were obvious differences between the two, but ultimately they both utilized the elemental energy that constituted the material world. They obviously had a completely different way of utilizing elemental energy from magi because the internal structure of their bodies was different from that of humans. In a way that Han Shoa couldn't understand, they hid the elemental energy within their bodies, and when they attacked, they would suddenly erupt the elemental energy, like fighting aura. This greatly amazed Han Shoa. The two alien ladies unreasonably treated Han Shoa as an enemy. One of them attacked with interweaving lightning and the other with blazing flames. Although they possessed extremely terrifying destructive power, they still couldn't pose a real threat to Han Shoa, who possessed demigod strength. From the beginning to the end, Han Shoa didn't panic in the slightest. He used the demonic blades to block their joint attacks. Han Shoa didn't retaliate and only defended passively. It wasn't that Han Shoa was afraid of them, but that he was taking advantage of this opportunity to familiarize himself with the combat style of this unfamiliar world. Using his powerful divine sense and personal experience, Han Shoa familiarized himself with the strength and body structure of the two alien ladies. Only then did he truly begin to face the two girls who were attacking him in a frenzy. No longer passively defending, Han Shoa's demonic blades suddenly glowed with an evil light. His two hands spun violently, and streaks of evil and cold energy erupted from the demonic blades. The two alien ladies who had been fighting previously, but now attacked Han Shoa at the same time with great rapport. They immediately sensed the evil energy coming from Han Shoa's demonic blades. The two girls had been attacking Han Shoa for so long that they could tell that Han Shoa hadn't exerted his full strength. Now that they saw Han Shoa's sudden attack and his ferocious appearance, they were obviously startled and took the initiative to retreat a distance. They blinked their eyes and sized up Han Shoa. "Who are you people? Where is this place? Is there a planar guardian in this world?" Han Shoa immediately asked when he saw that the two girls had suddenly stopped. However, as soon as Han Shoa opened his mouth, he knew that these questions were pointless. The two alien ladies shouldn't understand the human language of profound continent, and that was indeed the case. After Han Shoa said those words, the two seductive alien ladies blinked their purple and green eyes and sized up Han Shoa in puzzlement. From their eyes, Han Shoa could tell that they indeed didn't understand the human language of profound continent. Hum, hum, hum. The purple-eyed lady uttered a series of melodious, gentle, and beautiful sounds that sounded very pleasant to Han Shoa's ears. It was a stark contrast to her seductive body that was covered with spikes. Hum, yeah. As soon as the purple-eyed lady opened her mouth, the green-eyed lady also hastily yelled. Her voice was actually rather sweet. However, it was obvious that Han Shoa didn't understand what they were saying either. But when the two ladies spoke, Han Shoa finally heaved a sigh of relief. At least it meant that the two ladies were willing to communicate with him instead of fighting for no apparent reason. Han Shoa put on a bitter smile and spread out his hands. He constantly shook his head and gestured with his hands, indicating that he didn't understand what they were saying. The two ladies widened their eyes and looked at Han Shoa as though he was a monster that had just walked out of a barbaric world. They hurriedly conversed with their melodious voices. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Shoa suddenly concentrated his consciousness to its peak state to sense the mental undulations of the two alien ladies. He tried to link their mental undulations with their voices and stealthily extracted memories related to language from their souls. The consciousness had many wonderful uses. This method of using it to steal a small portion of someone else's memory wasn't a particularly difficult thing to do, other than necromancers who were proficient in using soul energy. There were existences even more powerful than Han Shoa. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for an average person to stop Han Shoa's wonderful use of the consciousness. Chapter 5:18. As Han Shoa secretly spied on them, his consciousness operated at high speed. Gradually, traces of comprehension were reflected in Han Shoa's consciousness. Their conversation was analyzed by his consciousness like silk being peeled from cocoons, summarized into memories, and turned into Han Shoa's own. What's wrong with this guy? Why can't he speak? The purple-eyed girl blinked and looked suspiciously at Han Shoa. Is he a spy from the three-eyed race? But it doesn't look like it. His attack method is a bit unfamiliar. What a strange guy. The green-eyed girl was also very puzzled. She cautiously distanced herself from Han Shoa. There's something strange about him. I don't know what race he is. How strange. Humph, whatever. I'm leaving first. We'll fight again next time. The two girls saw that they couldn't communicate with Han Shoa. Han Shoa's strength was astonishing. Since they couldn't do anything to Han Shoa even if they joined hands, they didn't feel like continuing to talk with Han Shoa. It looked like they were ready to leave this place. Wait, Han Shoa shouted in a shaky and awkward voice after carefully comprehending the two's language memories. The two girls looked at Han Shoa even more suspiciously. The green-eyed girl suddenly shot out a cold knife from the back of her left fist. She glared at Han Shoa with displeasure and scolded Han Shoa with a melodious voice. What do you mean? What are you trying to do by pretending not to understand the language? The purple-eyed girl was also very displeased. She was a bit more direct than the green-eyed girl and immediately expressed her displeasure. An arrow-like hook suddenly shot out from her smooth, white shoulder and quickly pierced toward Han Shoa's chest. At the same time, the green-eyed girl also launched an attack. She instantly approached Han Shoa like a green bolt of lightning. Her hands pulled out two lines of fire as if she wanted to forcefully strike the flames in her palms into Han Shoa's body. The surrounding lightning and fire elemental energy was suddenly sucked dry by the two women, forming a small-scale but powerful attack that was aimed at Han Shoa. Previously, Han Shoa had fought with the two girls. He had a clear idea of their attacking methods and strength. He had long understood that they had held back their strength. Now that the two of them had really misunderstood him, he no longer held back. He hastily chanted an incantation and formed a white bone shield in front of his chest. Then he used the profound ice-purple flame to intercept the green-eyed girl's flame. Wait, I misunderstood. Han Shoa was still not used to speaking the new language, so he hurriedly expressed his apology. The white bone shield blocked the hook-like arrow of the purple-eyed girl, and the line of fire hidden in the sharp knife of the green-eyed girl was also extinguished by the mysterious ice-purple flame. The purple-eyed girl, who was about to release the thunder and lightning attack, heard that Han Shoa did not forget to explain it this time. She said angrily, "What else is there to explain, you damn liar? It's really a misunderstanding. I just learned to speak the language of this world." Han Shoa hastily explained. He lightly waved his hands in front of his chest. Dazzling black radiance condensed into a bewitching black shield, blocking the purple-eyed girl's attack that contained an enormous amount of lightning elemental energy. Han Shoa understood that the two girls were truly enraged. They'd only seemed to be testing him out when they'd ganged up on him earlier. But this time, they'd truly come at him with all their might. Compared to those magi on Profound Continent, they possessed much greater destructive power. Moreover, they all used close-quarters combat methods. They could condense their attacks to the extreme within an extremely small area and suddenly burst forth. This had indeed caused Han Shoa some trouble. The two seductive alien girls only had some important parts of their bodies covered by sinister-looking armor. Much of their fair and tender skin was still exposed. Attacking at such close range, their voluptuous breasts trembled violently, and their slender legs inevitably made some contact with Han Shoa when their knees struck him. This allowed Han Shoa to somewhat enjoy this exotic atmosphere and was in no hurry to ask anything. With that, Han Shoa, with a devilish grin on his face, stood tall under the storm-like attacks of the two girls. His eyes were sparkling, lingering on some of their naked, sensitive parts. Not only did he not feel the slightest sense of danger, he even appeared rather relaxed and content. Very quickly, the two seductive foreign race girls discovered that this hateful enemy in front of them, this damned liar, was not only stronger than they had imagined, but also had some kind of malicious intent towards their bodies. This made them feel both embarrassed and angry. However, even though they had already attacked with all their strength and cooperated very well, they still couldn't do anything to this hateful fellow. Suddenly, the purple-eyed girl who cultivated the thunder element suddenly retreated and glared angrily at Han Shuo. She said angrily, "I don't want to fight anymore." Having lost the cooperation of the purple-eyed girl, the green-eyed girl was even more helpless against Han Shuo. Seeing that Han Shuo was standing there looking at her mockingly, his eyes even sneakily glancing at her breasts. Although she was angry in her heart, she couldn't do anything to Han Shuo. In the end, she glared fiercely at Han Shuo and similarly stopped fighting with Han Shuo. Seeing that the two girls didn't continue to attack and were glaring angrily at him at the same time, Han Shuo awkwardly laughed twice. Then he spread his hands and said, "You also saw that I didn't retaliate at all. I really don't have any evil intentions. You didn't retaliate, but your shifty eyes are full of filthy malice." The green-eyed girl glared hatefully at Han Shuo, unabashedly exposing Han Shuo's previous immoral behavior. "How can you blame me? Who told you to wear so little? I'm a normal man, and you've always been floating in front of me. I'd be a fool not to look," Han Shuo explained very innocently. After saying these words, his originally somewhat jerky speech gradually became proficient. "Uft!" The purple-eyed girl laughed softly and looked at Han Shuo with interest. She said in a sweet voice, "Your speech is quite interesting, but why did you lie to us first? Your excuse was very clumsy. You actually said that you just learned to speak our language. Speak, who are you? What evil intentions do you have by peeking at our battle?" The green-eyed girl was still very unfriendly. She probably held a grudge against Han Shuo's lecherous gaze earlier. "I've always lived in a remote and uninhabited region. I've only left my hometown this time. The language of my hometown is a little different from yours. After listening for a while, I gradually came to understand. I didn't mean to deceive you." Han Shuo was extra cautious and did not reveal the fact that he came from an alien material plane. A few days ago, in the space-time discontinuum, Han Shuo had met the three-eyed abyssal creature in human form. Han Shuo believed that the abyssal creature would definitely remember his appearance. It might even release the news that Han Shuo had sabotaged their invasion of Profound Continent. To avoid becoming a street rat, Han Shuo first had to carefully conceal his identity and figure out this world. "I see. From your appearance, you should be from a high-level race. There are some ancient races in the Abyss realm that like to hide in remote and uninhabited regions. However, you are still a very hateful person." Although the purple-eyed girl's attitude was a little better, and she nodded, her speech was still not polite. It was obvious that she held a grudge against Han Shuo. The purple-eyed and green-eyed girls didn't quite believe Han Shuo's words. Han Shuo could see the wariness and dissatisfaction in their eyes, especially the green-eyed girl. She was even glaring at Han Shuo in an unfriendly manner. These two girls were two high-level races that Han Shuo had gone to great lengths to meet. He had to communicate with them through some special methods. The first thing he had to do was to dispel their wariness and make them less hostile towards him. Han Shuo thought to himself. He sized up the two girls and considered what methods he could use to get on good terms with them. Suddenly, Han Shuo noticed the jewelry worn on the necks and wrists of the two seductive girls. Those jewelry were either some polished stones that were relatively smooth and bright, or some strangely shaped bone ornaments. On the Profound Continent, only females from some low-level races would wear such jewelry. Whether in terms of design, quality, or craftsmanship, they couldn't be compared to the gemstone necklaces, jewelry, and fine jades of the human world on the Profound Continent. Everyone loved beauty, especially females. Practically no female from a high-level race could escape this irrefutable law of heaven and earth. Within Han Shuo's space ring were a large number of dazzling gemstone ornaments. They were all looted by the forest troll from the smuggling merchant guilds of various empires. To Han Shuo, These jewelry ornaments weren't of much use. However, when compared to the crude and barbaric ornaments on the necks and wrists of the two alien girls, the difference was like heaven and earth. Hee, it's our first time meeting. Please accept this small gift as a token of my respect to you two beautiful ladies. Only such an ornament can match your temperament and beauty, Han Shuo said with a faint smile. He took out a heart-shaped amethyst necklace and a pair of emerald bracelets from his space ring, and very modestly handed them over to the two girls. The craftsmanship of the heart-shaped amethyst necklace was outstanding. The amethyst sparkled with dazzling, beautiful, and soft radiance that could dazzle the eyes of any woman. The emerald bracelet was sparkling and translucent. It was as though a clear stream of water was rippling within it. The gentle emerald radiance could immediately attract the eyes of any woman. When the two top-notch ornaments from the profound continent were presented, Han Shuo's palms glowed with dazzling brilliance. It was as though the radiance of the moon had been absorbed into the two ornaments. The two alien girls of the Abyss realm who had never seen such beautiful and dazzling ornaments suddenly looked as though they had been struck by lightning. Their purple and emerald eyes glowed with a peculiar radiance that even Han Shuo didn't dare to look straight at. They stared fixedly at the ornaments in Han Shuo's hands, unable to look away. Just a small gift, Han Shuo said. The two girls were still staring blankly at the ornaments in Han Shuo's hands, motionless. Just a small gift. Han Shuo continued, this time with a much louder voice. The two alien girls' eyes were still fixed on the ornaments in Han Shuo's hands. They seemed to be trying to forcibly tear their eyes away from Han Shuo's palms, but failed to do so. This is just a small gift to show my respect. Han Shuo had no choice but to shout loudly. The two girls were startled. They exchanged glances with each other. Their faces reddened at the same time, not knowing whether they were excited or ashamed of themselves for not living up to their expectations. They didn't dare to look at each other for too long. Without another word, Han Shuo walked to the side of the purple-eyed girl and hung the heart-shaped amethyst bracelet on the spikes on her fair and round shoulder. Then he walked to the side of the green-eyed girl and hung the sparkling bracelet on the two spikes on her left shoulder armor. This is my gift to the two of you. Please accept it, Han Shuo said with a chuckle after he was done. The two girls' faces were instantly filled with pleasant surprise. They seemed to have forgotten what to say as they carefully reached out to remove the ornaments that Han Shuo had casually placed on the spikes on their bodies. The spikes on their elbows were strangely withdrawn into their bodies, as though they were afraid of damaging the two ornaments. The two love-struck girls had an extremely satisfied smile on their faces as they carefully held the two ornaments with both hands. The light in their eyes was even brighter than the light on the ornaments. This made Han Shuo feel a little baffled. He thought to himself, could it be that there has never been such ornaments in the Abyss realm? So beautiful, so mysterious, so... The purple-eyed girl murmured to herself like a love-struck girl. She then remembered something and hurriedly put the heart-shaped amethyst necklace into her waist pouch. She looked at Han Shuo and said, "You've already given it to me. It's mine now." The green-eyed girl seemed to suddenly come to her senses after hearing the purple-eyed girl's words. She hurriedly hid the emerald bracelet deep in her cleavage and declared together with the purple-eyed girl, "Then it's mine. I won't return it to you." Han Shuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really wanted to say that he had a lot of this kind of jewels in his space ring, but he knew that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. He hurriedly laughed and waved his hand. No. Those are for you, two beautiful ladies." The two women heaved a sigh of relief after hearing what Han Shuo said. The purple-eyed girl looked Han Shuo up and down again and suddenly said in a very kind and soft voice, "I don't know why, but I suddenly find you very pleasing to the eye." "Yes, he's a good man. He's definitely not a spy of the three-eyed race, I'm sure." The green-eyed girl also immediately declared her position, no longer saying that Han Shuo's gaze was dirty. Han Shuo was overjoyed. He thought to himself that the attack of the Pearl Paradise was simply unstoppable against women, not only on Profound Continent, but also in this abyss realm. It could unleash even more terrifying destructive power. It couldn't be helped. They had never seen such a good thing before. Chapter 519. The Abyss Realm was currently ruled by 5 great demon kings, namely Bichimos, Cecrops, Golander, Leviathan, and Manticore. Each of these 5 great demon kings had vast territories and tens of millions of abyssal demons under their command. They stood at the apex of the pyramid of the Abyss Realm. In the Abyss Realm, where the strong preyed on the weak, almost every high-level abyssal creature depended on the 5 great demon kings for survival. For many years, the 5 great demon kings had been waging war against each other, never giving up on their ambition to unify the Abyss Realm. Unlike those ugly and filthy abyssal creatures, the highest-level races and existences in the Abyss Realm not only possessed extremely powerful strength, but also outstanding intelligence. Furthermore, when not in battle, they could transform into all sorts of forms, with the appearance of a human being their most common form. In the vast Abyss Realm, the 5 demon kings went on expeditions all year round. Endless battles seemed to be the unchanging truth of the Abyss Realm since time immemorial. Every day, every moment, low-level abyssal creatures would fight and die under the hands of high-level existences. The green-eyed girl was called Hemana, and the purple-eyed girl was called Sylph. Both of them hailed from War Demon Valley. The master of War Demon Valley was called Crozius, one of the 7 great warriors serving under Great Demon King Manticore of the Abyss Realm. The War Demon Valley, where Crozius resided, was adjacent to the Venomfong Castle of Yeki, a capable general under Demon King Golander. Yeki was an expert of the 3-eyed race who had been in constant conflict with Crozius' War Demon Valley. Hemana and Sylph were both War Demon guards, serving the master of War Demon Valley, Crozius. The 2 of them had come here to compete for the position of War Demon First Captain. The winner would be able to take over the position of War Demon First Captain. In exchange for 2 pieces of jewelry, Han Shuo gained a rough understanding of the basic situation of the Abyss Realm from Hemana and Sylph. What was different from Profound Continent was that the competition here was exceptionally cruel and bloody. Those with strength could proclaim themselves hegemons, while others would only be reduced to cannon fodder. A material world with high-level life forms would always be filled with all sorts of things. With the introduction of the 2 alien girls, Han Shuo gradually came to understand that although the Abyss Realm was more realistic and cruel, as long as one possessed great strength, it was very easy to obtain a distinguished status and influence. Unlike the Profound Continent, where hypocritical aristocratic etiquette was emphasized, those who held high positions in the Abyss Realm had all obtained their positions through bloody battles. Only those who were vicious and cruel could stand out in the Abyss Realm and win the respect of others. Hemana and Sylph, the 2 alien girls, did not know much about the deeper levels of the Abyss Realm. They had clearly never heard of the Planar Guardians. It seemed that because their status was not noble enough and they were not powerful enough, they did not have the opportunity to learn more about these secrets. It's time to make a trip to War Demon Valley, Han Shuo thought to himself. Then he looked at the 2 alien girls whose attitude towards him had obviously improved a lot, and smilingly said, "I'm new here. Could the 2 of you introduce me to the master of War Demon Valley?" The 2 alien girls appeared rather awkward after hearing Han Shuo's words. They stammered, not knowing how to respond. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. Shortly after, he asked in astonishment, "Could it be that there are some difficulties?" The green-eyed girl named Hemana looked at Han Shuo and said rather embarrassedly, "The 2 of us are just insignificant War Demon guards serving under Lord Crozius. Before we became a captain of the War Demon Guards, we didn't even have the opportunity to speak with Lord Crozius. I believe we are not qualified to introduce Lord Crozius to you." After hearing Hemana's words, Sylph also hastily agreed, "That's right. War demon guards are divided into ordinary guards, squad leaders, squadron leaders, and captain. Only a captain can report directly to Lord Crozius. Before the two of us become a captain, we are not qualified to do so. It's not that we don't want to help you, but we really can't. Han Shua's expression turned grave after hearing the two ladies' words. Hamana and Sylph possessed strength even greater than the sacred grade experts of Profound Continent. Little did he expect that they would only be a squadron leader under the command of a great demon king, and not even a company leader. Han Shua was well aware of the cruel law of competition in the Abyss realm. There would never be a situation like on Profound Continent where a powerless individual rose to power by relying on connections and family clan status. In other words, the captain of Crozius' subordinates must be more powerful than Hamana and Sylph. If that was the case, Crozius, as the master of War Demon Valley, must be even more powerful. In that case, Han Shua dared not imagine how terrifying the strength of Crozius' master, one of the great demon kings of the Abyss realm, Demon King Manticore, must be. I see, Han Shua said with a grave face. After thinking for a moment, he put on a faint smile and said, "If that's the case, can I return to War Demon Valley with you? Can you bring me into War Demon Valley and give me an identity?" Having learned a little about the Abyss realm, Han Shua was certain that the creatures in this Abyss realm were much more powerful than those on Profound Continent. That made sense. The Abyss realm was a cruel realm where every creature lived their lives in slaughter. It was only natural that they would be stronger than the creatures on Profound Continent who lived a peaceful life. Han Shua was certain that Crozius' strength would not be any weaker than his, perhaps even a little stronger. As for the 5 great abyssal demon kings of the Abyss realm, they were not existences that he could contend against at the moment. It was precisely for this reason that Han Shua had to be a little more cautious. He did not want to provoke a powerful enemy that he could not contend against for the time being before familiarizing himself with this new world. That won't be a problem. We can bring you into War Demon Valley. Given your strength, you will definitely live a good life in War Demon Valley. If you join Lord Crozius' War Demon Guards, your future will be much brighter than ours, said Sylph. Let's go. This is my first time leaving my hometown. It's a good opportunity to get to know this world. Han Shua urged the 2 young ladies. The 2 young ladies did not say much. They soared into the sky at the same time, bringing Han Shua with them as they flew in a certain direction. The way they flew was not quite the same as those on Profound Continent. They seemed to understand the characteristics of gravity in this world. They used the energy in their bodies to form some kind of harmonious resonance with gravity, using elemental energy similar to fighting aura in their bodies as the foundation. When they flew, their legs would kick as though they were walking on flat ground, as though there was an invisible solid ground beneath their feet. For some reason, after learning from Hamana and Sylph about the laws of survival and the powerful creatures of the Abyss realm, although Han Shua's mood was somewhat grave, he also felt an uncontrollable excitement. The crueler the world, the more powerful the existence, the more it seemed that Han Shua's passion for battle would be ignited. As Han Shua's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, there were fewer and fewer opponents on Profound Continent who could contend against him. Profound Continent was comparatively much more peaceful, which was not conducive to Han Shua's breakthrough in demonic arts. But in this cruel new world, as long as one possessed formidable strength, one could kill, pillage, and dominate the world, truly unleashing one's inner desires. Perhaps only in this world would one be able to unleash one's inner desires to the fullest. One could break through this realm that ordinary demonic arts cultivators would need 100 years to achieve and reach the next realm, the 9 Changes realm. One's strength would once again skyrocket. That's right, perhaps only in this world can I truly unleash my inner desires without restraining them. In any case, I will leave this world sooner or later, so I might as well enjoy myself here. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Han Shua couldn't help but glance at the 2 alien ladies beside him with evil intentions. The two alien ladies had an exotic charm that was completely different from the girls on Profound Continent. Their coquettish looks, coupled with their spiked armor, gave off a wild and bewitching allure. What are you looking at? Sylph immediately noticed that Han Shua's gaze was lingering on her chest and her smooth thighs. She glared at Han Shua and said in embarrassment. Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shua chuckled mischievously and said, pure admiration, hee hee. Han Shua, you're laughing so lewdly. Hee hee, if you can give me another treasure, I can help you obtain Sylph. How about it? Hamana giggled as she looked at Han Shua, and then shot a provocative glance at Sylph, instigating Han Shua with evil intentions. In this completely unfamiliar world, Han Shua told his real name to the two girls. He was prepared to use his original name to make a name for himself as a demon king. 5 great demon kings of the Abyss realm. Perhaps there will be one more in the future. Han Shua was filled with confidence. You little slut. I'll definitely kill you next time. Sylph glared fiercely at Hamana and threatened. TCH, if you had that ability, I wouldn't be standing here, Hamana said disdainfully. Shortly after, she giggled and said to Han Shua, What do you think? What do you think of my suggestion? No. Han Shua laughed mischievously and shook his head, disagreeing with Hamana's suggestion. I knew it. Han Shua shouldn't be that kind of person. Since he possesses such formidable strength, he must have a firm conviction, Sylph said with a complacent smile when she saw that Han Shua did not agree to Hamana's suggestion. I want both of you. As soon as Sylph finished her sentence, Han Shua chuckled strangely, indescribably arrogant and direct. In the Abyss realm, as long as one possessed sufficient strength, he could have as many women as he wanted. In this unfamiliar world, Han Shua had completely let go of himself. There were things that he dared not do on Profound Continent, things that he was too weak to say, but now he could say them without any scruples. Oddly enough, as soon as he said those words from the bottom of his heart, Han Shua suddenly felt a sense of relief. It was as though what he said to his heart coincided with the state of mind of the carnal realm, and had some sort of mystical effect on the advancement of his realm. In this way, Han Shua had a faint glimmer of understanding in his heart. It looked like he could completely let loose in this world and do whatever he wanted, say whatever he didn't dare say. In this way, he truly believed that he could break through to the carnal realm in this world. You fella, you are really ambitious. Contrary to Han Shua's expectations, Hamana did not blame Han Shua. This green-eyed young lady who had been hostile to Han Shua at the start was actually bold beyond Han Shua's expectations. She looked at Han Shua smilingly, as though gauging whether Han Shua had the strength to match his ambition. After sizing up Han Shua for a while, Hamana mumbled to herself, Perhaps you really can. If you can gain a certain status and influence in War Demon Valley, having the two of us won't be too difficult. That's true. When he has that strength, I will consider it. The purple-eyed young Lady Sylph also sized up Han Shua with great interest. The purple-eyed young lady, Sylph, was also sizing up Han Shua with great interest. Unlike Hamana, her attention was more focused on Han Shua's body. If they were on Profound Continent and Han Shua had said those words, most young ladies wouldn't have been as open-minded as they were. Han Shua laughed heartily and said, arrogantly interesting, If I can subdue the two of you, my journey out of my hometown won't be in vain. Haha, we'll be waiting for you. The two ladies exchanged glances and actually began to ridicule Han Shua in a tacit manner. It seemed that this world was indeed different from Profound Continent. At least, the females were much more open-minded. After walking for a while, Han Shua suddenly creased his brows and stopped without warning. He raised his hand and gestured to the two ladies behind him. The two ladies simultaneously stopped and sized up Han Shua in puzzlement. They asked, What's wrong? 5 miles ahead, there's a group of people fighting. Among them is a race with 3 eyes. They seem to be your enemies? Han Shua explained. What do their opponents, look like? Sylph was shocked and hastily asked. They're riding tall, 8-clawed, one-eyed abyssal demons. They look about the same as you, wearing body armor, Han Shuo replied. It's the Shiro Brigade. We're on the same side. Hamana exclaimed in a deep voice. Without another word, she circled around Han Shuo and charged towards the enemy. Sylph did the same. She wore a grave expression and didn't have the slightest bit of timidity that one would expect when facing a powerful enemy. Han Shuo opened his mouth and was about to tell them that the enemies of the three-eyed race were obviously stronger than their side and that the two of them wouldn't be able to do anything even if they joined forces. However, he discovered that the two ladies had already charged ahead without a care for anything else. Han Shuo shook his head and let out a soft sigh. Shortly after, as though he had thought of something, he chuckled mischievously. He thought, isn't this the best opportunity for me? If I make good use of it, not only will I be able to break into War Demon Valley, I might even be able to subdue the two alien ladies. Chapter 5:20. In a huge swamp, thousands of abyssal creatures were engaged in a fierce battle. These abyssal creatures were all of very high levels. There were triops that were 4 to 5 meters tall, as well as male high-level abyssal creatures similar to Hamana and Sylvie, mounted on giant 8-clawed, one-eyed abyssal demons. It was obvious that the triops had the absolute advantage and were forcing the other side to retreat. These abyssal creatures walked on the swamp as if it were flat ground. Not a single one of them drowned. Colorful blood spurted out. The battle between abyssal creatures was extremely brutal. More often than not, the dead would be torn to pieces. The scene was savage and bloodthirsty. There were only a few dozen triops, and they acted as leaders. Among them, the strongest was similar to Hamana and Sylvie, but not as strong as the one Han Shuo had met in the space-time discontinuum. Under the orders of the dozens of triops, those abyssal creatures of all sizes attacked the Shiro Brigade of War Demon Valley mounted on the 8-clawed, one-eyed abyssal demons like locusts. Hamana and Sylvie, the two from War Demon Valley, had joined the fray ahead of time. They joined forces with the Shiro Brigade and defended against the attacks of the triops with all their might. Casualties occurred all the time. Han Shuo noticed that whether it was the triops of Venomfong Castle or Hamana and the others from War Demon Valley, these high-level beings could skillfully utilize the elemental energy between heaven and earth. Only those huge, ugly, and filthy low-level abyssal creatures could use their bodies to attack. It was obvious that the higher the level, the more powerful they were. From Hamana and Sylvie, Han Shuo also learned some interesting general knowledge about the abyssal realm. According to the two women, any creature in the abyssal realm that had a humanoid appearance was a high-level abyssal creature that had evolved to the extreme. These abyssal creatures all possessed extremely powerful strength. Generally speaking, the huge, ugly abyssal creatures were mostly low-level beings. This was the first time Han Shuo had seen a battle between abyssal creatures. Every time the two forces clashed, they would first use the low-level abyssal creatures to rush to the front. Those low-level beings were simply cannon fodder. The first to die in every clash were the low-level abyssal creatures. Those lucky enough to survive would also die in the subsequent clashes. Their battle techniques were outstanding, and every part of their bodies could be used as a lethal weapon. The tails of the three-eyed race were covered in spikes, and a sweep of their tail could pierce through someone larger than them. After observing for a while, Han Shuo discovered that even with the addition of Hamana and Sylph, War Demon Valley's side was still dying. After a while, the Shiro regiment in War Demon Valley, as well as the 8-clawed, one-eyed abyssal demons used as mounts, were almost completely annihilated. Only then did the Shiro regiment remember to retreat. Severed limbs, severed arms, and internal organs were all stripped from their bodies during the battle. The savage, low-level abyssal creatures even swallowed the organs of their enemies immediately after killing them, using their sharp teeth to chew on the organs while continuing to chase after their enemies. Compared to the battles on Profound Continent, these battles between abyssal creatures were so brutal that it made one feel nauseous. The low-level abyssal creatures, in particular, were cruel and disgusting to the extreme. However, these abyssal creatures had long gotten used to this style of battle. Even Hamana and Sylph, the two seductive young ladies, showed no signs of fear. They were fully focused on the battle, and their attacks were extremely vicious and ruthless. Every time a strike landed on an enormous abyssal creature, the elemental energy of lightning and fire would instantly rush into the abyssal creature's body, causing terrifying destructive power that could kill an abyssal creature on the spot. As the casualties on Hamana's side increased, the Shiro regiment finally decided to break out of the encirclement. After observing for a while, Han Shuo felt that the time had come. He stopped watching and walked step by step towards the center of the brutal battle. Rows of bone spears pierced through the air. Several dozen abyssal creatures from Venomfang Castle standing in front of Han Shuo were pierced through by the bone spears. With himself at the center, Han Shuo released boundaries of fear and weakness and added acid corrosive swamp to the swamp. The art of grand disintegration was a necromancy magic that Han Shuo had mastered not too long ago. It just so happened that he could practice it on these abyssal creatures. As long as he could successfully activate the art of grand disintegration, any abyssal creature shrouded by the art of grand disintegration, be it a low-level filthy being or a high-level being of the three-eyed race in human form, would be torn apart by the art of grand disintegration. Soon enough, the Triops discovered Han Shuo's presence in the rear. A Triops leader pointed to an expert behind him, indicating for him to take care of Han Shuo. More than 200 abyssal creatures of varying levels, including the Triops expert, rushed towards Han Shuo. Before they could get close to Han Shuo, they landed on the acid swamp, their bodies slowly starting to rot. However, there were some particularly powerful abyssal creatures. Perhaps it was because they were adept at spewing acid poisons, but their bodies were clearly extremely resistant to corrosive poisons. Several dozen abyssal creatures with green skin were enscathed in the acid swamp and charged towards Han Shuo. Last time in the space-time discontinuum, Han Shuo had resisted for an unknown period of time with necromancy magic alone. These abyssal creatures were similar in strength to the ones Han Shuo had encountered in the space-time discontinuum, so they were naturally no match for Han Shuo. They used necromancy magic to form a variety of attacks and killed all 200 abyssal creatures. Even that expert from the three-eyed race who came under Han Shuo's command was slain by his demonic blades. He did not escape from Han Shuo's grasp. For some reason, in this abyss realm, Han Shuo had a carefree temperament that allowed him to do as he pleased. While fighting to his heart's content, Han Shuo's demonic state of mind was not in the least disturbed. Instead, it was very calm. It was as if Han Shuo's actions coincided with the carnal realm's state of mind, causing him to unwittingly undergo some incomprehensible change. After killing more than 200 people of Venomfang Castle in a row, Han Shuo felt extremely carefree. He laughed heartily like a demon, unleashing his demonic arts to his heart's content. All abyssal creatures that approached Han Shuo were cut down by the demonic blades. Not a single one was spared. In the blink of an eye, Han Shuo had cleared a path and arrived at the Shiro regiment where Hamana and Sylph were. The Shiro regiment of War Demon Valley had obviously learned from Hamana and Sylph that Han Shuo was a friend and not a foe. Seeing Han Shuo's astonishing strength, each and every one of them revealed looks of delight. Han Shuo did not unleash all of his strength. Otherwise, if he summoned a sea of undead creatures, Han Shuo could even wipe out all of these people of Venomfang Castle in one fell swoop. He understood that in an unfamiliar environment, it was very necessary to conceal some of his means. Only by keeping some of his special skills could he better protect himself. I'll take care of the aftermath. Let's retreat first, Han Shuo said heroically, winking at Hamana and Sylph. The two alien girls watched as Han Shuo slaughtered his way through the densely packed enemies of Venomfang Castle. Unlike his previous battle with the two of them, Han Shua's viciousness and savagery shocked them greatly. It was only now that they realized that Han Shua did not consider them his opponents at all. The cruel law of competition in the Abyss realm had created a phenomenon where females worshipped the strong. In the eyes of Hamana and Sylph, this insolent and callous man who had slaughtered his way through was unstoppable. Their image suddenly grew taller. When they looked at Han Shua again, the two alien girls' eyes naturally became a little more peculiar. It seemed that the more ruthless and cold-blooded Han Shua was, the more they could not help but be attracted to him. "Good friend, I, Nanzaro, have decided to make friends with you." Within the Shiro Brigade, a burly man with 2 arms like pythons and fangs said very heroically to Han Shua. This alien man, called Nanzaro, was 2 meters tall. His back was full of spikes like a hedgehog, and his arms were like 2 pythons. His palms were like the gaping mouths of pythons, filled with densely packed teeth. He probably cultivated in the element of darkness. Every time he attacked, there would be a tiny flicker of darkness element. His palms were like the gaping mouths of pythons, and a python's tongue flickered in and out. The powerful force of the element of darkness could suddenly burst out from his palms with great power. Nanzaro was much more powerful than Hamana and Sylph. The element of darkness in his body had condensed to a point that even Han Shua was amazed. It was as though with just a little more, the element of darkness would fill every corner of his body. Once the impurities in his body were removed, he would be able to form a body of dark element. Han Shua observed Nanzaro's body with his consciousness and immediately came to a realization. Magi on Profound Continent cultivated mental strength, using their mental strength to slowly experience and understand the elemental energy until their soul was strong enough to form a soul of element. Then, with the soul of element as the foundation, they would slowly communicate with the elemental energy and attempt to fuse it into their physical bodies to form a body of element. Only when both a soul of element and a body of element were successfully molded could a magus be considered to have laid the foundation for becoming a god. This abyss realm was different from the Profound Continent. They seemed to place more emphasis on fusing elemental energy with their bodies. Judging from Nanzaro's body, the path they took was to first connect their bodies with the elements, and then slowly cultivate to form a body of element. On Profound Continent, even without the aid of an origin crystal, a magus could spend decades or even centuries to comprehend the elemental energy with his soul and gradually form a soul of element. However, on Profound Continent, while there were some magi who could form a soul of element, those who could form a body of element were few and far between. That was because, from the very beginning, magi focused on the utilization of their soul and mental strength, sensing and manipulating the elemental energy with their soul. After decades, or even centuries of communicating with the elemental energy, once they comprehended a certain abstruse realm, they would be able to form a soul of element without the aid of an origin crystal. However, as they had never cultivated their bodies to begin with, it was almost impossible for magi to form a body of element. They had no idea how to do it. As far as Han Shua knew, there were magi on Profound Continent who could form a soul of element, but it would be extremely difficult for them to form a body of element. On Profound Continent, it was an almost unsolvable problem for magi to form a body of element. Even the few experts who became gods by luck would never divulge the secret of their ascension, or perhaps they were just ignorant about it. This step was simply too difficult. That was why so many magi were forever stuck at this step, never having the opportunity to touch upon the path to godhood. Looking at Nanzaro before him and thinking about Hamana and Sylph, Han Shua suddenly had a realization. The path they took was the opposite of Profound Continent. In that case, they should know more about how to form a body of element. However, as they focused on the cultivation of their bodies, the difficulty of forming a soul of element with their souls was as difficult as the magi on Profound Continent forming a body of element with their bodies. The two worlds had completely different ways of utilizing elemental energy. Han Shuo could be considered to have some understanding of magi. If he had a thorough understanding of the elemental energy in this world and the method of cultivating the body to form elemental bodies, wouldn't that mean that Han Shuo had found a way to become a god? All of a sudden, Han Shuo's heart jolted as he recalled the secret of the next layer of the cemetery of death on Profound Continent. From the skeletal staff, Han Shuo learned that the cemetery of death seemed to contain the secret of becoming a god. In that case, could the secret of becoming a god be referring to this? Could it be that the secret of becoming a god was the combination of the two worlds' different ways of utilizing the elements? If the truth was as Han Shuo guessed, could it be that the original master of the cemetery of death had once come to this abyss realm? Could it be that he had comprehended the true secret of becoming a god from the two worlds' completely different ways of utilizing the elements? The more Han Shuo thought about it, the more a vague sense of anticipation grew in his heart. For some reason, Han Shuo felt that his guess might be correct. Perhaps the master of the cemetery of death had once come to the abyss realm, or perhaps a plane similar to the abyss realm. That was why he was able to combine the cultivation wisdom of two worlds and comprehend the way to become a god. Han Shuo, what's wrong? Hamana asked in a rather flustered manner when she saw Han Shuo staring at Nambro with glowing eyes. Nambro's heart grew colder and colder after being stared at by Han Shuo's glowing eyes for a good while. He put on a smile that was uglier than crying and said to Han Shuo, "Friend, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. I'm sorry. If you really have such thoughts, I can introduce you to a few others with such hobbies. But don't look for me. I beg of you, don't look at me like that." Chapter 5:21. Han Shuo suddenly came to his senses and smiled awkwardly. "Don't worry, I'm only interested in beauties like Hamana and Sylph. Ha ha, I was just thinking about something." Nambro heaved a sigh of relief at his explanation. He laughed heartily and said, "Thank you this time." "You're welcome. We haven't broken out of the encirclement yet, have we?" Han Shuo turned his head to look at the pursuing Venomfang Castle, seeing some of the abyssal creatures on the periphery of the Shiro squad being killed one after another. He couldn't help but take out his skeletal staff and chant an incantation. Bone spears and acid bogs were released one after another, blocking the three-eyed pursuers. Han Shuo didn't summon a massive army of the undead, nor did he have any intention of using demonic arts to turn the tide. Just as he said before, Han Shuo was helping the Shiro squad bring up the rear. "Very well. Hamana and Sylph, the two of you help this friend. Add 100 guards to bring up the rear. I'll be in charge of breaking out of the encirclement." Nambro immediately gave the order. Without waiting for Hamana and Sylph to say anything, he flew to the front. His arms flickered like pythons, and wisps of dark smoke shot out from them, forcing the Venomfang Castle enemies in front of him to continuously retreat. Han Shuo was at the rear, flanked by Hamana and Sylph, two charming alien girls. The two girls stuck close to Han Shuo, working together with Han Shuo to cut down the pursuers one by one, showing no mercy in their attacks. Blood splattered and severed limbs flew. The battle became even more intense in Han Shuo's hands. Han Shuo, who was well aware of the rules of the Abyss Realm, took the lives of several abyssal creatures every time he attacked. The demonic blades in his two hands wove into a net of demonic light, densely covering the ground and cutting the abyssal creatures into pieces. Hamana and Sylph, the two charming girls, helped Han Shuo clean up while stealing glances at Han Shuo. At that moment, Han Shuo was filled with allure in their eyes. Han Shuo had a joyful expression on his face as he fought fiercely and ruthlessly. With two seductive girls as his companions, he was in an incomparably carefree mood. During the battle, he would exchange ambiguous glances with the two girls from time to time. With the addition of Han Shuo, Hamana, and Sylph, the Shiro brigade who had made up their minds to break out of the encirclement was rather successful. Han Shua's large area of effect necromancy spells caused great trouble for Venomfang Castle during the battle. After the boundaries of fear and weakness were laid out, Venomfang Castle's offensive collectively slowed down. Due to their fear, their power was clearly not as great as before. Rows upon rows of bone spears and acid bogs caused direct destruction to Venomfang Castle's enemies. 600 to 700 of the pursuing Venomfang Castle enemies had died before they could even get close to Han Shua. Those that managed to reach Han Shua with great difficulty were quickly blasted into pieces by the combined efforts of Han Shua and Hamana. The 100 or so guards behind them didn't even have the chance to intervene. After fighting and retreating for a while, the Shiro Brigade, with Nambro taking the lead in breaking out of the encirclement, had successfully opened up a path. With that, the group no longer lingered and increased their speed to the limit. With Han Shua and the other two bringing up the rear, they quickly left the area. After breaking out of the encirclement, the group didn't stop and kept moving for a long time before they completely shook off their pursuers. Friend, many thanks for your help this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to break out of the encirclement so easily. Nambro only walked up from the front of the group after he felt that they were truly safe. He laughed heartily. His two python-like arms had already returned to their normal appearance. Only the spikes on his back remained like those of a porcupine. Although this alien man also trained in the element of darkness, he didn't have the cold, gloomy aura of a dark magus like Candide. Instead, he was very cheerful. Perhaps it was because of his different training methods. At this moment, Han Shua, Hamana, and Sylph were flirting and teasing each other. In this world that worshipped the strong, Han Shua had unknowingly gained the approval of the two girls. The two seductive girls from the Abyss realm were quite open, exchanging flirtatious glances with Han Shua. Hamana and Sylph, in particular, were enemies. The two seemed to have a tacit understanding of Han Shua as their new battlefield. It was as if whoever could conquer Han Shua would have won the other. Their attitudes towards Han Shua suddenly became much warmer. Han Shua, who saw all of this, naturally enjoyed watching from the sidelines. He was so happy that he forgot about his duties along the way. Only when Nambroa's voice sounded did Han Shua happily greet him. "You're welcome, you're welcome." Hamana and Sylph became a little more well-behaved after Nambroa's arrival. They no longer continued to flirt with Han Shua. From the two girls, Han Shua learned that Nambro was the captain of the Shiro Brigade and was considered a rather influential person in War Demon Valley. "When we reach War Demon Valley, I'll treat you well, my friend." "Oh, right, if you're interested, I can introduce you to Lord Crozius." Nambro seemed to have learned about Han Shua's background and some matters from Hamana and Sylph. He was very friendly towards Han Shua. "Many thanks," Han Shua replied. Han Shua understood that Crozius was the true master of War Demon Valley. As for some of the secrets of the Abyss realm, such as the Planar Guardians, Han Shua reckoned that only existences like Crozius would be able to obtain useful information. "My lord, how did you end up meeting people from Venomfang Castle there?" Hamana asked Nambro, gravely, no longer joking around. Hamana and Sylph were both extremely talented young experts in War Demon Valley. Now that one of them was clearly capable of becoming a captain, Nambro regarded the two girls with great importance. He explained with a bitter smile, "This time I followed Lord Crozius's orders to gather herbs. When I returned, I was probably discovered by Venomfang Castle spies. Therefore, they sent 3 squads to surround and annihilate us. Fortunately, I ran into you two and Han Shua. Otherwise, it would have been much more difficult to break out of the encirclement." "I see. Venomfang Castle seems to be getting more and more arrogant recently. I heard that a planar passageway has been discovered in their territory. Demon King Golinder has sent several powerhouses to Venomfang Castle for the sake of that passageway. Is it because of that powerhouse's arrival at Venomfang Castle that they suddenly became so rampant?" The purple-eyed girl, Sylph, thought for a moment and suddenly asked. Han Shoa was startled when he heard Sylph's words. He stared at Nambro, trying to see if he knew about this news. By now, Han Shoa was finally certain that the cave that appeared in the space-time discontinuum belonged to Venomfong Castle's sphere of influence. Han Shoa had come to this material plane from there. Naturally, he would be especially concerned about this news. According to our information, that so-called interplanar passage has been completely destroyed. I'm afraid that those experts sent by Demon King Golinder have not gained anything this time. It is precisely because of this that they want to occupy our War Demon Valley in order to return and report to Demon King Golinder. But our War Demon Valley has experienced so many years in the hands of Lord Crozius. We are not that easy to deal with. Don't worry. Lord Crozius has a plan for this. Our War Demon Valley is not afraid of those from Venomfong Castle, Nambro said resolutely. He seemed to worship the master of War Demon Valley, Crozius. But it is said that the ones coming this time are Demon King Golinder's shadow warriors. Hamana said with a frown, somewhat worried. Shadow warriors? Are they really shadow warriors? Sylph was greatly astonished, as though the name was a taboo. A trace of fear actually flashed in her eyes. Even Nambro's expression changed. Soon after, he said with a somewhat stiff expression, "That's not possible. Shadow warriors are Demon King Golinder's trump cards. They wouldn't come all the way to Venomfong Castle just for a nonsensical matter, would they? I got this information from a high-ranked Venomfong demon I killed a few days ago. It should not be wrong." Himana's face was filled with worry. She seemed to be worried about the safety of War Demon Valley. It seemed that the shadow warriors under Demon King Golinder were extremely terrifying to them. If that is really the case, we must return to War Demon Valley as soon as possible. I must immediately inform Lord Crozius of this news. Not only are the shadow warriors powerful, every single one of them is a demon to the extreme. If they were to come to Venomfong Castle, our War Demon Valley would really be in big trouble, Nambro said with a grave face. Nambro's expression was solemn as well, even a little fearful. It seemed like the shadow warriors under Demon King Golinder's command were infamous. Yes, it would be best if we report this to Lord Crozius as soon as possible. In case it really is the shadow warriors, we must make preparations in advance. At the very least, Lord Crozius should report this to Black Jade City, Hamana nodded and said in a rather heavy voice. Black Jade City was the city where the great Demon King Manticore resided. Han Shoa was well aware of that. Himana's words clearly showed that she did not have a good opinion of War Demon Valley's current strength, and hoped that Crozius would seek help from his master Manticore. If it really is the Shadow Warriors, I'm afraid we won't make it in time. Nambro sighed and hastily said, "Return to the valley at the fastest speed. I must report this news to Lord Crozius at once." Chapter 5:22. There was no alternation of day and night in the Abyss Realm, but every few days one would suddenly be plunged into pitch-black darkness, as though the entire Abyss Realm would be shrouded by a thick layer of black cloth. At that time, one would not be able to see one's surroundings without the aid of external objects or light. In the Abyss Realm, time was measured by the sudden onset of darkness. The arrival of such a pitch-black night was equivalent to a day on Profound Continent. However, the interval of one day was equivalent to the passage of half a month on Profound Continent. With this method of measuring time in the Abyss Realm, 3 days later, Han Shua finally arrived at War Demon Valley under the lead of Nambro, the leader of the Shiro Brigade. Along the way, Han Shua had heard too many descriptions of War Demon Valley from Nambro, Hamana, and Sylph. It was only when he actually arrived that Han Shua realized that the valley was not quite the same as what they had described. War Demon Valley was much larger than Han Shua had expected. At first glance, it looked like a city of demons. Abyssal creatures of all shapes and sizes were entrenched on the 100-meter-tall city walls. War Demon Valley was more like a city than a valley. The size of the city gate shocked Han Shuo. From the gate, it looked like a demon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Above Han Shuo, flying abyssal creatures hovered above the city gate. In Han Shuo's eyes, this War Demon Valley was filled with a sense of rugged savagery. Perhaps because the abyssal creatures were especially large, the entire War Demon Valley was as large as a bare mountain. Following behind Nambro, the party arrived in front of the enormous city gate. The guards on the gate recognized Nambro. As soon as they saw the Shiro Brigade, they immediately opened the gate for them to enter. After entering War Demon Valley, Han Shuo observed for a moment and discovered that there were all kinds of abyssal creatures in this War Demon Tanai. The larger ones were over 10 meters tall, while the smaller ones were only the size of an infant. These abyssal creatures were of all shapes and sizes, but all of them appeared sinister and ferocious. Of course, the most common ones were humanoid creatures, such as Sylph and Hamana. War Demon Valley was originally a place where high-level creatures gathered. The abyssal creatures that resided there were all extremely powerful. Those enormous abyssal creatures were merely the mounts or subordinates of those high-level creatures. As soon as they arrived at War Demon Valley, Nambro of the Shiro Regiment immediately said to Han Shuo, "Friend, I have to go see Lord Crozius first. You stay with Hamana and the others for the time being. I will tell Lord Crozius about your situation. You have helped us this time, and you possess great strength. I believe Lord Crozius will treat you well." Nodding his head, Han Shuo agreed. "Okay, you can go." Nambro smiled apologetically at Han Shuo without further ado. Soon after, he left the place and headed towards a huge black stone building that stood 300 to 400 meters tall. This huge black building was supported by towering black stone pillars. The building occupied an area of 2,000 meters. At first glance, it naturally gave off a dignified and solemn pressure. As soon as Han Shuo entered War Demon Tanai, he immediately paid attention to this enormous building. Apart from the fact that this building was the tallest and most majestic building in War Demon Valley, Han Shuo felt that there was an extremely powerful existence inside. Needless to say, Han Shuo knew that the being inside must be the master of War Demon Valley, Crozius. In the Abyss realm where the strong were revered, since Crozius was the master of War Demon Valley, then his strength was definitely the strongest in War Demon Valley. With his consciousness unfolding, Han Shuo took in almost all the experts in War Demon Valley. Han Shuo's consciousness could sense that there were 6 demigod experts in War Demon Valley. However, Crozius, who was inside the majestic building at the center, had an aura that was even more powerful than those 6. After narrowing his eyes and carefully sensing for a moment, Han Shuo was almost certain that Crozius possessed divine strength. 1 War Demon Tanai, 6 demigod experts, and 1 true god realm existence. The Abyss realm was indeed a terrifying place. By now, Han Shuo had a general understanding of the overall strength of the Abyss realm. Just from listening to Hamana and Sylph's introductions, Han Shuo was unable to form an accurate understanding of the Abyss realm. It was only now, after observing these experts in War Demon Valley, that Han Shuo realized that the overall strength of the Abyss realm was not just a little bit higher than that of Profound Continent. On Profound Continent, Han Shuo was already a character at the apex of the pyramid. However, based on what his consciousness could sense, Han Shuo's current strength could only be considered slightly above average in this Abyss realm. For the master of War Demon Valley, Crozius, to possess divine strength meant that not only had his physical body formed a body of element, but his soul had also formed a soul of element. Judging from the fact that all creatures of the Abyss realm had refined their physical bodies, it was obviously not an easy task to form their soul into a soul of element. For Crozius to be able to do it made Han Shuo feel rather incredulous. Hamana, Lord Crozius, Can the soul also cultivate and utilize elemental energy? Han Shuo couldn't help but ask Wonder Girl beside him. That's about it. People like us, even if we cultivate to the pinnacle, cannot refine the energy into our brains. Look at Nambro, he has also cultivated his physical body to a rather formidable stage. However, he still hasn't been able to spread the energy of darkness to every bone and cell in his body. As for spreading the energy into the brain, that can only be done with the help of Demon King Manticore. Back then, Lord Crozius had cultivated his energy to the point where he could spread it to every cell in his body, but he couldn't make another breakthrough no matter how hard he tried. It was only with the help of Demon King Manticore that Lord Crozius finally succeeded. In the entire Abyss realm, only the 5 Demon Kings of the Abyss could spread their energy into their brains by relying on their own comprehension and cultivation. The rest of the experts who could spread their energy into their brains did so with the help of the 5 Demon Kings of the Abyss. Although they seemed to have reached that realm, they were far from being comparable to the 5 Demon Kings of the Abyss. Of all the experts in the Abyss realm, only those 5 could truly be addressed as Demon Kings. Only those who had reached this stage by relying on their own comprehension and cultivation, without the help of any external forces, could be considered to be fully deserving of the title of Demon King. If you can achieve that, you can become the 6th Demon King of the Abyss realm. Tens of thousands of high-level abyssal creatures will immediately submit to you and willingly follow your orders, Hamana explained to Han Shuo. By relying on one's own strength, without relying on any external forces, one could spread the elemental energy to every bone, every cell, and even the brain, forming a body of element and a soul of element. To think that the 5 Demon Kings of the Abyss realm had all reached this stage. They were indeed worthy of being called the top 5 experts of the Abyss realm. Judging from the aura emitted by Crozius, Han Shuo understood that he was not much different from the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race and the saintess of the Church of Light on Profound Continent. They both possessed the strength of true gods. As for his master, Demon King Manticore, the expert who had single-handedly created him, just how formidable was his strength? Han Shuo simply did not dare to imagine. However, Han Shuo was not discouraged. Instead, a sense of lofty aspiration and lofty aspirations rose in his heart. Ever since Han Shuo broke through to the carnal realm, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Han Shuo believed that once he broke through to the 9 changes realm, regardless of the division of strength between gods and gods, he would definitely be 10 times or even 100 times stronger than he was now. At that time, even the 5 Demon Kings of the Abyss realm might not necessarily be much stronger than him at the 9 changes realm. Come, let's rest at my place, Han Shuo said. Just as Han Shuo was deep in thought, Hamana suddenly giggled. Her gentle and charming body was already very close to Han Shuo. She lightly placed her white wrist on Han Shuo's arm and invited him to come over. Han Shuo shot a glance at Hamana. His heart skipped a beat. Soon after, he chuckled and said, "Sure. But before that, I think you should show me around War Demon Valley. I'm very unfamiliar with this place." "I'm most familiar with War Demon Valley. I'll show you around." As soon as Han Shuo finished speaking, the purple-eyed lady, Sylph, suddenly grabbed Han Shuo's other arm as though she was trying to snatch Han Shuo from her. She pulled Han Shuo along, wanting to take him away from the place. "Sylph, what's the meaning of this? Are you trying to snatch him from me?" Hamana was furious. She glared at Sylph and shouted. "So what?" Sylph did not back down. She looked at Hamana provocatively, looking as though she was ready to strike at any moment. "Huh!" Just then, a soft exclamation was heard. A sickly man as thin as a bamboo pole, with greenish skin and a sickly appearance, slowly approached them. He was sitting on a giant ghost-faced spider that was more than 10 meters tall. Apart from Crozius, an expert with godly strength, there were 6 other demigod existences in War Demon Nation. This sickly man was one of them. Han Shuo could sense that he was one of them. Hamana, Sylph, have you forgotten what I said? The two of you are the women I've decided on. Now, you're fighting over a man in this place. Do you really want to die? This sickly, eccentric man shot a cold glance at Hamana and Sylph. He was brimming with killing intent. Hamana and Sylph turned deathly pale when they saw this man. They hastily let go of Han Shua's arm, as though they were very afraid of this man. They mumbled and stammered, unable to speak. Chapter 5:23. As soon as Han Shua saw the man approaching, an instinctive sense of disgust welled up in his heart. Following the arrival of this man, the surrounding air was filled with a fishy odor. Han Shua carefully sensed and discovered that the fishy odor actually originated from this sickly man. The man riding on the giant ghost-faced spider looked somewhat different from Hamana and Sylph. He seemed boneless, giving off a weak and powerless feeling. His waist was even slimmer than a woman's, and his green cheeks were covered with blotches. He looked very ugly. He wore a black iron badge on his chest. There was a picture of a ferocious demon on the badge. In the picture, the demon was holding two bloody monster heads in its mouth. It looked lifelike and gave off a sinister and evil feeling. From Hamana and Sylph, Han Shua gained some understanding of the division of power in the Abyss Realm. In the Abyss Realm, there were all kinds of abyssal creatures of varying levels. To the lower-level abyssal creatures, they could only serve as cannon fodder mounts. They were not qualified to enjoy any higher-level treatment. Apart from the lower-level abyssal creatures, the higher-level abyssal creatures were divided into abyssal guards, destroyers, rakshases, and demons. Each level was further divided into 3 levels. Only the higher-level abyssal creatures that could enter a city or a faction's guard could be considered the lowest level of abyssal guards. Their strength would gradually increase through the constant slaughter. Mid-level experts like Hamana and Sylph, who could rise to prominence, would advance to the level of destroyer through the number of enemies they killed and their own strength. Among them, Sylph and Hamana were level 1 destroyers, while Nambro, who had left earlier, was a level 3 destroyer. Above that, those who could establish their own position in a city or a faction were called rakshases. These rakshases could have their own guards. For example, the man with the rakshasa tattoo on his chest had 2 bloody monster heads in his mouth. This meant that he was a level 2 rakshasa. Above rakshasas were demons. These so-called demons were the true leaders of a faction. For example, War Demon Valley's Crozius and Venomfong Castle's Magloire were level 1 demons. Every demon could cultivate their strength to every part of their body, including every cell and even the brain. Above the demons were the 5 most powerful abyssal demon kings of the Abyss Realm. The 5 abyssal demon kings were like an insurmountable mountain that stood in the way of all abyssal creatures. They were worshipped by billions of abyssal creatures. They were the true rulers of the Abyss Realm. Hamana and Sylph were only level 1 destroyers. Compared to this level 2 Rakshasa, both in terms of strength and status, they were far inferior. In the Abyss Realm, the strong preyed on the weak. Whoever had the bigger fist was the boss. If not for the fact that Hamana and Sylph were both squadron leaders of the War Demon Guards under Crozius, they would have long been robbed by this man. However, even Crozius, the master of War Demon Valley, would take special care of these Rakshasas because he valued true experts. There were only 6 Rakshasas in War Demon Valley. In every great battle, these 6 Rakshasas were the main force of War Demon Valley. In the Abyss Realm, experts were many times more important than women. Therefore, Crozius had long since tacitly agreed to some of this Rakshasa's words. Han Shua, he's Brakya, Sylph cautiously reminded Han Shua. On the way here, Han Shua had learned from Sylph and Hamana about the distribution and names of some experts in War Demon Valley. He had heard of Brakya's deeds and also knew that he was one of the 6 Rakshasas of War Demon Valley. On the way here, Nambro had even told Han Shua that Brakya coveted Hamana and Sylph, and warned Han Shua to be careful when he arrived at War Demon Valley. Back then, Nambro had told Han Shuo that Brakya possessed extraordinary strength. If Han Shuo wasn't certain that he could deal with him, then it would be best for him to give up on Hemana and Sylph. Otherwise, he might suffer a fatal disaster. However, Nambro had also said that if Han Shuo was confident that he could defeat Brakya, then he might as well fight to his heart's content. As long as Han Shuo could survive a great battle with Brakya, then he would immediately have a place in War Demon Valley. The Abyss Realm was a world where the strong were revered. Here, age and qualifications were not important. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, one could obtain everything in the shortest amount of time through battle. Wealth, women, and the like were easily obtainable. You 2 women, come with me. Kill that man. After staring at Han Shuo and Hemana for a while, Brakya creased his brows and coldly threw down those words. Soon after, he turned around and left. Obviously, he didn't take Han Shuo seriously at all. The 10-meter-long ghost-faced spider carried Brakya on its back and turned around very gracefully. As Brakya turned around, a tall and sturdy expert with 6 arms suddenly shot out from behind the enormous ghost-faced spider. This expert was slightly stronger than Hemana and Sylph. He was a level 2 destroyer. As a Raksha, Brakya could rear his own subordinates. He had personal guards independent of War Demon Valley. As he turned around and left, Han Shuo discovered that there were a dozen oddly shaped high-level abyssal creatures behind him. They were all destroyers, probably Brakya's personal guards. In order to ascend to the heavens in a single bound, one had to climb over the heads of experts. There was nothing better than Brakya delivering himself to Han Shuo's doorstep. Hemana, Sylph, stand here. Let's see who dares to touch you. Han Shuo let out a cold snort when he saw that Hemana and Sylph were actually thinking of leaving with Brakya under Brakya's deterrence. In the next moment, Han Shuo shot out like a bolt of lightning. Without waiting for the 6-armed destroyer to arrive, Han Shuo took the initiative to attack. Mystical glacial spell fire suddenly erupted from both his hands. 2 long trails of purple spell fire emerged from his palms. 2 streaks of bewitching colors flashed across the void like meteors. Before the destroyer could make a move, Han Shuo had already closed in on him. He didn't even give the destroyer a chance to retaliate. As he passed by, the 2 streaks of bewitching spell fire entered his body in a flash. A miserable howl came out of the destroyer's mouth. Han Shuo didn't even look behind him. He went straight after the level 2 Raksha, Brakya, who had shown extreme contempt for Han Shuo and left on the enormous ghost-faced spider. Brakya couldn't help but exclaim softly when he heard the miserable howls of his underlings behind him. He turned his head to look behind him from the back of the ghost-faced spider. At a glance, he saw his underlings who had turned into charcoal and fell to the ground, as well as Han Shuo, who had a demonic air about him. You lot, get up there. Don't be as useless as that trash. Brakya lightly patted the ghost-faced spider, and it docilely stopped. Brakya turned around and coldly looked at the few personal guards behind the ghost-faced spider. He licked his lips, smiled cruelly, and gave his instructions. You're not going to be a ghost-faced spider. The 6 destroyers, having been baptized in slaughter in the Abyss Realm, possessed strength on par with a sacred grade expert on profound continent. The 6 of them joined forces to deploy strange and marvelous techniques, spewing out acidic toxins, slashing with sharp blades, or baring their fangs and brandishing their claws to attack at close range. Ha! I'm going to step on your corpses. How delightful! Han Shuo laughed heartily. For some unknown reason, whenever Han Shuo unleashed his demonic arts in this Abyss Realm, he would have a carefree and unrestrained feeling. When the 6 destroyers under Brakya's command came head-on, Han Shuo's carefree and unrestrained feeling grew even stronger. Suddenly, the demonic blades shot out explosively. The bloody radiance of 10,000 slashes transformed into a sharp ball of light. The bloody radiance of 10,000 slashes sent streaks of bloody light flying. A thick scent of blood spread in all directions. Evil killing intent was released without the slightest concealment. This was the city gate of War Demon Valley. Various high-level abyssal experts of War Demon Valley came and went. Not a single one of them became nervous when they saw someone fighting. On the contrary, they looked excited and crowded around to watch. It seemed that in the cruel and competitive Abyss realm, there were indeed no cowards who were afraid of death. Wherever the bloody radiance of 10,000 slashes passed, bloody light would surge and churn, releasing extremely pure evil killing intent. The 6 destroyers under Brachya's command also sensed the terror of the bloody radiance of 10,000 slashes at the same time. They, who were originally surrounding Han Shuo, hastily dispersed. Like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, the bloody radiance of 10,000 slashes suddenly exploded. Hundreds and thousands of bloody lights shot out like the spikes of a hedgehog. Those bloody lights seemed to have a mind of their own. All of them actually shot toward the 6 destroyers under Brachya's control. The 6 oddly shaped destroyers resisted the bloody radiance of 10,000 slashes with great difficulty. The 4 destroyers that were further away from the bloody radiance of 10,000 slashes barely managed to block it. However, the 2 destroyers that were too close to the bloody radiance of 10,000 slashes did not have the time to move away. The bloody radiance of 10,000 slashes immediately pierced through their hard bodies. Blood sprayed everywhere. Ha ha! Han Shuo grinned hideously. Like a ghost, he approached the other 4 destroyers. His speed was so fast that it was dazzling. Before the destroyer could react, it opened its mouth wide, as if preparing to spit venom. Like a javelin plunging in, Han Shuo's fist stuffed into the destroyer's mouth, directly piercing through its neck and protruding out. The destroyer's eyes widened in fear as its life came to an abrupt end. After killing the destroyer with his mouth, Han Shuo revealed a cold smile that sent chills down one's spine. With a shake of his arm, the destroyer's head that was hanging on his arm exploded like a rotten watermelon. Brain juice mixed with blood splattered everywhere. Awesome, so awesome! Han Shuo laughed heartily. He felt as if he had let go of the knots in his heart and acted as he pleased. His demonic arts had actually reached a wonderful realm. It seemed as if every punch and every strike was in accordance with the rules of battle. Not only did demonic Yuan provide him with an endless supply of strength in an extremely smooth manner, even the demonic infant seemed to be trembling in joy. Han Shuo could sense that this kind of battle seemed to have sublimated his state of mind. Do as you please, do as you please. As long as you act in accordance with the state of mind of the carnal realm, then you will definitely be able to break through to the carnal realm in the Abyss realm. Han Shuo suddenly had this confidence. Brachya, don't send these subordinates to their deaths. Only you are worthy enough to fight me. Han Shuo's heroic spirit soared. Ignoring the remaining destroyers, he grinned maliciously and chased after Brachya, who was riding on the ghost-faced spider, showing off his abilities. The Abyss realm was a world that worshipped the strong and killed gods. Han Shuo's insolence and ferocity immediately won the approval of all the onlookers. These people nodded and praised Han Shuo's might from the bottom of their hearts. Young ladies like Hemana and Sylph had their eyes rippling with extraordinary splendor. They looked infatuated as they looked at Han Shuo, who was as imposing as a demonic god. They seemed somewhat infatuated. Han Shuo's demonic blades shone brilliantly. The demonic blades condensed from his fingernails might seem a little odd in the profound continent, but in this Abyss realm they appeared to be very ordinary. It was only when the mystical glacial spellfire was infused into them that they revealed a purplish-red radiance. On top of the ghost-faced spider, Brachya, who was a level 2 Rakshasa, had water element permeating every cell in his body. He had clearly formed a body of water element. When he saw Han Shuo chasing after him while laughing wildly, Brachya's disdainful expression had long vanished and was replaced with a solemn one. Brachya was well aware of Han Shuo's terrifying strength after killing 3 of his subordinates in a thunderous manner. While he was wondering why such an expert would suddenly appear in War Demon Valley, he also condensed the water element in his body. When Han Shoa arrived, he suddenly discovered that Han Shoa had soared into the air like a water snake. With every cell in his body filled with water element, that human's body was unbelievably soft. He wriggled like a python towards Han Shoa. The demonic blades unfolded in the wind. Chilly winds blew and demonic flames flickered. The snowflake-like blade rays pierced Brachya's body. Contrary to Han Shua's expectations, Brachya, who had cultivated the water element to every cell in his body, was immediately severed by the demonic blades like flowing water. However, not a single severed limb flew off his body. Brachya, on the other hand, took advantage of this opportunity to immediately stick close to Han Shoa. He even had the leisure to say, disdainfully, "Where did this lowly race come from? To actually attack me with such a foolish method. How foolish! Cut water with a blade, the water will flow even more." This was the most realistic description of how the demonic blades landed on Brachya's body. With the water element condensed in every cell in his body, Brachya's body had already reached the pinnacle of the supple force of water. He was completely unafraid of this kind of physical attack. This greatly exceeded Han Shua's expectations. "All right then, I'll give you something fierce." Han Shua laughed heartily. He had already come up with a countermeasure to deal with Brachya. Chapter 5:24. Brachya coiled towards Han Shoa. His body was as soft as a boneless python. Water element filled every cell of his body. Once he formed his elemental body of water, he was impervious to heavy blows. However, the elemental body of water wasn't invincible. When Han Shuo realized that his attacks were useless, he immediately understood where the problem lay. He smiled as he waited for Brachya to slither towards him like a python. Soon after, with a shake of his hands, blazing red demonic flames surged out and surged towards Brachya. "Damn it! You're a fighter of fire." Brachya let loose a torrent of curses and wrapped himself around Han Shua's body. As though he had been struck by lightning, he retreated hastily. He was extremely wary of the blazing demonic flames gushing out from Han Shua's hands. Every high-level creature in the Abyss realm was known as a fighter of different elements according to the elemental energy they cultivated in. Hamana and Sylph were fighters of thunder and fire. Nambro was a fighter of darkness, and this Rakshasa Brachya was a fighter of water. Elemental energies reinforced and restrained each other. Brachya, who cultivated in the elemental energy of water and formed his elemental body of water, was still wary of blazing flames. The blazing flames formed from Han Shua's mystical glacial spellfire were formed entirely from demonic yuan and possessed a sinister, incinerating nature. Therefore, as soon as the 2 flames appeared, Brachya immediately felt the scorching heat. The burning power seemed to be able to evaporate all the water element in his cells. Brachya had no choice but to retreat. However, as he had moved too quickly and Han Shua's lightning-fast attacks, he was unable to completely escape from the pursuit of Han Shua's 2 flames. Brachya let out a strange, eye-like howl as he hastily condensed the water element in his body, forming a thin layer of crystalline ice film on the surface of his body. Soon after, he used his 2 hands to forcibly extract the water element from his body, forming a crystal ball that overflowed with cold air, forcing back the scorching heat of the 2 flames. Who is this guy? How could he put Brachya in such a difficult position? Since when did our War Demon Valley produce another Rakshasa? The onlookers were watching the battle in astonishment. They were shocked when Brachya retreated. Each and every one of them was sizing up Han Shua, who was standing proudly in the middle of the battlefield. Among them, the most excited were none other than Hamana and Sylph. In the Abyss realm, the strong were revered. As long as one's strength was valiant enough, their words would carry weight. seeing that Han Shuo was actually able to force Brakya to retreat with lingering fear. These two beauties of the Abyss realm were beyond excited. If Han Shuo could defeat Brakya, Han Shuo would immediately go from being unknown to everyone. When that time came, Lord Croesus would surely treat Han Shuo well. Once Han Shuo could establish his identity as a Rakshasa, if Han Shuo was willing to accept the two of them, almost no one would be able to stop him. The strong were revered. This was an irrefutable truth of the Abyss realm. Hamana and Sylph had unwittingly developed a favorable impression of Han Shuo during their interactions with Han Shuo. His arrogance, callousness, and domineeringness were deeply imprinted in the hearts of the two charming ladies. Now that they saw Han Shuo slaughtering his way through like a demonic god, the hearts of the two young ladies rippled. They couldn't help but want to throw themselves into Han Shuo's arms and let Han Shuo bully them as he pleased. Is this fierce enough? Han Shuo teased. He launched wave after wave of swift and fierce attacks at Brakya. Ever since Han Shuo entered the carnal realm, he had been restrained by all sorts of restrictions on Profound Continent. He couldn't unleash his natural desires to the fullest, causing his strength to stagnate. However, upon arriving on Profound Continent, the knot in Han Shuo's heart was untied. Although he did not deliberately cultivate, his state of mind and strength had been advancing by leaps and bounds. He could clearly sense that his strength was much stronger on Profound Continent than on Profound Continent. This level 2 Rakshasa with demigod strength was indeed somewhat inferior to Han Shuo, whose strength had advanced by leaps and bounds in the Abyss realm. Under Han Shuo's swift and fierce attacks, Brakya could only parry. After learning that Brakya's physical body and the element of water had become one, Han Shuo no longer used the sharpness of a sharp weapon to attack his physical body. In every attack, Han Shuo would either mix in the blazing energy of the mystical glacial spell fire or directly attack with the indestructible internal destructive power of demonic yuan, causing Brakya to suffer unspeakable pain. His body of element was also badly damaged. In the eyes of the onlookers, Han Shuo had completely gained the upper hand. This young man who appeared out of nowhere was like an unsheathed sharp weapon, possessing an invincible sharpness. This kind of sharpness was so outstanding in the Abyss realm. Many of the foreign abyssal race ladies who were not inferior to Hamana and Heidi even boldly cheered for Han Shuo, casting coquettish glances at him one after another, taking the initiative to make a mess of things. The Abyss realm worshipped true experts, especially some young ladies. They would take pride in being able to make love with such an expert. The open-minded Abyss realm had no shortage of beautiful and bizarre young ladies of various races. However, it was not so easy to come across an arrogant expert. This time, Han Shuo's domineering display had left an unerasable impression in the hearts of these foreign ladies. They wished they could throw themselves into Han Shuo's arms and wait for Han Shuo to come and pamper them. There were many races in the Abyss realm. There were beautiful women of all shapes and sizes, other than seductive ladies like Sylph and Hamana who were covered in armor and spikes. There were also women with extremely slender legs. Those young ladies had spotlessly white skin and wings like swans. They were so pure that they looked like the angels Han Shuo had heard of before. There were also some strange race women whose bodies were extremely sexy. Below their tall and unrestrained twin peaks, their slender waists were breathtakingly thin, and their jade-like buttocks were incomparably perky, setting off their wheat-colored skin and gorgeous faces, and they were filled with an enchanting wild flavor. Each and every one of these alien women were either charming, pure, sexy, or wild, due to their different body structures. Every one of them was somewhat peculiar. Compared to the monotonous females Han Shuo had encountered on Profound Continent, the alien beauties here dazzled Han Shuo. The Abyss realm is indeed a marvelous place. It seems that this trip won't be in vain, Han Shuo thought to himself. His attack, however, wasn't careless. Bam! A punch infused with 7 streams of flame energy landed on Brakya's chest. As soon as the 7 streams of flame energy entered Brachya's body, they slithered on the surface of his body like several bright red snakes, rapidly destroying his flesh wherever they passed. Brachya howled miserably in pain as his body was sent flying high into the air. A disgusting stench suddenly emanated from Brachya's body. At this moment, Hamana and Sylph were looking at the women around them with enmity, as though Han Shuo had suddenly become their exclusive property. They were unwilling to let those women, who could not wait to kneel before Han Shuo, waiting to be pampered, take another look at him. Watch out. Watch out for Brachya's killer move. A tall and beautiful woman with snow-white wings suddenly cried out. This beautiful woman with skin as fair as snow was fluttering gracefully in the wind. She looked like a beautiful angel from a fairy tale world. However, her beautiful face was currently filled with worry. When Sylph and Hamana saw her cry out in alarm from within the crowd, their faces suddenly revealed dispirited expressions, as though they were ashamed of their inferiority in front of the strangely beautiful young woman. This feeling made them feel very helpless. However, after staring blankly for a moment, the 2 women exchanged glances and suddenly cried out in unison, Han Shuo, watch out for Brachya! At this moment, Brachya's body, which had been sent flying by Han Shuo's attack, emitted a dense stench. Han Shuo raised his head and saw that Brachya's entire body had turned into a thick, greenish substance, like a huge pustule covering Han Shuo from top to bottom. Brachya's originally thin body elongated like a liquid, the water element rapidly condensing on his body. Brachya's body was like dirty water being splashed, pouring down from the top of Han Shuo's head. In a hurry, Han Shuo hastily deployed his protective shield. The pitch-black shield was as thin as a cicada's wing, completely enveloping Han Shuo within it. It had to be said that the toxicity of Brachya's body was much stronger than that of those abyssal creatures that Han Shuo had encountered previously. As soon as his liquid-like body landed on Han Shuo's protective shield, thick green gas immediately emitted. Almost immediately after contact, Han Shuo's protective shield was on the verge of shattering. Demonic yuan frantically surged towards the protective shield. Han Shuo's hands shot out streaks of fiery light that landed on the protective shield, roasting Brachya's vicious attack that was attempting to dissolve Han Shuo. If it were anyone else, as long as they were unable to form a protective shield on the surface of their body, once Brachya's toxic body came into contact with them, they would definitely be dissolved and corroded. It would be absolutely impossible for them to escape Brachya's vicious attack. However, this time, with the reminder from the surrounding young lady, and with Han Shuo's extraordinary protective skill, he just happened to block Brachya's counterattack. When Brachya saw that he couldn't kill Han Shuo, and that the thin shield enveloping Han Shuo was so indestructible, and that the fiery energy that could harm his body was seeping into his body, Brachya no longer dared to continue corroding Han Shuo with his toxic body. He hastily reassembled his body and prepared to flee. Upon closer inspection, Han Shuo discovered that Brachya's body resembled a soft-bodied earthworm, except that it was much softer. Seeing that Brachya reassembled his body and was preparing to flee, Han Shuo bluntly sent streaks of fiery light into Brachya's body. He also seized the opportunity to attack Brachya's soul with soul tremor magic. As the strength of high-level creatures of the Abyss realm gradually grew, their souls would similarly grow stronger. However, as they did not understand the essential elements of the cultivation of magi on Profound Continent, they had absolutely no idea how to utilize these energies to protect their souls. Han Shuo's soul tremor magic attack caused Brachya more pain than the fiery light that struck his body. He immediately collapsed to the ground, howling miserably. Chuckling mischievously, Han Shuo cast yet another soul tremor spell. Strands of green liquid gradually overflowed from Brachya's body that was howling miserably. The green liquid was no longer under Brachya's control and slowly flowed out of his body, no longer able to reform like before. Han Shuo, you are so fierce. You have seriously injured Brakya." Hamana cried out in excitement. She ran towards Han Shua from afar, as though she wanted to throw herself into Han Shua's arms under the watchful eyes of the crowd. When Han Shua saw Hamana's stance, although he was delighted, he did not open his arms to welcome her. Instead, he stared at the limp Brakya lying on the ground with glistening eyes, prepared to seize the opportunity to kill Brakya and avoid any future troubles. Battles were commonplace in the Abyss realm. It was perfectly normal to kill one's opponent in a normal battle. Even if Han Shua were to kill Brakya now, it would still be in line with the rules. Just as Han Shua was about to follow up with another attack and finish Brakya off in one go, a loud shout suddenly sounded from a distance. "Friend, please show mercy!" As soon as that loud shout sounded, an incomparably valiant, bald, burly man rapidly arrived. As soon as his voice faded, he appeared in front of Han Shua. An enormous aura was naturally released from his body. This bald, burly man was about the same size as Loritin, whom Han Shua had met in the Valley of Sunshine. His muscles bulged out like hills, brimming with explosive energy. As soon as he arrived, the crowd of onlookers all revealed expressions of reverence. They couldn't help but take a few steps back, silently expressing their respect. Hamana, who was excitedly throwing herself into Han Shua's arms, abruptly stopped in midair. She respectfully greeted the burly man with some fear. "Lord Kanoya." Kanoya, level 3 Rakshasa, the leader of the 6 Rakshasas of War Demon Valley, was recommended by Crozius to Black Jade City. He was among the next batch of people to meet Demon King Manticore. He was qualified to undergo the Demon King's demonic baptism. As long as he could withstand the baptism, he would become a demon revered by tens of thousands of people. In War Demon Valley, Kanoya was the most powerful expert after Crozius. He was in charge of all the trivial matters of War Demon Tanai, big and small. He was fair and well-liked by the people. War Demon Valley may be facing a tough battle soon and may need Brakya's assistance. Lord Crozius hopes that you, my friend, can be lenient, Kanoya said in a tone that was neither overbearing nor servile as he looked at Han Shua and bowed according to the etiquette of the Abyss realm. Han Shua nodded and looked at Brakya at his feet contemptuously. Soon after, he put on a faint smile and said to Kanoya, "I wish to meet Lord Crozius." "Let's go. I have specially come to invite you," Kanoya replied in a deep voice with a solemn face. Those with strength would always be put in an important position. After Han Shua proved his ability, the master of War Demon Valley, Crozius, immediately took action. Chapter 5:25. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Han Shua followed behind Kanoya, heading towards the most majestic building in War Demon Valley. When the two alien ladies, Hamana and Sylph, saw that Han Shua had been invited by the master of War Demon Valley, Crozius, and was accompanied by Kanoya, a person of real power, they simultaneously revealed looks of joy on their faces. When they passed by the purple-eyed lady, Sylph, Han Shua grinned, winked at Sylph, and said, "Remember, you and Hamana are my people. Wait for me." Sylph was not the slightest bit annoyed by Han Shua's words under the watchful eyes of the crowd. On the contrary, she shyly nodded and replied in a low voice, "Got it." "Haha, I like you." Han Shua laughed heartily in his heart. "Friend, you are indeed a sentimental person. As long as you are willing to stay in War Demon Valley, you can have any woman you want. Even Lord Crozius' beloved daughter is not out of the question." "Haha, I think she has already given her approval." Kanoya laughed heartily, teasing Han Shua without the slightest regard as an outsider. "Uncle, what nonsense are you talking about?" said a young lady as beautiful as an angel from the crowd behind Han Shua. She had a pair of pure white wings and was as beautiful as an angel. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment. Soon after, he saw the beautiful young lady floating in the crowd. He did not expect that this young lady was actually Crozius' daughter. Recalling her previous reminder, Han Shuo bowed in awkward abyssal etiquette, revealed a bright smile, and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Mississippi. You're welcome. If Mister can stay in War Demon Valley, I hope that you can give me some guidance in martial arts. In your battles, I have seen many miraculous techniques. I am truly amazed," said the young lady with the appearance of an angel and a graceful temperament. The corners of her mouth hooked into a faint curve as she spoke in a reserved manner. "Haha, War Demon Valley is a good place. If nothing unexpected happens, I think I will be staying. If Miss is free, you can look for me any time." Han Shuo very straightforwardly agreed to the beautiful young lady's suggestion. Then he took one last look at Brakya, who had yet to fully recover, and coldly said, "Brakya, you are no match for me. Let me give you a piece of advice. Know your place, or you will die without a doubt." Having said that, Han Shuo no longer looked at Brakya's ugly face, which had barely managed to reconstruct itself. He said softly to Kunoa, "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Let's go." "You're welcome. Please," Kunoa replied with a smile as he led Han Shuo towards the most magnificent building in War Demon Valley. After taking a few steps, Kunoa turned his head and shot a glance at Brakya, who had completely condensed his body. When their eyes met, Kunoa shook his head slightly and sighed softly, as if hinting Brakya to give up on the idea of retaliating against Han Shuo. "Let's go." Brakya got up and looked at Han Shuo's departing figure with a cold gaze. Finally, he coldly glanced at Hamana and Sylph and said in a deep voice, Hamana and Sylph, upon seeing Han Shuo leave, felt a sense of insecurity in their hearts. However, when they recalled Han Shuo's overbearing manner and the situation under the watchful eyes of so many people, they understood that no matter how much hatred Brakya had for them, he wouldn't do anything to them in this place. In addition, as long as Han Shuo didn't die, Brakya wouldn't dare to attack the two of them. Otherwise, if he angered Han Shuo, Brakya would have no way of surviving. Therefore, although the two girls felt a chill in their hearts under Brakya's sinister gaze, they weren't too afraid. On the contrary, they put on arrogant faces and didn't look Brakya in the eye. "Humph! Two little bitches who rely on their master's power. I will CK you to death sooner or later." Brakya sinisterly left behind these words before turning around and leaping towards the enormous, ghost-faced spider. He led the remaining few guards and left the area with their tails between their legs. Along the way, the people of War Demon Valley took the initiative to make way for Brakya. They didn't dare to reveal any mocking or disdainful gazes on their faces. Instead, they fearfully lowered their heads and said nothing, inwardly cursing Brakya's lack of magnanimity. A defeated Rakshasa was still a Rakshasa. In the Abyss realm, where people's lives were easily taken at the slightest provocation, only death awaited those who were weaker than the other party. Gradually, the onlookers saw that there was no more entertainment to watch and dispersed one by one. Hamana and Sylph. After this incident, the hostility between them had lessened significantly. They exchanged glances with each other, their expressions somewhat complicated, before dispersing into the crowd. On top of the majestic building at the center of War Demon Valley, a man of steel with a rugged and resolute appearance covered in sharp spikes stood like a boulder on top of the magnificent building. His pair of gray eyes were deep and spirited, somewhat different from his tough and deep temperament. Standing on top of the building with his hands clasped behind his back, this man of steel looked down at the endless stream of citizens below. Behind him, the captain of the Shiro regiment, Nambro, knelt on one knee and kowtowed, not daring to move an inch. "Are you certain that he isn't a spy from Venamfong Castle?" the burly man said in a deep voice without even turning his head. His voice was as deep and powerful as the earth, giving off an extremely obvious sense of oppression. "My lord, he has killed hundreds of men from Venamfong Castle. I believe that he isn't a spy sent by Venamfong Castle. In addition, this man's martial techniques are extremely unique, completely different from the cultivation methods known to the Abyss realm. It may be, as he said, that he came from some ancient race that has been living in seclusion. Nambro answered cautiously, not daring to raise his head to look at the burly man. He buried his head deep in his knees and answered cautiously, not daring to raise his head to look at the burly man. An ancient race that has been living in seclusion. Hee. How could there be so many ancient races that have been living in seclusion? This time, when a mysterious spatial passage suddenly appeared over at Venimfong Castle. Many experts from Venimfong Castle immediately came to spy on it. For this man to suddenly appear and possess extraordinary strength, it would be a wonder if there are no problems. The burly man snorted coldly. His deep eyes gradually turned to Han Shuo, who had emerged from the crowd. He revealed a thoughtful expression. My lord is wise. Why don't we capture him first? Nambro, who had been so familiar with Han Shuo along the way that he had even called him brother, suddenly suggested. Mediocre. The burly man snorted coldly. Soon after, he said in a deep voice, let alone the fact that I have yet to figure out his origins. So what if he really is a spy from Venimfong Castle? Do you think he can overturn the heavens in War Demon Valley by himself? My lord is wise, my lord is wise, Nambro said in a trembling voice. He didn't even dare to raise his head. Humph, if he really is a useful talent and is willing to stay in our War Demon Valley, then I won't pursue this matter any further. Then I won't continue to pursue the matter of your unfavorable start this time. Otherwise, you can break one of your arms as atonement. The burly man waved his hand, and without waiting for Nambro to say anything, he said without turning his head, stand down. Nambro bowed respectfully once more and retreated step by step with his head lowered. Only when he reached the door did he turn around and leave with a trembling heart. As soon as he walked out of the black stone door, Nambro immediately exhaled a breath of cold air. He realized that cold sweat had already covered his entire body without him realizing it. Mr. Han Shuo, may I know where your race lives? Seeing that your martial skills are extremely special, I'm really curious. Just what kind of place can produce a powerful expert like you? As they walked shoulder to shoulder towards the center of War Demon Valley, the level 3 Raksha Kunoa smiled and began to beat around the bush. Han Shuo looked around with a beaming smile all along the way. He never directly answered any of Kunoa's questions and would only evade them. At this moment, just as he was about to find an excuse to dodge the question, his consciousness suddenly sensed an expert spying on him from the top of a majestic building ahead of him. The master of War Demon Valley, Crozius, had successfully molded his body of element. With the help of Demon King Manticore, he had also successfully molded his soul of element. Even though they were separated by thousands of meters, Han Shuo's consciousness could still clearly sense the enormous aura. Han Shuo raised his head to look at Crozius in the building ahead of him. The arrogance that a demonic arts cultivator should have had erupted uncontrollably. For some unknown reason in the carnal realm, Han Shuo was extremely unaccustomed to any living being looking down on him. Even if this living being was more powerful than he was, he still wouldn't allow it. As soon as Han Shuo sensed Crozius's disdainful gaze, he no longer paid any attention to Kunoa, who had ulterior motives, and abruptly soared into the sky with the art of the demonic ninth heavens. In the space of 2 breaths, Han Shuo had already shaken off Kunoa and stood proudly on the top of that majestic building. He stared directly into the eyes of that burly man with the body of a boulder. So you are Han Shuo? Crozius looked at Han Shuo up and down in a rather odd manner. He seemed to be surprised by Han Shuo's presumptuous behavior. He then added, other than Lord Manticore, any expert who comes to War Demon Valley, no matter how powerful, will have to climb up step by step from the first floor. This is my rule. Do you know that? I don't care about rules or not. I don't like it when someone looks down on me from above, even if you are more powerful than me. Even if he couldn't defeat this Crozius, Han Shuo was confident that he could escape unscathed. Therefore, Han Shuo was not afraid in the slightest. Crozius stared at Han Shuo for a good while. His cold and arrogant gaze first had a few hints of interest. Soon after, Croesus nodded his head, put on an awkward smile, and said, "You have guts. Not a bad young man." Chapter 5:26. While Croesus and Han Shuo were conversing, Kunoa, who had been leading Han Shuo, arrived rather anxiously. When Kunoa saw Han Shuo and Croesus standing face to face, with a rather unyielding attitude, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Soon after, he looked at Croesus with an inquiring gaze, as though seeking his opinion. More than a dozen level 3 destroyers like Nambro suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Each and every one of them hovered in midair and surrounded Han Shuo. Among them was an ice-cold, pale old man. He looked at Han Shuo as though he was looking at a dead man. When he realized that Han Shuo was heavily surrounded, he respectfully turned to Croesus and asked, "My lord, how should we punish this unruly fella?" Croesus looked at Han Shuo thoughtfully. After muttering to himself for a moment, he waved his hand and said, "You may leave." The ice-cold, pale old man was stunned when he heard Croesus' words. He had been in War Demon Valley for so long, yet he had never seen anyone who trespassed without leaving behind some limbs as punishment. Now that he saw Croesus being so magnanimous, he couldn't quite get used to it. "Yes, my lord." Although the old man's mind was filled with questions, he didn't open his mouth to ask. He respectfully nodded his head in acknowledgement and let a group of guards who suddenly appeared like shadows, disappearing stealthily. Croesus gazed deeply at Han Shuo. After the guards disappeared, he shot a glance at Kunoa behind Han Shuo. With a gentle expression, he said, "Kunoa, you may come in as well." Kunoa smiled faintly. Perhaps it was because both of them took the unyielding path. Kunoa was deeply trusted by Croesus and didn't fear him as much as an ordinary person. After Croesus finished speaking, Kunoa bowed and gestured at Han Shuo, saying, "Please." Han Shuo did not stand on ceremony. Although he understood that the master of War Demon Valley, Croesus, possessed unparalleled strength, Han Shuo, who had cultivated his demonic arts to the carnal realm, was confident that he could escape unscathed. Therefore, he did not hesitate in the slightest. At Kunoa's invitation, he calmly walked into the incomparably spacious room. Gazing into the distance from this room, one could see the entire War Demon Valley. Although the interior of the room was huge, there were no gorgeous decorations. There was only a rugged table and chairs made of strange stones. After Han Shuo and Kunoa walked in, Croesus pointed to a few empty stone chairs in front of him, indicating for Han Shuo and Kunoa to take a seat. After Han Shuo and Kunoa sat down, Croesus said to Han Shuo, "Brakya is one of the 6 Rakshasas of War Demon Valley. If it were in the past, I wouldn't have questioned you if you killed him in battle. But now that War Demon Valley is at a critical juncture, Brakya still has use for you. That's why I sent Kunoa over to ask you to be magnanimous. Brakya and I have no enmity. It's only because of 2 women. I believe that after this battle, he will know that he should act within his means." Han Shuo put on a calm smile and chatted with Croesus as if he was an old friend. There wasn't the slightest hint of unfamiliarity. "No matter. I will warn him so that he will know his place," Croesus said casually. Then he creased his brows and lowered his head, as though he was talking to himself, and said, "At first, I suspected that you were a spy sent by Venomfong Castle. However, your unruly behavior just now dispelled my suspicions. If you were really from Venomfong Castle, you wouldn't have met me in such a manner, nor would you have spoken to me like this." At this point, Croesus raised his head. His deep eyes locked onto Han Shuo's eyes as he said, "Since you aren't from Venomfong Castle, where are you from? Then where are you from? What brings you to my War Demon Valley?" Han Shuo put on a faint smile. He looked at Croesus and calmly said, "To be honest, I am indeed from the region of Venomfong Castle. It's just that I didn't come from there. The reason why I came to War Demon Valley this time was because I happened to meet Sylph and Hamana. I have a good impression of the 2 of them. so I conveniently rescued the Shiro regiment. I came to War Demon Valley for you. Sylph and Hemana, if you like them, you can have them. Consider them your reward for bringing the Shiro regiment out of the encirclement." Crozius waved his hand as though Sylph and Hemana were goods in his hands. Then, with a somewhat puzzled expression, he asked, "Why have you come to War Demon Valley to look for me?" "I want to ask if you know anything about the planar guardian of the Abyss Realm. I came here from the chaotic space-time tunnel of Venomfong Castle. That space-time tunnel has been completely destroyed. I want to use the planar guardian to return to my original plane." Han Shua knew that there was no need to hide such things from a godly expert like Crozius. In order to avoid arousing suspicions, Han Shua frankly revealed his true purpose for coming here. Quinoa, who was wearing a smile on his face, and Crozius, the master of War Demon Valley, who was listening to the conversation between the two, had their expressions changed drastically when they heard Han Shua's words. Quinoa looked at Han Shua in disbelief and exclaimed in a trembling voice, "What? You came from that chaotic space-time tunnel? You aren't from the Abyss Realm? How is that possible? Are you kidding me?" Crozius was indeed worthy of being the master of War Demon Valley. Although his expression had changed slightly after hearing Han Shua's earth-shattering words, his emotions remained relatively stable. However, his pair of abstruse eyes were constantly flashing with bizarre specks of light. This indicated that his mind wasn't as calm as his expression. Han Shua forced a smile and shook his head. He spread his hands helplessly and said, "I would like to say that this is a joke, but it really isn't. Besides, this kind of joke isn't funny at all. I really did come to the Abyss Realm from another material plane. Moreover, I was betrayed by someone, which is why I couldn't find my way back. The reason I came to War Demon Valley this time is to ask Lord Crozius if he knows anything about planar guardians. As far as I know, generally material planes with highly intelligent species have planar guardians. A powerful existence, like Lord Crozius, should be qualified to come into contact with matters of this level, right?" Surprisingly, Crozius, who had always been calm and unruffled, actually revealed an embarrassed expression. Shortly after, he shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I've never heard about planar guardians." Han Shua was stunned. He carefully observed Crozius' expression and confirmed that Crozius really didn't know about the existence of planar guardians. This made Han Shua feel an irrepressible sense of dejection. He couldn't help but shake his head and let out a sigh. Very dispiritedly, he said, "How could this be?" "You don't have to be discouraged. If, as you said, every material plane with highly intelligent species has a planar guardian, then the Abyss Realm must have one as well," Crozius said in a somewhat reverent manner when he saw Han Shua looking at him with a burning gaze. "I don't know about planar guardians, perhaps because I'm not qualified to know. As long as planar guardians exist in the Abyss Realm, I believe Lord Manticore will definitely know about it." Han Shua's expression jolted when he heard those words. He thought to himself that Crozius was right. There were a total of 5 Demon Kings in the Abyss Realm. If planar guardians really existed in the Abyss Realm, then there was no way that the Demon Kings would not know about it. The 5 Demon Kings of the Abyss had their own territories and cities. As long as Han Shua could find them, it wouldn't be difficult to find out about it. The problem was, not only did the 5 Demon Kings of the Abyss possess true divine powers, but they were also true gods in the Abyss Realm. Did an unknown character like Han Shua have the qualifications to receive the summons of the 5 Demon Kings of the Abyss? Just the master of War Demon Valley before him, Crozius, possessed the strength of a true god. Han Shua dared not imagine just how powerful Manticore, as the master who created them, must be. Against this Crozius, Han Shua was confident that he could escape unscathed. But if he were to encounter that Demon King of the Abyss, Han Shua might not even be able to escape. Han Shua believed that once he reached the next realm in demonic arts, he would definitely possess even greater strength. However, before he made the breakthrough. He must not be killed by the demon kings of the abyss. Therefore, after hearing Crozius' words, while Han Shuo was pleasantly surprised, he was also somewhat worried. Don't worry. You can stay in War Demon Valley for the time being as a visiting advisor of mine. After I have dealt with this crisis in War Demon Valley, I will report your matter to Lord Manticore. When the time comes, perhaps Lord Manticore will lend you a hand, Crozius suggested as he looked at Han Shuo. Han Shuo creased his brows. He understood that it was a pretty good idea. However, Crozius obviously wouldn't be so selfless in helping him. Therefore, Han Shuo was in no hurry to agree to it. He asked again, "What are your conditions?" "As I have said, you will be a visiting advisor of War Demon Valley. Although you are not a member of War Demon Valley, when we encounter a powerful foe, you are obligated to assist us in battle. That is why you are a visiting advisor," Crozius explained. His eyes shone with some kind of hidden glint. No one knew what he was thinking. "Once the situation turns bad, I can leave without any restraints. I won't stay here and fight a bitter battle," Han Shuo thought to himself. Soon after, he put on a faint smile and said, "All right then, I will stay in War Demon Valley as a visiting advisor for a period of time." "Good, then we are on the same side." "Don't worry, after this matter is over, I will help you," Crozius guaranteed. His face once again revealed a somewhat awkward smile. Looking at Crozius' appearance, Han Shuo was certain that the beautiful young lady he met previously must have been the child of Crozius and a woman from another clan. The two of them, father and daughter, did not bear much resemblance. Chapter 5:27. The so-called visiting advisors were high-ranking cannon fodder who were usually worshipped when there was nothing to do but had to charge into enemy lines at critical moments. Han Shuo was new to War Valley and didn't have a deep understanding of the situation in the Abyss realm. But from Crozius' description, he quickly understood the meaning of visiting advisors. Han Shuo, who had the thought of escaping as soon as the situation was unfavorable, very straightforwardly agreed to Crozius' proposal and reached an agreement with him while feigning civility. As soon as Han Shuo agreed, he immediately ordered Kunoa to arrange a residence for Han Shuo and gave Han Shuo a lead-colored stone tablet on the spot. On the back of the tablet was a picture of a demon, representing Han Shuo's status as a visiting advisor of War Demon Valley. That 3-story building in the center is your house. You have absolute freedom in War Demon Valley. If you need anything, you can let us know at any time. As long as it's not too troublesome, we will do our best to help you, Kunoa said to Han Shuo with a smile, pointing at a 3-story building 6 to 7 meters tall. This was a manor behind Crozius' majestic building. Within the manor, there were more than a dozen pavilions erected in a picturesque, disorderly manner. The high-ranking cannon fodder hired by War Demon Valley were placed in these pavilions. Among them, the 3-story pavilion that Han Shuo was assigned was the tallest and most gorgeous one. "Thank you. Right, if it's convenient, can you help me arrange for Hamana and Sylph to come over?" Since Crozius had already agreed to hand Hamana and Sylph over to Han Shuo didn't bother with pleasantries and directly asked Kunoa for them. "No problem. I'll give the order in a moment. Hamana and Sylph will be here soon," Kunoa said very amiably with a faint smile. "Many thanks. If the enemies of Venomfong Castle come over and need my help, please don't stand on ceremony," Han Shuo said politely. "Everything is at Lord Crozius' command. You have just arrived in War Demon Valley and haven't had a good rest, so I won't disturb you any further." Kunoa said out of etiquette and excused himself from Han Shuo. Han Shuo wasn't the only visiting advisor in this area. Han Shuo spread out his consciousness to survey the surroundings. After discovering that no one could threaten him, he headed straight for his 3-story building. Along the way, Han Shuo saw a few vague silhouettes in some of the buildings nearby. They seemed to be secretly watching him, but Han Shuo didn't mind. The buildings in the Abyss realm were majestic and rugged. Han Shuo's building didn't have any fancy furnishings, only simple tables and chairs. It appeared refreshing, in line with Han Shua's aesthetic taste. After hanging up the Do Not Disturb sign on the door, Han Shua closed the doors and windows and deployed a soundproof warning matrix. Shortly after, he summoned Earth Elite Zombie and dug a spacious underground chamber. Then, Han Shua took out the skeletal staff, intending to seriously study the secrets contained within. Han Shua was well aware that the skeletal staff contained a lot of strange and bizarre information. However, because the time was not right and his mental strength was insufficient, Han Shua had never really spent a great deal of effort to study the secrets contained within the skeletal staff. Now that he had accidentally come to the Abyss Realm and his way back was forcibly cut off, the skeletal staff became Han Shua's last hope. Holding the skeletal staff in his hand, Han Shua held his breath and concentrated. He slowly released his mental strength, slowly wrapping it around the skeletal staff like silk threads. As soon as his mental strength flowed towards the skeletal staff, Han Shua immediately discovered that the tricolored skeletal staff was emitting a gentle halo of yellow, blue, and purple. He suddenly sensed 3 different kinds of bizarre energy from the skeletal staff. Han Shua could sense these 3 energies, but he felt that they were illusory. He didn't know how to utilize them. The skeletal staff had 3 wondrous uses: rejuvenation, multiplication of the power of necromancy magic, and traversing the netherworld. The 3 wondrous uses of the skeletal staff corresponded to the 3 kinds of bizarre energy contained within the tricolored skulls. This was something that Han Shua was well aware of. Among the 3 wondrous uses, the multiplication of the power of necromancy magic didn't require any incantations. It could be formed naturally as long as one held the skeletal staff and released necromancy magic. Of the 2 wondrous uses of soul, traversing the netherworld and rejuvenation, Han Shua had long since mastered the first one. As for the rejuvenation, Han Shua also felt that he had mastered it. However, because this rejuvenation magic was only effective on certain people, Han Shua hadn't had the time to test whether it was effective or not. Now that Han Shua's mental strength flowed bit by bit into the tricolored skeletal staff, he could clearly sense the existence of the 3 energies. However, although Han Shua could sense the 3 energies, he couldn't obtain any useful information from them. This made Han Shua very vexed. According to the Calamity Church and the lizard King Degassi, this tricolored skeletal staff contained many secrets. These secrets even included a great war on profound continent thousands of years ago that involved almighty creatures, as well as some secrets about the existence of the Cemetery of Death. From Wolf of the Calamity Church, Han Shua learned that the Cemetery of Death on Profound Continent contained a large and complicated magical transportation matrix that seemed to be able to transport people to other planes of existence. Based on this information, Han Shua deduced that the skeletal staff should contain some information about interplanar transportation. If Han Shua could learn the secrets of interplanar transportation from the skeletal staff, he wouldn't have to go through Manticore, the great demon king of the Abyss Realm. From within the tricolored skulls of the skeletal staff, 3 gentle radiances of yellow, blue, and purple were emitted. As soon as Han Shua's mental strength was dispersed into the skeletal staff, he could immediately sense the 3 energies from the tricolored skulls. However, Han Shua had no idea how to obtain the secrets hidden within the skeletal staff. He had no idea where to start. Han Shua was rather dispirited. He clearly knew in his heart that the skeletal staff contained some bizarre secrets, but as the owner of the skeletal staff, he had no way of knowing. This made Han Shua feel extremely vexed. Skeletal staff, tricolored skulls, secrets, these 3 terms repeatedly appeared in Han Shua's consciousness. He racked his brains for a way to decipher the skeletal staff secrets. Secrets, skulls. As Han Shua's mental strength lingered within the skeletal staff, a wondrous realization suddenly leapt into Han Shua's mind. Secrets were generally hidden in one's mind. For this tricolored skeletal staff to have tricolored skulls Could it be that the secrets were hidden within the 3 skulls of the skeletal staff? Han Shua's mind stirred as he suddenly had such a thought. Soon after, Han Shua's expression shook as he carefully examined the skeletal staff once again. The tricolored skeletal staff was about 3 meters long, and its entire body was made of a green, jade-like material. The 3 skulls did not look like human skulls. They were respectively yellow, blue, and purple in color. The yellow skull had 3 eye sockets, the blue skull had a single horn, and the purple skull was covered with finger-sized holes. Upon closer inspection, Han Shua suddenly discovered that the 3 eye sockets on the yellow skull were very familiar. Judging from the 3 eye sockets on the skull, Han Shua discovered that apart from being much more exquisite and small, this skull was almost identical to the 3-eyed alien he'd encountered in the space-time discontinuum in the Venamfong Castle region. Recalling the 3-eyed evil god Ansidezi he'd encountered in the Valen City slave market, Han Shua discovered that apart from being larger and having a horn on its head, Ansidezi was almost identical to the 3-eyed alien he'd encountered in the space-time discontinuum in the Venamfong Castle. The positions and proportions of its 3 eyes were identical to the 3-eyed skull on the tricolored skeletal staff in Han Shua's hands. On the yellow 3-eyed skull, the 3-eyed alien, 3-eyed evil god Ansidezi should be from the same race, Han Shua judged. Shortly after, Han Shua focused all of his mental strength on the 3-eyed skull on the skeletal staff. Han Shua's mental strength carefully entered the 3-eye sockets. A wondrous feeling occurred. Han Shua's mental strength very clearly sensed that the power contained within the 3-eye sockets of the 3-eyed skull was the densest. It even seemed to have formed a defensive power similar to a boundary, preventing Han Shua's mental strength from probing the 3-eye sockets. This was definitely a breakthrough point. Han Shua was immediately certain in his heart and was overjoyed. He became even more focused, and his mental strength no longer scattered. Instead, he gathered it together and attacked the strange defensive power within the 3-eye sockets, attempting to unravel the secrets contained within the 3-eyed skull. Bang! 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 Han Shua's body shook. He felt as if his mental strength had collided with a towering mountain. The mental strength of a grand magus was unexpectedly unable to break through the strange power contained within the 3-eye sockets. This made Han Shua's heart startled. He understood that this skeletal staff was indeed unusual. With a grave expression, Han Shua took a deep breath. He first withdrew all of his mental strength and meditated to recover for a while. Although Han Shua could use his mental strength, he didn't dare to act rashly against the skeletal staff. This was because the mental strength came from demonic arts. Han Shua was worried that the skeletal staff would conflict with the mental strength and cause irreparable damage. Therefore, Han Shua had been using his mental strength to attack. After a while, Han Shua's mental strength had completely recovered. This time he didn't divide it into 3 parts and attacked the 3-eye sockets. Instead, he fiercely attacked one eye socket. Poof! A crisp sound rang out. The defensive power within the eye socket was finally broken. Han Shua was overjoyed and immediately used the same method, finally breaking the defensive power within the 3-eye sockets. Afterwards, Han Shua immediately learned some information that shocked him greatly from the 3-eyed skull. Chapter 5:28. In the vast and boundless universe, there were innumerable material planes. Every star represented a material plane. Many of these material planes were inhabited by highly intelligent races. Profound Continent and the Abyss Realm were but a drop in the ocean of material planes. At some unknown point in time, some high-level beings learned how to utilize the energy that existed since the beginning of time. Through cultivation, they gradually gained incomparably terrifying strength. They transcended life and death, stood above the common people, and were known as gods. A very small portion of these beings could utilize the elemental energies between heaven and earth, or had mastered some bizarre edictal mysteries. As they constantly cultivated and evolved, they walked far ahead of the common people and were admired by all. When one mastered any energy to the extreme, one could become a god. For example, the energies of fear, hatred, desire, and so on. As long as one studied and cultivated diligently and mastered how to utilize the energy, one could possess miraculous powers and become a so-called god. In the vast and boundless universe, there were two kinds of fundamental energies that existed everywhere. They were the most concentrated in this vast material plane, and the gods who could master these two energies were the most powerful. One was the 8 elemental energies of light, darkness, earth, fire, wind, water, lightning, and death. The other was the 4 edictal energies of fate, space, destruction, and life. Elemental energies and edictal energies were present in every corner of the universe. As these two energies existed on most material planes, they were the most fundamental energies between heaven and earth. Therefore, those who cultivated in these two energies to become gods had limitless potential and were more powerful than those who cultivated in other energies. Gods were also divided according to their abilities. They were divided into demigods, base gods, low gods, mid-gods, high gods, overgods, and creator deities. Demigods could form a body of element and a soul of element, or a body of principle and a soul of principle. Only then would they be considered to have advanced to the base god realm. The base god's body and soul would become one with the elemental energies and laws of the world. They would possess even greater power than a demigod. Croesus, Little Skull, the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race on Profound Continent, and the saintess of the sacred mountain of the Church of Light were all base gods, those who had fused their soul and body with the elemental energies. Base gods were fundamental gods. In the eyes of ordinary people, these existences could be considered as true gods. However, in the eyes of gods of higher levels, base gods were not yet considered as true gods. Only by going one step further and gaining many believers would one be able to form a god's domain and possess divine power. Only then would one be considered a true god, being worshipped, forming a god's domain, and possessing god power. These 3 conditions were the 3 elements needed to become a true god. Among them, possessing divine energy was of the utmost importance. Only when a base god became one with the elemental laws in his own domain and comprehended a certain abstruse realm of that domain and possessed divine energy could he be considered a true god. This was the most difficult part. No one could help him form divine power. He could only form divine power through his own understanding of the elements and the power of law. Once he formed divine power, he would become even more adept at using that elemental power. At this time, he could organize a religion or similar organization to make many intelligent creatures worship him. Once the number of creatures worshipped him reached a certain level, those beliefs would form a special type of energy for him to use. Only by fusing the power of faith and divine power could he form a divine domain. The improvement of divine power was the foundation of advancement. Generally speaking, it could be obtained through self-cultivation, direct absorption, or through the power of faith. Among them, self-cultivation was the most time-consuming and less effective method. Direct absorption referred to killing a god of the same element and obtaining divine power of the same origin. This method was too dangerous. A single misstep could turn one into a prey. Another method was to obtain divine power from some natural and mystical creatures. This required extremely good luck, and the probability of obtaining divine power was even lower than hunting others. Using faith to increase divine power was a rather laborious matter. However, it was a method favored by many gods. As long as the number of believers was large enough, the god could use the countless strands of power of faith to increase his divine power. Many a little makes a mickle, and one could obtain a significant improvement. In addition, if the power of faith was strong enough, the divine domain would also grow stronger. If a god's divine domain was powerful enough, they could gain the upper hand in battle. Therefore, the power of faith was very useful. The Church of Light, the Calamity Church, the Druidic Order, the Shrine of Ice, and even the Dark Elves and the Forest Trolls had their own believers. The gods that they believed in could obtain divine power through their faith. Therefore, the competition between churches for believers was also for the sake of substantial benefits. 8 elemental energies and 4 edictal forces. Gods of all levels who cultivated in these 12 energies mostly obtained divine power through self-cultivation and the use of faith. However, this wasn't absolute. Some gods could also use other methods to increase their divine power and the power of their domain. For example, gods who cultivated in the elemental energy of death could obtain divine power through the deaths of others. Gods who cultivated in the edict of destruction could obtain divine power through the destruction of life. Gods who cultivated in the edict of life could also obtain divine power from planes full of vitality. However, these methods would often threaten the interests of other gods. For example, the god of death and destruction could obtain divine power through death and destruction. In this way, the god of life could not obtain power through the exuberant vitality of all living beings. It was precisely for this reason that conflicts between gods were unavoidable in order to obtain greater power. For the sake of their own interests, they had been constantly fighting each other from the beginning until the end, and they had never stopped fighting for even a moment. Just as Wolf of the Calamity Church had said, the cemetery of death was indeed not something from profound continent. The most important thing about the cemetery of death was the large-scale magical transportation matrix at its center. This transportation matrix indeed possessed the ability to transport between planes. A mighty overgod cultivating in the energy of death joined forces with an overgod cultivating in the energy of destruction to spread death and destruction across every material plane and obtain even greater power from them. The overgod of life, on the other hand, joined forces with other gods who cultivated in the energy of destruction to stop them from spreading death and destruction across every material plane. Profound Continent was one such plane that was affected. The cemetery of death was a passageway that 2 mighty overgods used to travel between material planes, not only on Profound Continent, but on other material planes as well. Therefore, the 2 overgods would dispatch lesser gods to travel between those material planes and bring death and destruction to those material planes. For a new material plane, they would establish a church and have the beings of that material plane worship them. As long as the beings worshiped them, they would protect them and obtain a steady stream of power of faith from them. However, if the beings on that material plane already had a god they worshipped, they would create death by destroying those beings so that their masters could obtain power from them. Profound Continent was just a small material plane. 5,000 years ago, a great war involving almighty existences took place on Profound Continent. The 2 overgods of death and destruction only sent a few lesser gods to participate in the war, which ultimately ended in failure. However, they also left behind the seed of evil known as the Calamity Church on Profound Continent. The gods of death and destruction, who had evacuated from Profound Continent, left behind the cemetery of death so that they could return in the future. The skeletal staff was left behind by a mid-god of death. That person was one of the leaders of that great war. He sealed a portion of his information in the skeletal staff and the cemetery of death, hoping that it would be of assistance to those who cultivated in the energy of death. In addition, the skeletal staff was also the key to opening the cemetery of death. He left the skeletal staff in order to develop the power of those who worshipped him on Profound Continent and obtain more power of faith from them. However, the master of the skeletal staff also left a divine imprint in the cemetery of death and the skeletal staff. Once the new master obtained the skeletal staff or the power of the cemetery of death, the imprint would activate and make the new master worship them forever, allowing them to obtain more power of faith. No wonder my soul had been disrupted twice in the cemetery of death. I'd even seen the shadow of a 3,000-meter tall giant appear in my mind once, but I'd used my great willpower and the strength of demonic arts to resist it. That's why my soul hadn't been destroyed and I hadn't lost myself. The tricolor skull, this skull with 3 eyes. After Han Shuo broke through the boundary, he obtained so much information. Such a vast future, a world beyond Han Shuo's imagination, slowly unfolded before Han Shuo's eyes. It was also from this moment onward that Han Shuo truly and clearly realized that within this vast universe, there were magnificent sceneries beyond his imagination. For the first time, Han Shuo recognized the vastness of this vast universe. He understood the never-ending struggles between gods, as well as the immeasurably powerful existences. After understanding these ins and outs, Han Shuo turned his gaze to the other 2 skulls. He pondered what kind of information the other 2 skulls contained. Could it be that they contained the mysteries of setting up the magical transportation matrix in the cemetery of death? With this thought in mind, Han Shuo once again calmed his heart and attempted to use the same method to break through the boundary on the 2 skulls and the horn. However, Han Shuo felt that his mental strength hadn't reached such a powerful level yet. He was somewhat powerless against the secrets contained within these 2 skulls. Mr. Han Shuo, is Mr. Han Shuo here? Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice passed through the matrix Han Shuo had set up and fell into Han Shuo's ears. Han Shuo could tell that it was the voice of Crozious's daughter. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo decided that he wouldn't be able to learn more about the skeletal staff's secrets for the time being. He stood up and walked outside. Chapter 5:29. As Han Shuo made his way out of the underground cavern, he kept pondering a question that had been bothering him. The 8 elemental energies and the 4 edictal forces didn't seem to include demonic yuan. So what exactly was demonic yuan? The 8 elemental energies and the 4 edictal forces were different. They were all based on the utilization of the energy existing between heaven and earth, using the soul and body of a living being as the foundation. Absorbing or mastering these energies would strengthen one's body and soul, allowing one to become a god that stood above all other living beings. However, whether it was the 8 elemental energies or the 4 edictal forces, they were all powers that had existed since ancient times. Through the extraction and use of this ancient power, cultivators could fuse their bodies with this power and gradually strengthen themselves to become a god. However, the demonic arts that Han Shuo practiced originated from within his body. Although he could improve it by absorbing some strange energy, Han Shuo had never been able to sense the existence of demonic yuan from heaven and earth. This was very surprising to Han Shuo. Those who practiced the 8 elemental energies and the 4 edictal forces all relied on this external source of energy. However, Han Shuo's demonic arts were different from the 8 elemental energies and the 4 edictal forces. It was a process of limitlessly excavating and evolving one's own potential. This seemed to be completely different from the energy that the skeletal staff knew of. From the information he had just obtained, there were many who used other energies to become gods in the boundless universe, such as fear, desire, and so on. As long as one grasped the method to use and absorb these energies, one could also become a god through training. However, those who became gods ultimately relied on external forces. As for the demonic arts that Han Shuo cultivated, the demonic yuan was formed naturally within his body from the very beginning. What surprised Han Shuo was that demonic arts could use some secret techniques to activate demonic yuan, and even form a power similar to the elemental energies. For example, using the mystical glacial spell fire to release demonic yuan through a special method in one's meridians and bones could produce purplish-red demonic flames with extreme heat and cold attributes. Another example was that Han Shuo could use demonic yuan to heal his own internal injuries, and even help others recover from physical and mental injuries. This characteristic could only be achieved by gods who practiced the Edict of Life. Alternatively, he could use demonic yuan to form some special attacks that could cause the sky to darken. This seemed to be the same as the gods who practiced the element of darkness. In addition, although demonic yuan didn't exist between heaven and earth, Han Shuo could devour some energy for his own use, such as resentment, evil spirits, and other negative energies. He could transform them into demonic yuan and further improve his strength. This was different from those who practiced the 8 elemental energies and the 4 edictal forces. Generally, those who practiced the 12 elemental energies could only absorb the energy that existed between heaven and earth for their own use. After becoming a god, they could only absorb the divine energy of other cultivators of the same elemental energy. They couldn't absorb energy from other elemental energies. However, when Han Shuo carefully thought about it, he discovered that the demonic yuan that naturally formed in his body could not only absorb some evil energies of different elemental energies for his own use, but could also be used to manipulate demonic yuan through different demonic techniques. It could even be formed into energies similar to other elemental energies. From this point alone, demonic yuan was different from the 8 elemental energies and the 4 edictal forces that Han Shuo knew of. After pondering for a moment through the knowledge stored in the tricolored skulls of the skeletal staff, Han Shuo discovered that there was absolutely no knowledge of demonic yuan in those memories. In other words, even the original owner of the skeletal staff that made God didn't know of the existence of demonic yuan. This was clearly very strange. Han Shuo believed that the division of divine ranks that Midgod knew should be the basic division of all the energies in this universe. Judging from the different cultivation methods of demonic yuan and all other known energies, the strange formation of demonic yuan, and the fact that the Midgod didn't know anything about demonic yuan, Han Shuo came to a very shocking conclusion. Earth, where demonic arts cultivators came from, shouldn't be part of this so-called universe formed from numerous material planes. This was the only explanation that made sense. Otherwise, there was no way that Midgod didn't know of the existence of demonic yuan. Because Han Shuo himself knew how powerful those who cultivated in demonic yuan were. He had only reached the carnal realm, but he was already more powerful than the so-called demigods. According to Chu Kanglin, those who broke through the Omen realm could even ascend to the heavens. If such a group of incomparably powerful cultivators existed in this so-called universe, they wouldn't be nameless people. They would have long been known by the gods. In addition, demonic yuan was fundamentally different from the 8 elemental energies and the 4 edictal forces. From this, it could be seen that demonic yuan and demonic arts cultivators didn't belong to this universe at all. Han Shuo was shocked. He let out a light sigh and shook his head with a bitter smile. He was speechless at his own conclusion. However, ever since he started cultivating demonic arts, he clearly understood how powerful demonic arts were. Therefore, his determination to concentrate on cultivating demonic arts had never wavered. Vaguely, Han Shuo sensed that the cultivation method of demonic yuan seemed to be above the 8 elemental energies and the 4 edictal forces. This feeling originated from Han Shuo's many years of cultivation of demonic yuan. However, Han Shuo still didn't know the specifics. Mr. Han Shuo, are you inside? Outside the door, the young lady with a pair of snow-white wings asked in a gentle and graceful voice. Yes. Han Shuo discarded all the messy thoughts in his mind and adjusted his chaotic state of mind. He put on a bright smile, removed the formation in the house, and slowly opened the door. On the open space outside the door, the beautiful young lady with snow-white wings stood gracefully. On her exquisite face, there was a pair of extremely intelligent and deep eyes. This young lady looked completely different from Croesus, but she had inherited the profoundness in Croesus' eyes. That pair of deep, intelligent, and beautiful eyes, when complemented by her beautiful appearance and a pair of snow-white wings, made her so beautiful that she seemed otherworldly. Seeing that Han Shuo had opened the door, the beautiful young lady smiled sweetly and said, "So Mr. Han Shuo is inside. My name is Jasper. I'm very happy that Mr. Han Shuo is willing to become a visiting advisor of War Demon Valley. I've come this time to ask Mr. Han Shuo for some guidance in martial arts." Jasper cultivated in the elemental energy of wind. Unlike her father Croesus, who cultivated in the elemental energy of Earth. From the aura emanating from her, Han Shuo determined that she possessed the strength of a level 3 destroyer, a little stronger than Hemana and Sylph. The strength of the Abyss realm was divided into abyssal troopers, destroyers, Rakshasas, and demons. Among them, Rakshasas were considered to have entered the threshold of demigods, becoming demons and forming a soul body of elemental laws. They were considered base gods that Han Shuo had just learned of. As for what level the 5 great abyssal demon kings were, Han Shuo had no way of guessing until he met them. Martial arts? Miss Jasper, the martial arts I cultivate and are not quite the same as what you know. However, I can give you some advice, Han Shuo said to Jasper with a faint smile. What kind of advice? Jasper looked at Han Shuo attentively and revealed a very interested expression. She asked Han Shuo, what kind of advice? Every time you cultivate, spend some time meditating, using your soul and mental strength to sense the existence of the element of wind. By doing so, when you form your body of element in the future, you may even be able to form a soul of element without the help of Demon King Manticore. Han Shuo said sternly as he looked at Jasper in front of him. This method of cultivating mental strength was the basic skill of every magus on Profound Continent. However, in the Abyss realm, as they started off by cultivating their physical bodies, they probably wouldn't know how to cultivate mental strength. The reason why Han Shuo said so was because he wanted to conduct an experiment through Jasper. As expected, when Jasper heard Han Shuo's words, she looked at Han Shuo in puzzlement. Her eyes were blank as she said, mental strength? Meditation? I don't understand what you mean. How about this? Come in first, and I'll explain it to you. Han Shuo turned his body sideways to allow Jasper to enter. Han Shuo stepped aside to let Jasper Indiana. When Jasper came in with a puzzled look on her face, Han Shuo made her sit cross-legged and began to explain to her the cultivation of the elemental energy between heaven and earth. You have only mastered the way to utilize the physical body. In fact, you can also utilize the soul. Han Shuo imbued Jasper with some general knowledge of magic on Profound Continent. While Jasper listened with a puzzled face, Han Shuo chanted a necromancy spell, forming several bone spears in the space in front of Jasper. He said, the soul perceives the elemental energy through mental strength. Through the incantation, it can form another form of elemental attack. Just like this. As soon as he finished those words, the bone spears flew out with whooshing sounds. Amazing. Jasper was pleasantly surprised. She asked rather impatiently, how did you do that? Calm your mind, calm your soul, and try to slowly comprehend the elemental energy. Oh, right, your body can aid in the comprehension of your soul by absorbing the element of wind. Let me tell you how to meditate. Han Shuo instructed Jasper to sit down and taught her the meditation method most commonly used by magi on Profound Continent. The reason why Han Shuo helped Jasper so wholeheartedly was because he had other intentions. He wanted to see if he could confirm his conjecture about the last layer of the cemetery of death through Jasper. He wanted to find out if the so-called secret to becoming God was to combine the strengths of 2 material planes and form a soul body of elemental laws. In addition, while Han Shuo had Jasper absorb and circulate the elemental energy of wind with her body, his consciousness was closely observing the circulation of the wind element in Jasper's body. He was trying to figure out the secret behind how creatures of the Abyss realm could form a body of elemental element with their flesh as the starting point. As long as Han Shuo could figure out the secret behind cultivating a body of elemental energy in the Abyss realm, Han Shuo would have grasped the secret to becoming God. Once Han Shuo returned to Profound Continent, he could help some magi around him become gods. Chapter 530. The body structure of the Abyssal realm was somewhat different from that of the natives of Profound Continent. Their bones were denser, their meridians were more resilient, and their bodies were more robust to begin with. It was no wonder that they could directly absorb and dissolve elemental energies. Standing behind Jasper, Han Shuo unfolded his consciousness extended his left hand, and gently placed it on Jasper's fair left shoulder. A few strands of demonic yuan entered Jasper's body like gossamer threads. Guided by his consciousness, the demonic yuan slowly circulated inside Jasper's body. He immediately understood some of the differences between Jasper's body and that of the natives of Profound Continent. As he did so, Han Shuo carefully observed the way Jasper's body gathered and utilized the element of wind. He discovered that a cyclone had formed inside Jasper's body. The cyclones formed a mysterious diagram that absorbed the element of wind into the cyclone, and through the cyclone, the element of wind would be stored in the meridians and bones bit by bit. This was similar to how Elizabeth's body of divine favor absorbed some divine energy. Han Shuo was rather astonished when he thought of Elizabeth. Back when Elizabeth was on Profound Continent, her peculiar body of divine favor was able to absorb the divine energy bestowed by the Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice at the same time. This was somewhat contrary to Han Shuo's common sense. Through the information left behind by the mid-god in the skeletal staff, Han Shuo learned that the energy bestowed by the gods of different elemental energies could not be absorbed. However, Elizabeth was clearly an exception. The cyclone in her body was somewhat similar to Jasper's, but she could absorb the divine energy bestowed by the Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice. This was rather strange. Han Shuo pondered for a moment, and soon after he was enlightened. That Elizabeth could absorb the divine energy bestowed by the Church of Light and the Shrine of Ice. However, that divine energy was probably not divine energy at all. Divine energy was the foundation of a god. They could only obtain divine energy through their own cultivation and the power of faith from their believers. It was absolutely impossible for them to bestow their hard-earned divine energy to their believers. When he thought of this, Han Shuo realized that although Elizabeth's body was special, it was not so special that it would leave him speechless. With one hand on Jasper's shoulder, Han Shuo carefully probed the cyclones within Jasper's body with his demonic yuan under the guidance of his consciousness. His mind was secretly pondering on the method of formation of those cyclones. Is Han Shuo here? Han Shuo, who was lost in thought, was suddenly awakened by a cry from outside. Han Shuo could tell from the voice that it was Hamana and Sylph. Withdrawing his left hand from Jasper's shoulder, Han Shuo raised his head and answered, "I'm here." Soon after, he said to Jasper, who had sunk into a meditative state, "The acquisition of mental strength isn't something that can be achieved overnight. Follow the method I taught you and try to meditate when you return. After some time, when your understanding of the element of wind and soul has deepened, you will naturally be able to sense the existence of mental strength." "Many thanks, Mr. Han Shuo." Jasper smiled sweetly and stood up from her cross-legged position. She said, "Just by meditating for a while, my soul seems to have grown even closer to the element of wind. What a miraculous method of cultivation! I have never heard of it before. Mr. Han Shuo is truly a miraculous person." Upon hearing Jasper's words, Han Shuo could not help but carefully sense Jasper's soul with his consciousness. He suddenly discovered that her soul seemed to have become a little more agile and graceful. Han Shuo was startled. He thought to himself that the people of the Abyss realm had extremely outstanding perception of the physical body and elemental energy. Once guided by the right method, the affinity between the soul and elemental energy would indeed grow tremendously. At this rate, it would not be long before Jasper would be able to sense the existence of mental strength during meditation. Miss Jasper, what are you doing here?" Hamana asked with some surprise when she saw Jasper standing in front of the door talking to Han Shuo. Her charming face suddenly turned a little unnatural. "I'm here to consult Mr. Han Shuo on some questions regarding martial arts," Jasper replied indifferently. Her deep eyes glanced at Hamana and Sylph, who was standing behind Hamana with a similarly odd expression. She said thoughtfully, "In the Abyss realm, the strong are revered. A capable man can obtain any kind of woman. You two are truly fortunate to be following Mr. Han Shua. Hamana and Sylph both had odd expressions on their faces when they heard Jasper's words. They seemed as though they wanted to retort or say something. However, after hesitating for a while, they did not utter a single word and only stared blankly at Jasper. "All right, Mr. Han Shua, I won't disturb you any longer. When I can sense the existence of mental strength, I will come back to ask you some questions. Hamana and Sylph are famous beauties in War Demon Valley. Enjoy them to your heart's content." Before she left, Jasper winked mischievously at Han Shua. Without waiting for Han Shua's response, she left with a faint smile on her face. Han Shua was rather astonished. He did not expect that a beauty with a serene and elegant appearance like Jasper would mischievously utter the word enjoy. It appeared that the Abyss realm was indeed different from the profound continent. The people here were much calmer when it came to awkward matters. "Han Shua, she has taken a fancy to you." When Jasper disappeared and Han Shua revealed a dumbfounded expression, Sylph said sourly, "No way. She just came over to ask me some questions about martial skills. It shouldn't be what you think." Han Shua broke into laughter and shook his head, disagreeing with Sylph's speculation. After a pause, he asked, "Has Kunoa told you everything?" "Yes. From now on, the two of us no longer have to compete for the position of Chief of the War Demon Guards. Lord Kunoa has just said that the two of us will belong to you from now on. I heard that it was an order personally issued by Lord Crozius." "Han Shua, you are truly honored," Hamana said smilingly as she looked at Han Shua. Hamana looked at Han Shua smilingly. She didn't seem to mind that Crozius had given them to Han Shua as if they were goods. She even seemed a little delighted that Crozius had personally given the order. Han Shua couldn't understand why. "Han Shua, Jasper must have taken a fancy to you. Every one of the 6 Rakshasas of War Demon Valley is several times older than her. Moreover, a few of them have guided Jasper in martial arts since she was young. It is precisely because of this that she would not fall in love with any of them. You, on the other hand, are different. You are very magical to her. On top of that, you are sufficiently powerful and have an indescribable temperament. It is only natural that she would fall in love with you at first sight," Sylph stubbornly explained according to her own understanding of the matter. "There is no doubt about it. We worship and revere the strong. The fact that Jasper helped you in your battle with Brakya shows that she has a favorable impression of you. Just now, when she heard that you were staying in War Demon Valley, she immediately came to ask for martial arts advice from you. This has already made her attitude clear." Hamana also expressed her opinion after hearing Sylph's explanation. After listening to the two ladies' words and recalling some of the peculiar happenings in the Abyss realm, Han Shua somewhat agreed with the two ladies' conjecture. When he recalled Jasper's creamy white skin, the pair of beautiful snow-white wings, and the pair of intelligent, deep eyes, Han Shua's desire began to stir. Looking at Sylph and Hamana before him, Han Shua suddenly let out a mischievous laugh and said, "Since Crozius has gifted the two of you to me, does that mean that I can do whatever I want with you?" Hamana and Sylph exchanged glances and surprisingly replied in a natural and unrestrained manner, "Of course." With a carefree laugh, Han Shua reached out to grab Hamana and Sylph by their waists. Han Shua lifted both of them up at the same time. As the two ladies let out soft cries of coquettishness, Han Shua flew and landed on the spacious bed in the room. Hamana and Sylph's green and purple eyes simultaneously revealed a pair of lustful, seductive expressions, as though they were ready to be devoured by Han Shua at any moment. The body structure of these two alien ladies was not quite the same as that of an average human. On their chest and abdomen, there were naturally formed armors. On their shoulders, elbows, and knees, there were even protruding spikes. However, when complemented by their healthy, wheat-colored skin, they gave off an extremely wild and seductive sense of beauty. After throwing the two alien ladies onto the bed, Han Shoa was not in a hurry to make love to them. Instead, he reached out and caressed the protruding spikes on their elbows and shoulders. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "How magical! And on your chests, these naturally formed armors, those patterns are so beautiful." The spikes protruding from their bodies and the naturally formed armors seemed to be the most sensitive parts of these alien ladies. As Han Shua exclaimed in admiration and rubbed his hands wantonly on these parts, the two seductive alien ladies started panting at the same time. Their faces flushed as though they were on fire. Ugh! The two ladies panted softly as the spikes on their shoulders, elbows, and knees retracted bit by bit into their bodies. Under Han Shua's gaze, the beautiful armors covering the important parts of their chest and abdomen slowly turned the same color as their skin. They also lost their sturdy defensive power bit by bit, exposing their tender and firm breasts and the lush grassy ground. "No, I like the way you two have spikes protruding from your bodies. I think you two look even more seductive and sexy like this." Han Shua chuckled as he used his secret, demonic flirting skill to caress the sensitive parts of the two alien ladies' breasts, buttocks, and abdomen, while expressing his opinion with an evil smile on his face. The two ladies immediately understood. The spikes that had just been retracted into their bodies, once again, protruded ferociously. Even their chests and abdomen were once again covered with beautiful armors. But this time, the armors had a different kind of appearance. They were like flowers blooming, with the important parts in the center exposed as the stamens of the flower. Ha! What an enchanting and magical painting of beauties! Han Shua was overjoyed. His hands wantonly caressed the bodies of the two girls. The two alien girls seemed to have never known that Han Shua had such a marvelous secret art of flirting. Under Han Shua's gentle caresses, the two girls' lust erupted like a mountain torrent. They panted heavily, their eyes filled with lustful lust. Their bewitching bodies, which were beautiful with a hint of malevolence, began to twist and turn like pythons. "Mr. Han Shua, is Mr. Han Shua in for the third time?" someone called out from outside the door. Han Shua, who was at a critical juncture, was startled when he realized that the voice belonged to Brakya, whom he had just defeated. He spread out his consciousness, only to discover that Brakya had come alone. Moreover, his expression was respectful and cautious. He did not seem to be here for revenge. Hamana and Sylph had obviously heard Brakya's cries from outside. The eyes of the two young ladies, whose bodies were suffused with passion, were a little uneasy. They seemed to be struggling to sit up from the bed. For this Brakya, who had been coveting the two of them for a very long time, there was a deep fear in the two ladies' hearts that was hard to erase in a short period of time. Brakya had long declared that he wanted their bodies, as he was one of the 6 Rakshasas of War Demon Valley. Even the master of War Demon Valley, Croesus, had tacitly agreed to it. If not for Han Shua's appearance, the two of them would have had no other choice. Now that Han Shua had defeated Brakya, they could be considered to have escaped from Brakya's clutches. However, with Brakya outside, even though they could not restrain their lust from Han Shua's teasing, the deep-rooted fear in their hearts still prevented them from acting rashly. However, it was obvious that Han Shua would not let the two ladies have their way. Hearing Brakya's call from outside and looking at the two charming alien ladies below him, Han Shua's heart was filled with another extremely intense desire to possess them. This desire was stronger than Han Shua could have imagined. Therefore, not only did Han Shua not let go of the two ladies' chests, he even increased his strength and pressed down, preventing the two ladies from getting up from moving. "I'm here. But please wait a moment, Mr. Brakya. I'll be ready soon," replied Han Shua loudly from inside the room. Under the pleading gazes of the two alien ladies, he suddenly pounced on Hamana. His forceful object ferociously poured into the beautiful place covered with sparkling water droplets. "Oh!" A moan that sounded like a moan or a sob escaped from Hamana's mouth uncontrollably. Under the incessant teasing of the secret demonic arts, Hamana, who had long been unable to restrain her desire, was completely filled. That intense stimulation and pleasure was simply uncontrollable. Outside the pavilion, Brakya, the level 2 Rakshasa, who was sitting on the back of a giant, ghost-faced spider, had his originally respectful expression turned incomparably ugly, listening to Hemana's incomparably enchanting moans from inside the room. Brakya clearly understood what was happening inside. One could well imagine how depressed and sullen he was. That beautiful and enchanting body in the room should have been his to enjoy. However, at this moment, he was not the one riding on top of it. All he could do was listen respectfully from outside, imagining how carefree and comfortable it must have been inside. However, his strength was inferior to the other party. Even if he was filled with rage and resentment, it was of no use, especially after Lord Croesus had personally given the order. He had no choice but to come over and apologize in order to seek the forgiveness of this powerful dragon. Beautiful music that could stir one's heart and soul reverberated in Brakya's ears, causing his sullen and depressed face to turn ashen. This was even more unbearable to him than if he were to be killed on the spot. However, as a level 2 Rakshasa, Brakya's mental fortitude was also outstanding. He firmly suppressed the thought of recklessly charging in and fighting Han Shuo to the death. He bitterly endured the sounds that made him want to vomit blood. Bear with it. I must bear with it. There will be a chance for revenge. There will definitely be. Brakya's body shivered as he constantly hypnotized himself. Inside the room, while using his consciousness to spy on Brakya, Han Shuo was vigorously conquering the beautiful body beneath him. He felt an incomparable pleasure. On the one hand, it came from the wonderful figure beneath his crotch. The wonders of this alien lady were beyond his expectations. It was as though there were thousands of tendrils wrapping around his strong object, giving Han Shuo a sense of ecstasy that he had never experienced before. Alien ladies are indeed different. This trip to Profound Continent was truly not in vain. Han Shuo thought to himself. Another kind of pleasure came from his soul. When he thought of how Brakya, the man who should have Hemana and Sylph, could only watch helplessly as he enjoyed Hemana, Han Shuo almost couldn't restrain himself from cheering out loud when he thought of how Brakya was just outside. What made Han Shuo even more excited was that while he was vigorously conquering Hemana, he could feel that his state of mind in the carnal realm seemed to have reached an extremely mysterious realm. The demonic yuan in his body did not need to be manipulated by Han Shuo. It flowed rhythmically from the demonic infant and circulated within his body according to the path of demonic arts cultivation. While this made Han Shuo overjoyed, it also gave him a deeper understanding of the problem of breaking through to the carnal realm. He understood that as long as he did things as he pleased, not only would his state of mind rapidly improve, even his demonic yuan would become richer and more vigorous. After an unknown amount of time, Hemana, who was beneath him, had fainted and was on the verge of death. Han Shuo pulled himself up and grabbed Sylph, who was overflowing with lust, and continued his conquest of Sylph. Wait a minute. How long has it been? This damned mutated human. He's humiliating me on purpose. Damn it. Should I fight it out with him? Outside the room, Brakya gnashed his teeth hatefully, cursing all 18 generations of Han Shuo's ancestors in his heart. Chapter 531. Brakya waited in torment for an unknown amount of time before he saw Han Shuo, casually draped in a black-green warrior's attire. Wearing a satisfied smile on his face, he walked out of the room while holding his baggy trousers. Looking at the satisfied smile on Han Shuo's face, Brakya was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. However, he had no choice but to squeeze out a sincere, apologetic smile. It was just that this smile appeared extremely ugly and awkward. Mr. Han Shuo, I was in the wrong earlier. I have come this time to apologize to you. I hope you can forgive my recklessness. Han Shuo, who was comfortably stretching his body, narrowed his eyes and looked at Brakya. He was secretly prepared to deal with Brakya's attack at any time. Upon hearing Brokya's apology, Han Shoa was startled. Soon after, Han Shoa's eyes shone with a strange light as he stared blankly at Brokya. Under Han Shoa's strange gaze, Brokya was obviously not used to it. He slowly lowered his head, not daring to meet Han Shoa's malicious gaze. His voice became a little softer. "I hope Mr. Han Shoa can forgive me." "Mm," Han Shoa responded with a nasal sound. Soon after, without looking at Brokya, he turned around and returned to the room. Brokya creased his brows. He suddenly raised his head to look at Han Shoa's back and softly cried out, "Mr. Han Shoa, have you forgiven me?" "Yes, I have." "You can leave. As long as you don't offend me, I can't be bothered with you." Han Shoa could tell that Brokya wasn't sincere in his apology. He wasn't interested in feigning civility with him either. He coldly added, "However, if you plan to retaliate against me, I hope you are well prepared. Otherwise, if I survive, I won't even give face to Croesus. I think you understand what I mean." Behind Han Shoa, upon hearing Han Shoa's words, Brokya's pupils abruptly shrank. He viciously glared at Han Shoa's back, as if he had the desire to immediately make a move. However, he was also clearly hesitant. Just when he could not make up his mind to make a move, Han Shoa had already walked into the room. Brokya took a deep breath, as though he was trying to swallow his resentment. The next moment he even revealed a faint smile and said, "Mr. Han Shoa is now a visiting advisor of my War Demon Valley. From now on, we are on the same side. It's just two women. I, Brokya, am not a petty person." "Very well," Han Shoa replied coldly. In his heart, he began to attach more importance to this Brokya. To be able to endure to such an extent, even if his strength wasn't sufficient, he was definitely a ruthless person. Either this person didn't make a move, or once he did, he definitely couldn't be underestimated. "Oh, right, other than apologizing according to Lord Croesus' instructions, you are to come to the War Demon Grand Hall 2 days from now to participate in the meeting to discuss how to deal with Venomfang Castle. I hope that you will be punctual," Brokya shouted as he looked at Han Shoa's back. "Got it." Han Shoa turned his head around, slightly narrowed his eyes, and replied indifferently to Brokya. Brokya appeared very humble with his body hunched. He lowered his head and said, "In that case, I won't disturb Mr. Han Shoa's happy occasion any longer." Brokya had just taken the opportunity to take a glance inside. With his sharp eyes, he could immediately see Hemana and Sylph's beautiful bodies lying in disarray. He was afraid that when he raised his head, Han Shoa would notice the killing intent in his eyes that he couldn't completely conceal. Therefore, he didn't dare to raise his head to look at Han Shoa. However, when one's consciousness had reached the realm that Han Shoa had reached, even if he didn't deliberately use his consciousness to spy on Brokya, he could still clearly sense Brokya's extreme hatred towards him. His self-righteous attempt to cover it up only made Han Shoa feel that it was laughable. It didn't have any effect at all. What a pitiful fellow. I reckon he must be quite angry this time. Hee, you deserve it for trying to snatch women from me. Looking at the 2 snow-white mermaids on the large bed, and then at Brokya, whose shoulders were still twitching as he walked away, Han Shoa viciously muttered to himself in a low voice. His voice was neither loud nor soft. However, with Brokya's strength as a level 2 Rakshasa, he should have been able to hear it. Brokya's body suddenly staggered and trembled for a moment before he steadied himself. With his back facing Han Shoa, Brokya seemed to be hesitating whether he should immediately fight Han Shoa to the death. Under Han Shoa's callous gaze, Brokya finally held back and disappeared before Han Shoa's eyes in a somewhat miserable manner. What an extraordinary character. What a pity. Han Shoa muttered to himself. With a thought, he activated his demonic arts. Clang! The door to the room was suddenly shut. Looking at the 2 beautiful ladies on the bed, the corners of Han Shoa's mouth hooked into a satisfied smile. After slightly decorating the room, Han Shoa once again descended into the secret underground chamber that Earth Elite Zombie had excavated. He took out the skeletal staff and, Following the connection between him and Little Skull, Han Shoa's soul descended into the netherworld. This was a canyon covered with white bones and mountains of rotting corpses. The aura of death in this place was extremely dense. At a glance, the entire space seemed to be shrouded in the pure element of death. The grayish-white aura of death lingered in the air. Many formidable undead creatures were nurtured in this bizarre place. Evil knights, mummy lords, old fey zombies, bone devils, and other high-level undead creatures could be seen everywhere in this canyon that Tanai could see. They wandered aimlessly, each and every one of them like devoted and loyal guards, very cautiously defending the canyon. In the depths of the canyon, several powerful presences occupied the area. They should be undead creatures, even more powerful than the old fey zombies and bone devils. For so many high-level undead creatures to gather here, something extraordinary must have happened. Han Shoa had sensed Little Skull's intense mental energy, fluctuations in the Abyss realm. Therefore, after Brakya left, he fled to the netherworld. Following the coordinates of Little Skull's soul, Han Shoa conveniently descended into this bizarre place. Han Shoa was on a barren mountain. Around Han Shoa were densely packed undead creatures. Among them was Little Skull, who was riding a bone dragon, proudly hovering in midair, with an overbearing demeanor of a sovereign overlooking the world. Below him, all 5 elite zombies were present. There was a bone dragon, a king zombie, and 3 evil zombies whose strength had been constantly enhanced by Han Shoa's demonic arts. None of them were missing. After absorbing the enormous energy from the ice goddess statue on the icy peak of the Shrine of Ice, Water Elite Zombie had a gentle face. His eyes seemed to have ripples of water, giving off a feminine and otherworldly temperament. On Water Elite Zombie's body was a water blue armor that covered more than half of his body. Jade ripples undulated within the armor. It was a stark contrast to the lifeless atmosphere of the netherworld. After obtaining the Virile Leaf, the tall and skinny Wood Elite Zombie had made rapid breakthroughs on the path of evolution. His body naturally exuded an exuberant vitality. That exuberant aura of vitality and Wood Elite Zombie's original corpse aura actually fused together perfectly. Even Han Shoa couldn't help but sigh at the miraculousness of the 5 elite zombies. "Father, why have you come?" While Han Shoa was staring at Wood Elite Zombie and Water Elite Zombie, Little Skull, who was hovering high in the air, suddenly asked Han Shoa. After a short pause, before Han Shoa could answer, Little Skull continued, "Father, who was it that hurt you last time? I want to imprison his soul here forever and let him suffer endless pain. There will be opportunities. Don't worry, when I return next time, we will fight side by side," replied Han Shoa. Soon after, he looked at the high-level undead creatures that were scattered all over Tanai's great gorge and asked, "I sense the intense undulations of your soul, so I came to see what's going on. This time, you've come out in full force. Is it some big operation?" "Yes, Father. I sensed an extremely powerful creature in that Tanai's great gorge in front of me. This creature has surpassed the Bone Dragon and King Zombie. It is a serious threat to my path of expansion. Therefore, this time I came to exterminate it and occupy that nether valley. I want to see why this place can breed so many high-level undead creatures," replied Little Skull. After hearing Little Skull's words, Han Shoa couldn't help but pay more attention to that great gorge. Through what he sensed just now, Han Shoa already understood that the great gorge was different from other places in the netherworld. The element of death in this place, called Nether Valley, was much denser than in other places. In addition, there were several powerful auras concealed within, which also piqued Han Shoa's curiosity. After absorbing the origin crystal of death, Little Skull cultivated the body of death element and the soul of death element at a speed that even surprised Han Shoa. According to Han Shoa's new understanding of the hierarchy of gods, he understood that Han Shoa was already a base god of death. A Little Skull at this level was absolutely abnormally powerful in the netherworld. Han Shoa really didn't expect that Little Skull would so quickly discover an existence of the same level as him. After staying in the Abyss Realm for some time, Han Shuo, who understood the cultivation methods of the Abyss Realm, knew that Little Skull had started using the element of death by cultivating his bones in the netherworld. The path he took was equivalent to the path of the creatures of the Abyss Realm. However, because his soul had received a portion of Han Shuo's memories in addition to many fortuitous encounters, and with the help of the Origin Crystal, he was able to form the soul of element so quickly, because he had used the element of death to forge his bones from the very beginning. His body of element was formed as well. When he thought about it this way, Han Shuo realized that Little Skull should be extremely familiar with the attacking methods of bones. And after his soul had fused with the element of death and formed the soul of element, if Little Skull could become proficient in using necromancy magic, he would definitely become even more powerful. Although Little Skull had received a lot of Han Shuo's memories, at that time, Han Shuo's knowledge of necromancy magic was still half-baked. Therefore, Little Skull did not know how to use advanced necromancy magic. Now, as Han Shuo looked at Little Skull before him, he suddenly had the idea of imprinting the memories of necromancy magic onto Little Skull.